Fury and Ice. Federal Bureau of Magic Cozy Mystery, Book 10. Written by Annabelle Chase, narrated by Jill Smith. Chapter 1. Oversleeping at your secret boyfriend's house on a Sunday when you know your family will be in the kitchen for a big breakfast is only mildly risky. Oversleeping on a Monday when your family's schedule was erratic and unpredictable is downright foolish. Apparently, I was downright foolish. I parked further along the cul-de-sac and saw that Moyer's car was in the driveway, which meant everyone was awake and functional. If I could slip past the main house sight unseen, I could get to the barn and shower without anyone knowing I'd spent the night elsewhere. If only my unwanted powers didn't beget more unwanted powers, I could simply fly home or turn myself invisible. I wasn't prepared to make a habit of using them to hide my relationship with Chief Fox, though. With my head down, I crept past the line of cars toward the backyard. Eden. Crapsicle. Slowly I pivoted to see Tomas, Moyer's husband, standing on the front porch of my mother's house with his wings tucked in and a tote bag slung over his shoulder. "Hey," I said meekly. The half-angel's gaze was speculative. Messy hair, disheveled clothes. A slow smile spread across his face. I think our little Eden has herself a special friend. No special friend, I insisted. I had an early morning training session with Neville. I flicked the ends of my hair. The magic got a bit out of control. It wasn't a total lie. The magic between the chief and I definitely got out of control. Whatever you say, Tomas said in a sing-song voice. Why don't you fix yourself up and come inside to say hi to Moyer? You can watch my magic get out of control. I really hoped we were talking about different kinds of magic. I hate to ask. His pale eyebrows knitted together. You don't know? He shooed me away. Go home and declutter, then come back here and prepare to be amazed. Oh boy. Whatever it was, I anticipated being more horrified than amazed. I hurried home to shower and change. The moment the door opened, Princess Buttercup's head popped up and she barked a greeting. I motioned to the open door and she shot past me. Thankfully, the hellhound had the bladder of a camel in the Sahara. As much as I loved my new house, which I would forever refer to as the barn, no matter how impressive its conversion, it felt surprisingly empty without Chief Fox. I was so accustomed to being alone, I didn't realize that I actually liked having someone to chat with in the morning over a bowl of granola, or in the middle of the night when I woke up with a cramp in my neck and needed to complain. Because I'd wanted to assimilate in the human world and leave chipping Cheddar behind, I'd put up a protective barrier to keep anyone I knew from learning the truth about me. Of course, the downside was that nobody truly got to know me, and the few friendships I had were superficial or work only. It was different with Chief Fox. He knew the real me and was clearly comfortable, which, in turn, made me more comfortable and willing to open up. By the time I returned to the main house, Tomas's magic was in full swing. Grandma and Aunt Thora sat on neighboring stools in the kitchen. Grandma's hair was in rollers and Tomas was dragging a comb through Aunt Thora's fine hair. Are you trying to feather her bangs? I asked. I hadn't seen hair like that since watching Charlie's Angels reruns with Anton when we were kids. She has these wispy baby hairs in the front, Tomas said. I have to do something with them. Why? I asked, confused. Why do you have to do something with either of their hairstyles? Because we're competing in the Chipping Cheddar Mature Woman competition, Grandma said. I burst into laughter. I'm sorry. You're what now? It's a competition, Moyer said. It shouldn't surprise you that your grandmother wanted to get involved. It isn't just for bragging rights this time, Grandma said. There's an actual reason to win. The senior center doesn't have enough money in the budget for everything they need, Aunt Thora interjected. So they figured this competition would be a way to raise money. It was that new guy's idea, Grandma said. I didn't like him at first. Big shock, I murmured. But he's since made himself useful, Grandma finished. His name is Francis, Aunt Thora interjected. He proposed a fundraiser. He'd been involved in one at his last senior center, and it was a huge success. There's a wish list, Grandma said. Each contestant represents a certain item on the list. So the money gets spent on the winner's item? I asked. Aunt Thora nodded. I'm competing for a new washing machine. The old one broke, and a lot of seniors live in apartments and don't want to use the scary ones in the basement. They cart their laundry to the senior center, and it makes doing chores more social. That sounded like a reasonable request. I looked at Grandma, afraid to ask, and yet too curious not to. And what are you competing for? A jacuzzi. A jacuzzi? The thought of all those seniors with heart conditions crammed into a small pool of boiling water didn't seem like such a hot idea. No pun intended. Aunt Thora nudged her. Tell her why. I want to see Michael and his skivvies, Grandma said. That doesn't sound like a very good reason, I said. Grandma imitated the wailing sound of a siren. The judgment police are here. Would it make you feel better to know that a jacuzzi would ease Benny Milliken's joint pain and soothe Helen Abramowitz's rheumatism? But you want it so you can see Michael in his underpants, I said. That's the real motivation. Grandma waved a dismissive hand. Who cares as long as other people benefit? Nobody wears underpants in a jacuzzi unless they're drunk, Tomas told her. Old people do a lot of things in their underwear that they shouldn't, Moyer said. Our neighbor waters his lawn in boxer shorts. What are the other items on the wish list? I asked. Genevieve Patton is competing to get the regular pool converted into a saltwater one, Aunt Thora said. Sounds fancy, I said. Then you won't need all those chemicals, Tomas said. That's much better because they really dry out the skin. Grandma grunted. Not something the prunes at the senior center need. If their skin gets any drier, they'll be walking, talking frosted flakes. Betsy is competing for a greenhouse, Aunt Thora said. Most of the members are on a pension. They can't afford the grocery store prices for cilantro and marjoram. I'm surprised you're not competing for that, I told Aunt Thora. She blew the wispy hairs off her forehead. Oh, I don't need any help in that department. I leaned a hip against the counter and focused on Grandma. If it's for mature women, then why are they letting you compete? Grandma glared at me. Hardy har. Because mature sounds more appealing than senior citizen. It's basically an old lady beauty contest, my mother's voice rang out. Beatrice Fury glided across the kitchen floor like she was moving to music only she could hear. I take offense to that, Grandma snapped. I'm still young in witch years. Except nobody at the senior center knows that, I pointed out. I worried about Grandma in a contest with humans. She was the competitive type, as proven by her willingness to elbow kids in the gut during a little critters gaming tournament. Finally, Tomas threw up his hands. I'm sorry, darling. These bangs are impossible to work with. Defeated by baby bangs. Grandma clucked her tongue. I knew we should have hired a professional glam squad. Aunt Thora touched the front of her hair. I'm sorry they're so difficult. Just use magic, Grandma said. Problem solved. No magic, I said quickly. Definitely no magic for this competition. The competition isn't today, silly, my mother said. This is only a prep session. We expect you to sell tickets, Grandma said. It's all hands on deck. The senior center needs that jacuzzi. Sounds more like you need that jacuzzi, I said. Grandma raised her chin a fraction. This is for the community, Eden. I would think that's right up your alley. She pretended to wave pom-poms. Rah, rah, 3 cheers for the collective good. I poured myself a cup of coffee and took a sip of glorious caffeine. What else does this competition entail? Do you need a talent? My mind immediately conjured up an image of Grandma performing stand-up. There was no way she'd use her material from the now-defunct Supernatural Comedy Club. It was too revealing about our family. It's divided into 3 categories, Tomas explained. Interview, talent, and overall appearance. I snorted. I would think the talent would be the ability to walk across the stage unaided. There's a panel of judges who will award the points, Aunt Thora added. Tomas is helping us find the right look for appearance points, something that will appeal to the judges. My mother looked me up and down. Maybe you could help Eden while you're here, Tomas. I looked down at my blue t-shirt that included a patchwork butterfly with the words "Antisocial Butterfly" below it. What's wrong with this? What isn't wrong with it? My mother shot back. The color is drab. The slogan is antisocial. You're never going to attract a man with a shirt like that. She sucked the air between her teeth. It qualifies as a fashion catastrophe in my book. Your book needs to be updated, I said. I'm here to hone their public speaking skills for the interview portion. Moyer cut in. As a lawyer, Moyer certainly had plenty of practice in that department. The host will ask each contestant a series of questions, and they'll be given a certain number of points out of 10 for poise, clarity of vision, and substance. Clarity of vision? I echoed. They do remember these women are all over 70? Eden is just hilarious this morning. She must have gotten a full 8 hours of sleep, my mother said. Maybe you should let her write your answers. I'm writing my own, Grandma said. I don't need any help. Aunt Thora rolled her eyes. Esther, if you want to win, you cannot talk about why Firefly should never have been canceled. It was an excellent series, Grandma said. Those network executives wouldn't know a good show if it walked up and offered to... Grandma, I interrupted. I think Moyer is right. You should talk about something more relatable if you want to win. Otherwise, you'll sound deranged, my mother chimed in, like some old woman on the verge of senility, rambling about nonsense. Sounds about right, I mumbled. Moyer suppressed a smile. They can't rehearse specific answers because the judges won't release the questions in advance. Probably for the best, my mother said. Most of the contestants won't be able to remember anyway. Moyer puffed his chest proudly. Now is a good time to mention that I did a little research and found a list of questions that were asked in similar competitions across the country. My gaze darted from one group to another. Isn't that cheating? Why did I bother to ask? This was my family. Of course it was cheating. I didn't ask him to look for intel, Aunt Thora said. I was willing to wing it. It's all for a good cause, Grandma said. It shouldn't matter. I think some causes are more worthwhile than others, I said. Grandma blew out an annoyed breath. Typical Eden. Has to weigh every action on her own personal scales of justice. My hands moved to rest on my hips. I'm a Fury, in case you've forgotten. It's in my DNA. A Fury isn't supposed to be the arbiter of what's good or evil, Moyer said. Historically, they pursued and punished those already deemed guilty. They were also hideous, Tomas added. Well, you've got that part down, Grandma said. Good job. I ignored her jibe. I'm also an agent for the Federal Bureau of Magic. Justice is part of the package. It's part of Moyer's, too, Grandma argued, but you don't see him shoving it in everyone's faces. Moyer's brand of justice is very different from mine. His contracts get signed in blood. I cut a glance at the lawyer. No offense. Moyer dusted off his sleeves. None taken. I'm perfectly at ease with my line of work. Everyone here is comfortable in their own skin except the supernatural snowflake over here, Grandma said. jerking her head toward me. I grabbed one of the pink curlers in her hair and gave it a tug. "Ouch!" Grandma said. "Oops." I released the curler and offered a syrupy smile. "I thought your curls were ready." "As a matter of fact, they are." Tomas slid across the kitchen floor to remove the curlers. "Let's see what we have to work with." As tempted as I was to leave, I remained rooted to the floor, eager to see the finished product. When Tomas removed the last curler, I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. Grandma looked like a horror movie version of Shirley Temple. "Wow," I said. "That's quite a look." Grandma blinked. "Is it that bad?" Tomas backed away nervously. "I think we might try larger rods next time. This is why we're having these practice sessions, remember? So that we get it right on competition day?" Grandma's eyes turned to slits. "I want to see." "Nobody hand that woman a mirror," I warned. "Oh, Eden, you're being ridiculous." My mother pulled a compact mirror out of her pocket and opened it for Grandma. "Why do you walk around with a mirror in your pocket?" I wasn't sure why I asked. I knew my mother couldn't risk being without her reflection. Some people carried an emergency flashlight or a roll of mints. Beatrice Fury carried a mirror. Grandma examined her reflection. "Great Nix, you're a gorgeous witch," she told herself. Now I understood where my mother got her healthy self-esteem. Returning the mirror to my mother, Grandma said, "Bigger curls next time, though, Tomas. I need all the appearance points I can get." Inwardly, I sighed with relief. I was afraid we'd have a Code Timberlake on our hands with those tight curls. The world didn't need a Justin Timberlake circa 1999 situation. I polished off my coffee and put the mug in the sink. "Well, this has been quite the unexpected morning, but I need to get moving." My mother patted the top of my head. "It's adorable how you pretend to have a life." "It's adorable how you pretend to have a bosom, but nobody calls you out on those padded bras," Grandma snapped. My mother glared at Grandma before turning back to me. "You work too much, Eden dear." "I'll be sure to pass your feelings along to the criminals," I said. "Why don't you take a packet of tickets with you to the office?" my mother suggested. "Because it's only Neville there?" "There's an entire neighborhood of prospective purchasers," my mother pointed out. "Maybe you'll even get lucky and meet someone." She winked. "I don't think selling tickets to the beauty pageant at the senior center is how I'd meet someone." My mother slid a packet of tickets across the island toward me. "Why not? I plan to use these ticket sales to meet lots of someones." She smiled. "The more the merrier." "Your bed disagrees," Grandma said. "I can hear the noises it makes. It's about to crack under the pressure." Tomas chuckled. "I'd like to hear more about this." I stuffed the tickets into my purse. On that note, I'm out of here. I'll be back when the conversation is less disturbing. "In that case, see you never," my mother called after me. Chapter 2. As I drove to work at the opposite end of town, I made a mental list of shops where I might be able to sell tickets. Hole's, the donut shop next door, had a decent number of geriatric customers. I bet Paige would be willing to let me leave some tickets behind for her to sell. Despite Grandma's ulterior motive, I did think the competition was for a good cause and would do what I could to support the event. I snagged a parking spot right outside the FBM office. Oh, lucky day. As I attempted to enter the office, I immediately bounced backward, nearly colliding with Paige. "Sorry, Paige," I said. She laughed. "Did you install an electric fence in front of your door or something?" "You would think. I'd have to get inside and see what Neville did to create the magical boundary. It didn't have the same feel of a protective ward." "I wouldn't blame you. Shia and I are looking into having a security camera installed," Paige said. I turned to face her. "Why? Haven't you been following Neighborhood Watch News? There have been a string of crimes on this side of town." I didn't know why I was surprised. The Federal Bureau of Magic office was located at the seedy end of chipping Cheddar, on the wrong side of the proverbial railroad tracks. What kind of crimes? I was mortified that criminal activity was happening right under my nose, yet I knew nothing about it. Even if humans were responsible, it should still be on my radar. I felt somewhat ashamed that I was ignoring this neighborhood because it was considered less important, and thus crime was to be expected. Earlier today, there was a mugging in broad daylight just 2 blocks from here, right in front of Papers Plus. Wow. Was anyone hurt? Not seriously, thank goodness. The thief tried to grab a woman's bag right off her shoulder, and she screamed bloody murder, so he kept running. Paige motioned toward the donut shop. I've got bear claws fresh out of the oven, if you're interested. Oh, I'm always interested, but I need to check in with Neville first. I'll be there in a few minutes. I'd mentioned the tickets then. Right now, I wanted to know what was happening inside my bouncy castle of an office. See you then. Paige waved and continued to holes. I pulled out my phone and texted Neville. Open the door. A moment later, the door cracked open and Neville stood framed in the entrance. Have you become so lazy that you can't operate a door on your own, Agent Fury? I was many things, but lazy wasn't one of them. You did something, I accused, brushing past him to get to my desk. I couldn't get in. He cringed. Oh, right. I'd forgotten. I was testing a new spell. There's been an increase in crime in the neighborhood, and I think we should take precautions. I tossed my purse on the desk. Does everybody know about this except me? Neville returned to the table at the back of the room. You've been preoccupied, oh judicious one. I swiveled in the chair to face him. Do you really think I've been distracted? It's not my place to say, Agent Fury. Eden, I reminded him. I noticed the mess on the table in front of him. Papers, folders, paper clips. It looked like a tornado ripped through staples and dumped its contents on our table. What's going on? I'm organizing the office. Looks like the opposite from where I'm sitting. While we're on the subject, it would be immensely helpful if we could relocate your sun lamp. I cut a sideways look at the offending item. What's wrong with my sun lamp? It was an early gift from Chief Fox, and I was loath to move it. The electrical cord is a trip hazard. He scooped a handful of paper clips off the table and slid them into a black container shaped like a cauldron. Safety starts at home. Not in my home, I said, thinking of my family. That reminds me, I have to sell tickets to the Chipping Cheddar Mature Woman competition. I held up my hands. Now, don't hound me for a ticket yet. This is just a courtesy heads up. Neville peered at me over a stack of manila folders. Do I want to know what that is? Not really. You can just buy a ticket and then not attend. Leave the air of mystery intact. Let me know when I need to act, Agent Fury. As always, I am at your disposal. I don't love that saying. It sounds too much like you're disposable. And the wizard was far from disposable. In fact, I'd go as far as to say Neville was indispensable to this office. Considering what I'm doing now, it would be difficult to argue the point. Have you checked the daily reports? I asked. Not yet, he said. If you'd like to take over organization duties. He trailed off. Never mind. I'll have a look now. Maybe you could look at the training manual and see what we're up to. Begrudgingly, I spun around to face my desk. I had a feeling Neville knew the exact sentence we'd reached in the training manual. The wizard was simply humoring me. Neville bustled over to the printer to sort through the incoming papers. Nothing to be concerned about. A demon escaped custody at the border in Texas. That's about it. Sounds good. I reached toward the edge of my desk to retrieve a pad of sticky tabs. Neville came to stand beside me. What are you doing? Jotting down a note to myself? Why? Please don't use supplies unnecessarily. The sticky tabs end up stuck to places they don't belong, and you're likely to rip the pages of the manual when you remove them. Because headquarters are that cheap? Because you're that careless. Ouch. Wait. I surveyed the cramped office. Are you actually cleaning up after me? Neville clasped his hands in front of him. I don't mean to cast aspersions, but the office has become a bit untidy since your arrival. Paul Pidcock wasn't as talented as you, but he was neater." I flinched. I'll make an effort to be less messy. It was a good habit to get into anyway, now that I had a house of my own. Neville bowed. "Thank you, Agent Fury. I appreciate that." If Neville was going to insist on cleaning up my mess, I figured this was a good time to sell tickets. That way, the next time I saw my family, I could honestly say I'd done my part. It would also be an opportunity to canvass the neighborhood and get more information about the recent criminal activity. If it was that noticeable, I was surprised the chief hadn't mentioned it last night. I grabbed my purse where the tickets were stashed. "I'll be back shortly. I'm going to talk to people about these recent crimes." "Are you sure you don't want my assistance?" "Carry on. I think your skills are more needed in here." I was starting to think I should invite him to my house to rearrange my closet. I started in holes, and Paige readily agreed to sell as many tickets as she could. "I'll put up a sign by the restroom, too," she said. "We get a lot of traffic in there, sometimes even a line, depending on who's in there." I didn't want to know the details of her customers' bowel movements. "Thanks, you're the best." I exited the donut shop, resisting the call of more calories, and continued along the sidewalk. A brisk wind blew off the Chesapeake Bay, and I wrapped my arms around me to stave off the chill. Before I knew it, I was in front of Papers Plus, where the mugging occurred earlier, although you'd never know it. There was no sign of police activity, and the stores on this block seemed to be business as usual. I pushed open the door to Papers Plus. I figured I could ask the proprietor about the mugging and sell a ticket or two, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A quick glance inside told me that Plus encompassed everything from office supplies to gift cards to chocolate. I had a feeling Neville might have shopped in here before embarking on the great office reorganization. I maneuvered around the haphazard placement of shelves to reach the counter at the back, where a bald man was paging through the Buttermilk Bugle, the local newspaper. "It's so nice to see someone actually reading the paper," I said. I'd have to mention it to Clara. As one of the reporters, she'd be pleased to know her words were not written in vain. The man peered at me over the top of the paper. "I'm looking at the crime blotter." "Oh, because of the mugging?" He set the paper on the counter. "Did you hear about that? Right outside the store here." He shook his head. "Crazy world." "Did you see it happen?" He flicked his fingers toward the front of the store in frustration. "Can't see anything from back here." "No security cameras either?" "No, but I think it might be time to invest in one. There was a robbery at the electronics store last week. Did you hear about that one?" I did, but only because Chief Fox arrested him and spent an hour reenacting the dramatic takedown afterward, which prompted me to reenact one of my drug busts in San Francisco, and before you knew it, we were in a full-blown game of law enforcement charades. "I heard the scream and went outside to see what the fuss was about." "What did you see?" I asked. "The guy was long gone, but the lady was crying. I was impressed the guy didn't manage to get the purse. Boy, she must have had an iron grip on it." "Are you the one that called the police?" The man squared his shoulders. "Sure was. I would have chased the perp myself if I'd seen him. She said he fled north on foot, but I didn't see anything." "He must have been pretty fast," I said. The blocks in this section of town were longer than downtown. At a run, it would have taken the assailant 45 seconds to a full minute to turn a corner. "Did you run outside when you heard the scream?" "Yeah, of course." He didn't look particularly athletic. Still, he should have at least caught the back end of the attacker. Then again, maybe I was overanalyzing in order to drum up a case for myself. Anything to avoid stapler duty in the office. The man tilted his head and scrutinized me. "You're asking a lot of questions. Are you a cop or something?" I flashed my badge. To the human eye, it looked like an FBI badge. Only supernaturals could see that I was an agent for the Federal Bureau of Magic. His upper lip curled as he pondered the badge. "Why would the feds care about an attempted mugging?" "Good question. I'm based a couple of blocks from here. It doesn't sit well with me to know there's criminal activity happening right in my own neck of the woods." He looked at me with renewed interest. "I had no idea. I'm Gary Yancey." He reached across the counter to shake my hand. "Glad to know you're here, Agent, Fury." Agent Fury. He stared at me for a prolonged beat, and I had to imagine I was the first federal agent he'd ever met. I was also going to go out on a limb and guess he watched a lot of police dramas. While I had his full attention, I dug into my purse and produced the packet of tickets. While I'm here, can I interest you in tickets to the first annual Chipping Cheddar Mature Woman competition at the Senior Center? It's for a good cause. They're trying to raise money for items on their wish list. He glanced distractedly at the tickets in my hand. Sure. How much? By the time I returned to the office, I managed to sell all the tickets in my purse and was in good spirits. I was disappointed to see that Neville was still engrossed in organization. If I hung around too much longer, I was going to feel compelled to pitch in. My phone sprang to life with the beginning chords of You Sexy Thing. Saved by the bell, I murmured. I snatched the phone off my desk. Hey, Chief. Hey, yourself. Are you busy? I glanced at Neville as he lined up used pencils in size order. Insanely, so please give me an excuse to escape. Sounds like you're being facetious. Neville and I are stranded on a deserted island of office supplies, and he's about to name a ball of rubber bands Wilson. Any chance you can become unstranded? I need your help. I think I've met one of yours. One of my what? You know, she's special. I smiled. Should I be jealous? Definitely not. A future with her is impossible. I spun around in my chair. Just ask her what she is. I would, but I won't get an answer. Oh, I see. She's giving you the cold shoulder? Very cold, he said. She's dead. Chapter 3. It wasn't often there was a dead body behind the town library. Okay, there wasn't ever a dead body behind the town library, which explained the small crowd that had gathered to gawk at the crime scene. A tiny thrill shot through me at the sight of Chief Fox lingering just inside the line of yellow tape. No matter that I'd spent the morning with him, and the night, and dinner yesterday. Truth be told, I couldn't get enough of his company. Thanks for coming so quickly, Agent Fury. He greeted me with a formal handshake. You don't need to call me Agent Fury, you know. Everybody knows we're friends. You don't need to call me Chief Fox either, but I think we both do it for the same reason. Fair enough. We were both afraid of slipping at an inopportune time. Best to stick with official titles. I still call you Chief Fox in my head most of the time, too. His mouth twitched. You talk to me in your head? He gave his head a small shake. Never mind. We've got a more important matter. I peered over his shoulder at the body of a woman on her back on the pavement. With her arms and legs spread wide, she looked like a starfish, except for the gaping hole in her chest. Who is she? I asked. She's been identified as Pamela Clover. And how do you know she's one of mine? He angled his head toward the tote bag on the ground not far from the body. That bag is filled with small packages wrapped in brown plain paper. One of them was torn open. And? I prompted. And? He moved closer to me and pulled an object from his pocket. It was a small felt doll designed to fit on a keyring. It's enchanted, I said. I could feel the magic emanating from the doll. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it was significant enough that I sensed it. That's what I thought, he said. What's it supposed to do? I held the small doll in the palm of my hand. Not sure yet, but I can find out. I glanced over his shoulder at the body. What do we know about her so far? She worked at the garden center. Botanicals? No, the other one. Roots. Who found her? A passerby called it in. They didn't know her, but someone else came along who identified her. He inclined his head. Her boyfriend, Lance Barrett. Lance? Seriously? His parents had set him up for a world of pain. There'd been a boy called Rebel in my elementary school, and that poor kid was as straight-laced as kids came. Hall monitor and all-around tattletale, which obviously opened the door for years of torment by other children. There was also Manuel, whose parents clearly had no faith he would be smart enough to remember two names. It wouldn't surprise me to learn they both legally changed their names the second they turned 18. The chief grinned. Doubt the name has hurt him any. What makes you say that? I followed his gaze to an attractive guy surrounded by a bevy of young women intent on consoling him. I pegged him as early 20s with the chiseled face of a young Rob Lowe. Ah, yeah, I see your point. At least he seems sad. Yeah, I asked him to stick around. Naturally. I ducked under the tape and we walked over to inspect the body. Her lips are blue already, I said. How long do you think she's been here? The back of the library wasn't in plain view, but it wasn't exactly a dark alley either. Not sure. I'll let you know when I get the report. I stared at the softball-sized hole in her chest. Any organs missing? Not that I can tell. It's a relatively clean wound, like somebody punched straight through her chest for the heck of it. I shivered. That somebody would have to be awfully strong to do that kind of damage. The chief rubbed the back of his neck. So, at the risk of sounding like a noob, how am I supposed to explain a wound like this? If anyone asks you and you feel compelled to answer, it looks like a gunshot wound. No handgun blows a hole that big. They don't need to know the details. I glanced over my shoulder at the boyfriend. I think you might want to talk to Sir Lancelot before he runs off with a different Guinevere. I haven't called anybody yet to collect the body. I thought you might want to notify your team since she's one of yours. Thanks. I'll take care of it. I sent a quick text to Neville. It would require the wizard to tear himself away from his Jenga puzzle of tissue boxes, but I figured he'd welcome the change in activity. The chief and I made our way to the civilian side of the crime scene tape. Ladies, if you don't mind, we'd like to ask Mr. Barrett here a few questions about his girlfriend, he said. The young women reluctantly tore themselves away, although one particularly ambitious girl managed to hand over a slip of paper with her number before departing. Lance tucked the note into the small front pocket of his jeans. They were nice to keep me company, Lance said. Looked like they were trying to keep you warm, too, judging by how closely they were standing, Chief Fox said. I bit back a smile. The chief seemed to be heavy on the judging in that statement. Lance's gaze shifted slowly to Pamela's body, as though he were afraid to look. Not that I blamed him. It was gruesome. You read about this stuff. Well, I don't because I'm not much of a reader, but you never imagine it can happen to you. Technically, it happened to your girlfriend, I pointed out. We won't take long, Mr. Barrett, the chief said. It would just help the investigation along if you could answer a few basic questions. Anything. His brow creased. People are saying she was murdered. Is that a definite? He raised a hand in a helpless gesture. Maybe a brick fell off the library and hit her or something. I don't see any debris in the area, Mr. Barrett, the chief said. The gaping hole in her chest is the main giveaway, I added. Lance grimaced. I'd rather pretend I didn't see that. I didn't blame him. The wound was tough to look at, and I'd seen a lot of wounds in my few years as an agent. What can you tell us about Pamela? I asked. He hooked his fingers through the loops of his jeans and heaved a sigh. She was a breath of fresh air in a world that stinks like gym socks. How poetic, the chief said. She was sassy as hell, too. Lance paused to smile at a memory. But I like sassy women. The nice ones are too boring. He flicked his gaze to Chief Fox. Know what I mean? The chief resisted the urge to look at me. Oh, believe me, I do. She was a real good cook, which was great for me because I'd live on pizza if I didn't have someone to... He frowned. Well, I guess I'll be back to living on pizza now. Bummer. Lance, I said. As much as we appreciate the romantic trip down memory lane, we'd like information that might help solve her murder. Where did she live? Was she having any problems at work that you know of? That sort of thing? He laughed awkwardly. Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to know about the kind of person she was. I'd save that for the eulogy, I said. Seriously, it's very sweet. You mentioned earlier that she worked at Roots, Chief Fox said. His head bobbed. Yeah, I'm a landscaper and I buy all my materials from there. That's how we met. His expression turned anxious. Can I tell you how we met, or is that not important? The chief clapped a hand on the young man's shoulder. It's important, Mr. Barrett, but not to the investigation, unless you think there's something in the story that's relevant. Lance scrunched his face, and I realized it was because he was thinking so hard. Bless him. It probably burned a lot of calories, too, which explained his impressive physique. "There is something," he finally said, after an agonizing stretch of time. "She complained about getting harassing phone calls and text messages. Do you think that could be important?" "I definitely think that warrants a follow-up," I said. "I have her phone bagged for evidence," the chief said, more to me. "Did she say why they were harassing her?" "No, she was kind of secretive about some stuff. When I asked her about the messages, she blew it off. I think she is, or was, one of those women who spend her life building walls around herself and didn't feel safe enough to let people in." Okay, so maybe Lance had more than his looks going for him. "I think she liked me because I left her alone, you know?" he continued. "We both liked our space, and I didn't bug her to tell me everything." "Sounds like a nice balance," I said. "Anything else you can think of that might help us? Any personal problems, like an ex-boyfriend or a difficult family member?" Lance dragged a hand through his hair. "She never talked about her past or her family. One time I teased her that she washed ashore like that Greek goddess chick who surfed in naked on the clamshell." "Aphrodite?" I queried. "No, that wasn't it." He snapped his fingers. "Venus! I think she might have been named after the planet." I suppressed a smile. "Maybe." "Would you mind telling us where you were before you arrived on the scene?" Chief Fox asked. "I was working on a client's garden," he said. "I was supposed to meet Pamela for coffee at Magic Beans, but she didn't show up. I was walking back to my truck when I saw the flashing lights and the people coming to look, so I came to check it out." He bowed his head. "Man, talk about the surprise of your life." "I'll need the name of that client," the chief said. "Andrea Pilgrim," he said. "Her address is 34 Havarti Road." The chief typed the information into his phone. "Thanks. Am I free to go?" "For now, but don't leave town," the chief said. Lance craned his neck to look at the body, still on the pavement. "Would it be okay if I said goodbye before they take her away?" He frowned. "That's not weird, is it? I just don't want her to feel alone." My heart squeezed. "I understand. Go ahead, Mr. Barrett." We waited until he was out of earshot to talk. "What do you think?" he whispered. "Seems unlikely," I said. He shrugged. "Also seems unlikely a murder this brutal happened behind the library in broad daylight, but here we are." He had a point. "On that note, do you know anything about an increase in crime in my neighborhood?" He arched an eyebrow. "Monster clothes?" "No, the office. I ran into Paige from Holes and she mentioned an uptick. She said they're thinking of having cameras installed. There was an attempted mugging today, too, right in front of Papers Plus." "Yeah, Deputy Guthrie handled it." "Anything out of the ordinary?" Chief Fox glanced at the dead body. "Not like this, no." "Do you want to go back to your office now and look through her phone messages together?" I asked. "Unless you've got something better to do." "Nope. I'm all yours." He met my gaze and grinned. "Now that's what I like to hear." Chapter 4. Chief Fox and I sat in his office with the door closed so as not to be disturbed. It was hard to be this close to him and not run my fingers through his hair, but I was professional enough to keep my hands to myself. One mental reminder of Pamela Clover's dead body, and it was easy to keep myself on task. There was no password protection on the phone, which seemed surprising given her secretive nature. I would have expected the person Lance described to have trust issues, and that usually meant some sort of lock on the phone. I scrolled through the messages from Lance. She and Lance definitely had a coffee date for the time he said. "Why don't I call his client and confirm his location while you search for those harassing messages?" I nodded, my attention fixed on the messages. The chief used the landline to make the call, and I swiveled toward the wall and played the first voicemail. "Pamela, this is Marcus Jones again. You said you'd have what I ordered by now, and I'm sick and tired of chasing you around. If you don't get back to me soon, there's going to be trouble." Well, that was an interesting voicemail. It also confirmed Lance's story about harassing messages. I moved on to the next voicemail, which was from a woman named Allison. She was also demanding that Pamela come through as promised, or there would be hell to pay. Yikes. Lance wasn't exaggerating. What on earth was Pamela involved in that prompted such angry threats? The chief finished his call with Andrea Pilgrim. "The boyfriend's alibi checks out," he said. "The client confirmed he was there exactly when he said." I held up the victim's phone. These messages are no joke. People seem irrationally angry over a failure to deliver packages. I'd like to look through the tote bag from the crime scene and see the wares she was peddling. The chief gestured to the console table against the wall where he'd left the bag. "Feels strange not to log it into evidence." I glanced at him over my shoulder as I walked over to the bag. "Would you feel strange if the FBI took over the case and claimed the evidence?" "I guess not. Still, sharing my jurisdiction will take some getting used to. They don't exactly train us for this sort of thing." I rummaged through the bag. "It's in the town's best interest, though." "I agree, which is why I called you." I smiled at him. "Oh, please. You would have called me anyway, just to hear my sweet voice." I dumped the remaining packages on the table and began to sort through them. "You put the keyring doll back in here too, right?" "Hold on, found it." The chief joined me at the table. "Are all the packages like this one?" I unwrapped a package. This one was a dissolvable spoon. I brought it to my nose and sniffed it. "Pretty cool. What does it do?" "Not sure, but you put the spoon in hot water and stir until the spoon dissolves and the spell releases. I'll take these packages to the office and let Neville have fun dissecting them." "In the meantime, I think we should talk to the disgruntled customers," Chief Fox said. "We've got their phone numbers, so it shouldn't be hard to locate them." "Hold on. Neville can do it faster than any of us." I retrieved my phone and got the wizard on the horn. He found home addresses for both suspects, as well as a few personal tidbits. "Marcus is a student at the community college with 1 speeding ticket," I reported to the chief. "Allison is 32, works from home, and has a gym membership at Burn Baby Burn." The chief arched an eyebrow. "I'm disturbed by how quickly he accessed that information." I shrugged. He's a wizard with mad IT skills. The chief gave the room a speculative look. "A Neville would come in handy in this office, too." "Seems to me you're doing just fine." I tossed the packages back in the tote bag. "The community college is past my office. Why don't I drop off this evidence to Neville and then go talk to Marcus and you talk to Allison?" "Divide and conquer, huh? Are you sure you don't want to go together?" "As much as I enjoy spending every single minute with you, I think we've got a violent killer on the loose, and I'm not going to sleep well until we've found them." He looped an arm around my waist and squeezed. "I enjoy spending every minute with you, too." He leaned forward and kissed me gently on the lips. At that moment, the office door swung open and Deputy Sean Guthrie stood framed in the doorway, wearing a stunned expression. Immediately, he dropped his gaze and mumbled an apology. I felt the chief's arm slide away. "What's so urgent that you couldn't knock, Deputy?" he demanded. I wanted to hear about the case." "I'll brief you later, Deputy. You can close the door now." "Actually, I was just leaving," I said, slinging the evidence bag over my shoulder. "I'll let you know what I find out." I brushed past Sean on my way out, and he spun around to follow me. "It's not like I didn't suspect," he said in a low voice. I turned around and gave him a blank look. "Suspect what?" "Don't play dumb, Eden. I know you and the chief are playing past the hot dog." I laughed. "I don't think that's the game, Sean, but good effort. Let's hope he doesn't cheat on you like your last boyfriend." I cocked my head. "Are you suggesting that your boss, the chief of police, might engage in immoral conduct?" Deputy Guthrie winced. "No, of course not. Chief Fox is a... Oh, please don't tell him I said that." "Next time, think before you speak," I snapped. I left the office with my stomach churning. Deputy Guthrie didn't know a spell was the real reason Tanner had cheated on me with Sassy, and I couldn't tell him. Sean was human. He didn't know anything about my wicked family and their insistence that I not date humans like Tanner or Sawyer Fox. He certainly had no clue the lengths they were willing to go to either. At least Chief Fox was his boss, and Sean seemed to respect him. That would keep his mouth shut about us. Unlike Hugh Phelps, who wanted to hold the secret over my head in exchange for supporting Mayor Whitehead's bid for re-election this year. The joke was on him, because the chief and I supported the mayor without the need for coercion. I was dealing with Hugh, though, and the werewolf got his jollies from feeling powerful. On my way to find Marcus at the community college, I swung by the office and dropped off the tote bag of goodies for Neville to examine. The wizard was thrilled to have spells to dissect, but less than thrilled to have an influx of new items to organize. There was no pleasing some people. I continued to Chipping Cheddar Community College and parked amidst a sea of Ford Fiestas and Honda Fits. Some of the cars were in far better condition than mine. Maybe it was time to consider an upgrade. As I approached the main building, the double doors flew open and students spilled into the sunshine. It wasn't a large school, so I figured somebody would be able to identify Marcus in the crowd. According to Neville, the suspect had a macroeconomics class and a world history class today. I waved to the nearest student, a friendly-looking girl with a Baby Yoda backpack. She was too intent on her phone to notice, so I hurried over and tapped her on the shoulder. She jumped and laughed when she noticed me. "Sorry, I was in the middle of a raid," she said. I noticed the familiar creatures on the screen. "Oh, you play little critters? So does my niece." I couldn't bring myself to admit it was Grandma's obsession. "Cool," she said. "I've been trying to catch the sucker all week, and someone invited me to a raid right at the end of class." "Did you catch him?" She nodded. "Not a glowy one, but still powerful." She frowned at me. "Do I know you?" "No, I'm looking for Marcus Jones. Do you know him?" She brightened. "Yes, he's in my world history class." "Is that the class that just finished?" She nodded. "Professor Burke is such an engaging teacher. Very demanding, though. He expects everyone to participate, which isn't ideal for the introverts among us." She didn't strike me as much of an introvert, but I knew they were on a spectrum. Clara was an introvert who enjoyed the company of a small group, whereas Ted O'Neill was an introvert who preferred the company of inanimate objects in the town lighthouse. Any idea where Marcus might have gone after class? She turned around and scanned the flood of students behind us. "I don't see him, but there aren't any more classes today. Check behind the building. Sometimes people go to smoke out there after class." "Thanks for your help." I walked against the grain and made my way to the back of the building. Sure enough, there were a handful of students stubbing out cigarettes and retrieving their backpacks from the grass to head home. "I'm looking for Marcus Jones," I said. I showed them my badge, which prompted a fast exit by everyone who wasn't Marcus. Marcus blinked, realizing he'd been abandoned. "I guess process of elimination wins." I tucked away the badge. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about Pamela Clover." He squinted and tugged his ear. "Who's that? Never heard of her." "Maybe this will jog your memory." I pulled out Pamela's phone and played his message on speaker. "Okay, fine. I know Pamela. Is this some kind of sting? As far as I know, nothing was illegal." "Did you hear about the body found behind the library earlier today?" "Yeah, of course. Everybody's been talking about it. We barely covered any material in class because people were too hyped up." "That body was Pamela." The color drained from his face. "Holy. Wow." He took a moment to collect himself. "Do you know what happened? I heard the body was mutilated beyond recognition." "Obviously not, or I wouldn't be here talking to you already." His jaw unhinged. "Wait, is this some kind of interrogation?" I eyed him closely. Should it be? He waved his hands in a stopping motion. "Whoa, listen, that call was not what it sounds like. I ordered something from her and paid, but she didn't deliver. That's no way to run a business. I'm a business major, I should know." "What did you order from her?" Marcus averted his gaze. "I don't see why that's relevant." "It's relevant because the woman you left a nasty message for is now dead, and you're the disgruntled suspect." His arms flailed helplessly. "This is a violation of my First Amendment rights." "I don't think you understand how free speech works." "You work for the federal government." "I'm not trying to silence you. I'm trying to encourage you to tell me the truth so you can be cleared as a murder suspect." "Help me to help you, Marcus." He seemed to mull over his options. "Okay, fine. I ordered something from her to help me focus." He rubbed the back of his neck. I have a big exam coming up, and I've been distracted. Somebody told me Pamela is the one to see for extra help in that area." "Did you ever receive anything from Pamela before?" "Nah, this was my first time. That's why I was so annoyed. I thought I got conned." "Any idea what would have been in the package?" I asked. "My friend calls them Lucky Charms." He snorted. "I guess I need luck too, but I'm more interested in improving my concentration. This is my second year here, and I'd like to transfer to a 4-year college and get my bachelor's. If I flunk that exam, I'm toast." "Where were you earlier today? Here?" "Yeah, I've been in class since this morning. I didn't even stop for the good coffee. I went to the cafeteria here instead." He dug into his pocket and produced a receipt. "Here, maybe it's time-stamped." "And you haven't left campus since you got here?" Marcus shook his head. "I was proud of myself for making it here on time. I had a massive hangover this morning." He grinned. "Worth it, though?" "I'll need the name of your instructors for the classes you attended today." "No problem. I have nothing to hide." He rattled off the names in order of his schedule. "I'm going to check out your alibis, Marcus, so for your sake, I hope you're being truthful." He held up a hand. "I swear. I have a part-time job in the library here, and I'll lose that if I don't keep up my grades. That's why I contacted Pamela. I was feeling desperate. I really want to get into my dream school. I couldn't afford to go there all 4 years, but I can manage 2 with loans." I felt a rush of sympathy for Marcus. I knew it had to be difficult to balance work and school, especially when money was an issue. "Who's your friend that told you about Pamela's side hustle?" Marcus licked his lips, appearing hesitant to rat out his friend. My hands moved to my hips. "Marcus, a woman is dead. Your friend might be able to help us, unless you think they might be responsible for her death. Either way, I suggest you start talking." "No way, man. Josie would never hurt anybody. She's the most chill person I know." "And where can I find Josie?" Marcus reluctantly shared her address. "She lives with her grandfather, so be nice." "I'm always nice," I said. He gave me a pointed look. "You're a little scary, actually." "Comes with the territory, Marcus. If you only knew how scary I could truly be." He scooped up his backpack and slung it over one shoulder. "Can I go now?" "Yes, but don't leave town." He grunted, as if that were possible. My car already has 1,000,000 miles on it. As I watched him round the corner of the building toward the parking lot, I sensed a presence behind me. "Leave the young man be," a steely voice ordered. I turned around to see an unfamiliar woman standing behind me with her feet firmly planted and her hands balled into fists. She wore a black, sleeveless catsuit that showed off muscular, golden-brown arms, and her head was covered in dark cropped curls. Unlike Grandma's hairstyle snafu this morning, this woman's tight curls actually looked good on her. "Step away? You're a little slow on the uptake, friend. He's already gone." Her sharp brown eyes assessed me. "You don't look the way I expected." Without waiting for a response, she shot at me like cannon fire. I fell on the concrete and managed to keep her at bay by kicking both feet at once and nailing her in the stomach. She flew backward, but small, bat-like wings appeared under her arms and kept her airborne. "Stop!" I panted, scrambling to my feet. "I'm an agent for the Federal Bureau of Magic." I fumbled for my pockets. "I have a badge and everything." "Anybody can make a badge," she said, and lunged again. I managed to wrench my badge from the front pocket and shoved it at her before she could land a decent shot. I had no doubt this woman could do real damage to me. Her hands relaxed at her sides as she took in the badge. "You really are FBM?" "Yes." My body sagged with relief. I did not want to fight this woman behind the community college building, or anywhere for that matter. "You said I'm not what you expected. How did you know what I am?" And if she knew that much, why didn't she know my employer? "I sensed a powerful presence in town, so I followed it," she said. "It guided me here, to you. I knew what you were the moment I saw you." I studied her intently. "Who are you?" "My name is Elsena. I'm one of the Eumenides." "Eumenides? Is that someone from the Bible?" The look she gave me was nothing short of scornful. "The Bible?" Yeah, they have names like Amenadiel, Barachiel, Eumenides. I jerked a finger at her. No, wait, you're a supernatural mathematician. That explained her presence at the college. Her eyes narrowed. That's Archimedes. You're a Fury. How do you not know of us? I guess you'd say I haven't fully embraced the supernatural world. Her brow creased. How can you say that? You live in a town that attracts supernaturals, and you're an agent for the Federal Bureau of Magic. She flicked a finger at my badge, still in my hand. I've been willfully ignorant, I said. Of course, I've had to step up my knowledge once I was assigned to this outpost. That's what Neville's for. Who is Neville? My assistant and wizard sidekick extraordinaire. She angled her head. Like Saruman? Saruman? I blew a raspberry. Okay, you have to meet Neville to know how ridiculous that sounds. He's more like a cross between Samwise Gamgee and Gandalf, but with the technical skills of Q. Who is Q? James Bond? You can't tell me you run around fighting strangers and you've never seen a Bond movie. Elsena frowned. You've confused me. Oh, trust me, I confuse myself sometimes. I'll walk into the pantry and completely forget why I opened the door. I'm too young for that nonsense. Elsena shook her head. This is wrong. We should be trying to kill each other, not chatting like old friends. My hand flew to my chest in a gesture of apology. Oh, my bad. Do you want me to? Usually I err on the side of not killing someone I just met. Best to get to know them first. She took a few uncertain steps backward before launching herself into the air. I watched her fly away, impressed that her bat wings could support her muscular frame, but mostly wondering what in the hell just happened. Chapter 5. I tossed and turned that night, thanks to a series of strange dreams involving Elsena. Our brief encounter must have shaken me more than I realized. In one dream, she kept me in a headlock until I declared that Beatrice Fury was the most beautiful woman in all the land. When she released me, I looked up to see that Elsena had morphed into my mother. In another dream, I started frothing at the mouth, and Verity diagnosed me with rabies and asked if I'd come into contact with any bats recently. I was glad the Chief and I were each in our respective beds, because I would have kept him awake, and we both needed plenty of rest if we expected to solve Pamela's murder. I hauled myself out of bed early the next morning and showered, trying to get my act together. I was scheduled to meet Neville at Davenport Park for a training session and our daily check of the portal. The earlier we finished, the sooner I could get back to the murder investigation. I arrived at the park at sunrise to find Neville picking up dog poop and tying the top of the bag in a knot. 2 dogs today, Neville? Inspired by Chief Fox, the wizard had started fostering dogs until they found their forever homes. Sometimes that resulted in canine spectators during our training sessions. I offered my hand for the dogs to sniff. I knew I reeked of hellhound and didn't want to scare the little ones. The Jack Russell mix is Jack, and the Chihuahua mix is Diane. Someone's a John Mellencamp fan, I said. Neville blinked. Who's that? Forget it. I only knew the song because of Anton's devotion to 80s and 90s music. Are you sure they'll stay put? I have a magical barrier around them, like an invisible playpen. That way they can roam freely without feeling confined. Nice. What's on the agenda today? I asked, as 2 sets of puppy eyes watched me intently. I felt a sense of responsibility to entertain them. We need to finish the end of the section in the manual, he said. In his most recent email, Agent Redmond mentioned that headquarters has noticed we're behind. Agent Quinn Redmond was also employed by the FBM and Clara's boyfriend. He'd recently transferred roles within the organization so he could spend more time in chipping Cheddar with her. He was determined to make their relationship a priority, and I respected him greatly for it. How are we behind? I felt like I spent more time training than anything else. If I had to wrestle, I would much prefer facing off against Chief Fox. That way, even if I lost, I'd still win. You've been distracted, Agent Fury. I can't tick off the necessary boxes if you don't complete the exercise satisfactorily. I wasn't used to failure. I didn't realize you were being that persnickety. Neville sniffed. I have not been persnickety. I am simply following the rules and requirements as set forth. I held up a hand. I don't need you to recite any sections, Neville. I'm sorry I haven't been up to snuff, but I've had a lot on my plate. Now there's another murder investigation, and it seems clear there's a supernatural element, which places the crime firmly in our jurisdiction. Ah, yes. Poor Miss Clover. Did you make any progress with the packages I left with you? A bit. The keyring doll was stuffed with a mix of herbs that I believe were intended to cast a luck spell. Didn't work, I said, thinking of Pamela Clover's corpse. I doubt the doll was intended to work for her, Neville said. She made it for someone else. I suspect her enchantments were tailored to the buyer. That fit with what I'd learned so far. Any charms and enchantments that seem out of place? He shook his head. Not so far. The ones I've pulled apart are pretty simple. The magic isn't even advanced. So Pamela was a basic witch. Neville peered at me. Was that a pun, oh humorous one, or an actual observation? I offered a square smile. Can it be both? Did you learn anything else yesterday? He asked. I went over and warded her apartment like the chief asked. You two should have no problem entering, though. I won't bounce off an invisible wall, I asked, because I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the chief. I did enough of that without help. No, Agent Fury. Notice anything in the apartment? I didn't go in. I set up the ward from the corridor. Good thing, too. I suspect a building like that attracts squatters. Sounds like a gem. There were a few angry voicemails and messages on her phone, so we're talking to those people. I ruled out Marcus Jones, but the chief couldn't get in touch with the second suspect. He told me last night as part of our goodnight messages. Nothing screams romance like the suspect was unavailable. A disgruntled customer might fit the bill, Neville said. That would explain why one of the packages was ripped open. Maybe they were angry and wanted to destroy the rest of the enchantments. Or they were searching for a specific one. Clearly, there was plenty of work still to be done on the case. The wizard clucked his tongue. It's such a shame. Miss Clover had all those charms on her person, yet she still met a particularly gruesome end. No kidding. I didn't tell you the crazy part yet. Crazy part? Uh-oh. Don't tell me someone from your family turned up at an inopportune moment. Someone showed up, but she's not related to me. Her name's Elsena. She said she's one of the Eumenides, whatever that is. Neville started to choke violently. Are you okay, buddy? Do you need me to Heimlich you? I dashed toward him and attempted to whack him between the shoulder blades, but he ducked out of reach. He recovered his breath and said, Where did you learn the Heimlich maneuver? Last time I checked, it does not involve mercilessly beating the one you're trying to assist. I can't help it if I don't know my own strength. Did you swallow your gum or something? Did Neville even chew gum? No. I swallowed my fear. Fear? I mean, she was kind of terrifying at first, but then she didn't know who Q was, and that sort of destroyed any intimidation factor. I mean, she was no younger than me. How could she not know James Bond? Agent Fury! I stopped rambling and looked at him, surprised by his tone. Neville rarely lost his patience with me, which was a magical feat all by itself. What's wrong? I asked. What did she say to you? I'll get to that. First, I want to know more about her. She seemed shocked that I'd never heard of her species. Made me feel stupid. And I did not like feeling stupid. I was an overachiever by nature, and Elsena's attitude didn't sit well with me. I'd been a straight-A student and top of my class at the FBI Academy. I must say, I'm also surprised you're unfamiliar with her species, Neville said. He emptied magical stones from a drawstring bag into the palm of his hand. I looked at him with a deadpan expression. Way to kick me when I'm down. The name Eumenides means good-tempered ones. I thought back to Elsena and her fists. She didn't seem very good-tempered to me. She threatened me with bodily harm. Because she views you as her nemesis. Why? I was only interviewing a witness. I wasn't even using any fury traits. One of the dogs, I couldn't recall whether it was Jack or Diane, began to whine. Despite Neville's soothing tone, the dog continued to complain about its magical playpen. It seemed that even without visible borders, the dog disliked containment. Apologies, Agent Fury, but I can't concentrate while Jack is making that noise. I was glad he said it. I didn't want to be the one to make a fuss about the sweet dog. Neville shuffled over to lavish the dog with attention. I can't bear it when they're sad. You're going to spoil them. No more than you've spoiled Princess Buttercup. He nuzzled the dog's face. And don't all dogs deserve to be spoiled? I wasn't in the mood for training, so I was only too happy when Neville suggested rescheduling the session. Why don't we walk over to inspect the mound and I'll tell you what I know, I said. We can each take a leash so they get to stretch their legs. An excellent plan. Neville returned the stones to the pouch and gathered his belongings. I took Jack's leash and he took Diane's, and together we crossed the park to reach the mound that housed the dormant portal to Otherworld. Little did humans know that the inconspicuous hill located adjacent to the park and the Susquehanna River was a gateway to the supernatural realm. One of my main tasks was to regularly check on the portal and make sure it was, in fact, still dormant. Just because it had been non-functional for centuries was no guarantee that it would stay that way, especially when there were always demons attempting to sneak their way into this realm undetected. All operational portals were guarded and heavy on the red tape. The supernaturals that resided in this world were hidden in plain sight, and they wanted to keep it that way. Too much activity from Otherworld would threaten their existence here. Why do you think Elsena wanted to hurt me on sight? I was used to threats of bodily harm from my family when I walked through the door, but a stranger was another matter.
Some believe they were created to balance the Erinyes, or Furies, as we now call them.
He paused.
I mean you.
Balance me how?
Your species was created to avenge, don't forget.
I lifted my chin a fraction. I prefer to say I seek justice.
Yes, but you must remember the original Furies were goddesses of retributive justice. They personified hate and revenge. The Eumenides seek justice without the negative aspects of your kind.
So you're telling me she's better in every way? Gee, thanks for the support.
Need I remind you that your predecessors tortured and tormented mortal souls?
He said.
They're the flip side of the coin. You are the harsh, and they are the benevolent. The yang to your yin, and apparently quite pleasant in nature.
More pleasant than this? I motioned to my t-shirt that read, "So apparently I'm difficult." Neville bent down to pick up the dog.
There are meant to be kinder aspects to their personality.
I'm kind. I rescued a hellhound, and I always hold the door open for people.
The door thing is common courtesy, not kindness. I'll give you the hellhound, though.
He paused to inspect a crack in the wall and jerked away when Diane tried to lick it.
No, Diane.
The dog licked his arm instead.
Will you tell me now what she said to you?
I repeated our exchange, leaving out our discussion of Neville. I wasn't sure if he'd take offense to my description of him. No guy wanted to be Sam. They all wanted to be Aragorn. Neville would be thrilled to know I tossed in a Gandalf reference, though. I knew from his app usernames that he was a fan. He stroked Diane's head.
I can't believe there's one of the Eumenides right here in Chipping Cheddar. I have to admit, I find it thrilling. Do you think I'll get to meet her?
If she shows up to threaten me again, yeah, you might.
Maybe you could invite her for coffee and I could happen to stop by?
I frowned at him. Focus, Neville. We're not trying to date her. He cleared his throat and concentrated.
Historically, the Eumenides were tasked with ensuring the fertility of the earth.
What does that even mean?
Agriculture, I assume. That the ground would yield crops and other nourishments for its inhabitants.
She didn't strike me as the Mother Earth type.
She's a modern version of her species, as are you.
I nodded. That's true. I folded my arms, thinking. I guess it's kind of cool to have a nemesis. Makes me feel like a superhero.
Technically, Agent Fury, she's the hero and you're the villain.
I glared at him. Now who's being harsh and judgmental?
Did she mention why she was here?
We didn't get that far. I confused her and she flew away.
Sounds about right,
Neville said. Well, the portal looks fine. I turned to face the wizard. What do you think I should do if she shows up again? Neville fell silent for a moment. Finally, his reluctant gaze met mine.
Run.
Chapter 6. Neville agreed to return to the office and submit the daily report to headquarters, and I made plans to meet Chief Fox at Pamela's apartment for a look around. The dingy apartment building looked like it was built in the 70s. It was devoid of character, and there was an air of gloominess surrounding it. I don't think I would choose to move into a place like this, I said.
Most people aren't living here for the ambiance, the chief said. They're here because they can afford it, and there's usually availability.
Good point. My apartment in San Francisco had been painfully small, but I'd tried to make it cheerful. The windows had afforded lots of natural light, which helped a lot. Pamela's apartment had no such windows. Even worse, the interior was like a master class in how to be a slob.
This is college chic, the chief murmured.
I snapped a few photos with my phone.
Good idea, Chief Fox said. You take photos for evidence, and I'll hunt around for information.
Oh, I was taking the photos to send to Neville. He craned his neck to look at me.
You think the wizard can see evidence in here that we can't?
No, I want the wizard to see evidence that someone in chipping cheddar is messier than I am. He chuckled and resumed his search.
I like a woman with priorities.
I'll take the kitchen, I offered. Truth be told, I was hungry for a snack, and if there just so happened to be a spare cookie hanging around, I wasn't opposed to testing it for poison. Or taste. Chief Fox headed into the bedroom, and I rooted through the drawers and cabinets. There was nothing noteworthy, except for a stockpile of Lucky Charms cereal in the cabinet. If Pamela was prepping for a leprechaun invasion, she was more than ready. Despite the mess, the kitchen appeared normal enough. A phone charger by the coffee pot, a kettle on the stovetop, a sugar bowl surrounded by spilled granules.
Agent Fury, you're going to want to see this, the chief called.
When your hot boyfriend summons you into a bedroom, you don't linger over the cereal boxes. I've seen it already, and it's spectacular, I quipped, striding into the bedroom. He stood next to an open closet. The doors were open, and all I could see was a wall of clothes.
See anything odd?
He asked. She has more clothes than my mother.
And all her dresses are neatly on their hangers,
he said. Was she Amish? Because all those dresses are floor length. Or maybe she didn't like her legs. I pictured her like the main character in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, measuring the circumference of her calves and recording the data in a notebook.
Look at the state of the apartment, he said. Does she seem like the kind of person who hangs up all her dresses in a neat row?
No, you're right. She's hiding something.
All that FBI training finally came in handy, he teased.
Honestly, it's nothing to do with the FBI. I have a lifetime of experience with hiding things. I yanked apart the dresses in the middle of the rack and felt around for a secret compartment. Sure enough, the shape of a door greeted my eager fingers. I pulled down a few hangers for a better view. The door was painted the same color as the wall, but I saw a glint of metal in the light that indicated a handle.
Well, how about that? The chief said.
Not what you'd expect to find in a place like this. A manor house, yes. A cheap apartment building? Not so much.
Age before fury.
The chief started to step forward, but I cut him off before he could enter the closet. I think I should go first. If Pamela is hiding something, it could be supernatural related. I had no doubt it was, unless she was hiding a meth lab or a deranged ex-husband. This is the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe moment I thought I'd never have.
If she's hiding Turkish Delight, save some for me, he said. I know how your sweet tooth operates.
He could have all of it, as far as I was concerned. I'd tasted the dessert once and decided it wasn't so delightful. I stepped into the darkened room and listened to the chief fumble for a light switch. A string brushed the top of my head and I pulled it. Light flooded the space, and we both gasped. 2 empty tables were on either side of the secret room. There was a swivel chair in front of one of the tables. This explains why Pamela was so secretive with Lance, I said. She had walls because she was actually hiding something behind them. But what? The chief got on his hands and knees to look under the tables.
There are cords still plugged into the sockets. Looks like somebody removed the equipment in a hurry.
The killer or someone else?
Hard to say at this stage.
He returned to his feet and surveyed the space.
Seems like she had an awful lot of gear for someone who makes and sells charm packets.
It appeared that Pamela's secret room had once been chock full of more equipment than my office.
It doesn't make sense. I would have expected to find a workplace with herbs, a mortar and pestle, not computer equipment.
The chief sat in the swivel chair and studied the setup.
Based on the position and the type of the cords and the dust outlines on the table, I would say she had surveillance equipment.
He pointed to the right.
She probably sat here and monitored the screens.
Was Pamela somehow responsible for the spate of recent crimes in town? He motioned to the other table, where a wire still rested.
That looks like her phone charger,
the chief said.
We should take it with us so we can charge her phone.
I don't think that's for her phone. That charger was in the kitchen.
It's definitely for a phone,
he said, unplugging it from the wall. An idea occurred to me. That might explain why she didn't password protect her phone. The chief's face lit up.
Because she had two.
Did she have the second one here, and whoever took the equipment took the phone? Or did the killer take it? I studied the charger in his hand. Or are they the same person? He sighed.
No way to know at this point.
I frowned, still processing the information. If she had a second phone for her secret communications, why not give that number to people like Marcus? If she was up to no good, why use the phone that was easily accessed? He inhaled as he surveyed the cramped room.
I wish I knew.
The alternative was that Pamela Clover was involved in even shadier dealings and relegated those interactions to the missing phone. I turned toward the far wall, and that's when I noticed the outline of another door. What on earth? I crossed the room and touched the frame.
What'd you find?
I tapped the wall. It looks like another door.
I bet they came for the equipment but couldn't get past the ward,
the chief said.
Found another way in.
He scratched his cheek. But how would they have gotten out? The ward wouldn't keep someone in, I explained. It would only keep them out. If the person entered through the neighbor's wall, nothing would have prevented them from walking straight out of Pamela's closet with all the evidence.
Too bad a building like this doesn't have security cameras,
the chief said. I looked around the hidden room and a realization settled in. I don't think Pamela was messy.
You think her place was ransacked?
I nodded. I think somebody was looking to make sure they took all the evidence of whatever Pamela was working on. He returned his gaze to the empty table.
To protect it or destroy it?
That remains to be seen.
We should talk to the neighbor,
he said. You distract them, and I'll see if I can find the entry point. We left the apartment and walked along the corridor to the next apartment. The mind-altering carpet looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. I knocked on the door and waited.
Be with you in a minute,
a voice croaked.
Just got out of the bathroom, and I've been sitting for longer than I care to remember. My legs are numb.
Well, that was TMI. At least I already knew he'd be forthcoming with information. The door opened to reveal an adorable elderly man with a shock of white hair and wiry glasses that reminded me of Santa Claus. Hi there, I said. He peered at me over the top of his glasses.
It isn't Girl Scout cookie season.
No. My Girl Scout days are long over. I flashed my badge. My name is Agent Fury, and this is Chief Fox. Mind if we ask you a few questions?
Ooh, is it about my neighbor? Did you catch the murderer?
Not yet. That's why we're here, Mr.
the chief said.
Jerry Stedman,
he said.
Mr. Stedman, did you happen to notice any strangers in the building yesterday or earlier today?
The chief asked.
Now that you mention it, there was a woman here yesterday,
Jerry said. Can you describe her? I asked. He scratched his chin.
About your height, but more muscular. Short hair. Oh, and she was black.
My heart skipped a beat. Elsena. Would you mind telling us what she wanted? I asked.
She asked to see my kitchen. Said she was taking over the lease next door and wanted to compare kitchens in case she decided to make changes.
Would you mind if I took a look in your kitchen? I asked. He opened the door wider.
I've had more beautiful women in my place in the past 2 days than the past 20 years combined.
The chief and I entered the apartment. It wasn't nearly as messy or dismal as Pamela's place. The walls were covered in framed photos of family members. Jerry had clearly lived here for a long time.
"Why don't you tell me more about Pamela?"
the chief asked. While the chief kept Jerry occupied, I slipped into the kitchen. I walked into the pantry and immediately saw the outline of the door. Elsena had entered through the pantry, collected all the equipment, and sailed right out of Pamela's apartment with it. The question was, why? I returned to the living room. "There's a hole in your pantry wall that's going to need fixing," I said. "We'll send someone out to take care of it for you." Jerry frowned at me.
What kind of hole?
"Don't worry about it, Mr. Stedman. It's not a problem."
Okay, then. Can you make sure she's attractive? I feel like I'm on a roll.
I smiled. "We'll do our best. Thank you for your help." I started toward the door and swiveled back toward him. "You know what? There's an event coming up at the senior center. Chipping Cheddar's Mature Woman competition. I happen to have a spare ticket. Why don't I give it to you? I think you'd like it." He perked up.
When is it?
"Hold on." I opened my purse and fished out my ticket, handing it to him. "It's Friday night at 7 at the senior center." Jerry smiled at the ticket.
I like the sound of this. I don't get out much. How much do I owe you?
"Don't worry about it. This one's on me." I needed to replenish my ticket stash anyway, and Jerry seemed like a worthwhile cause. The chief and I returned to the parking lot.
"Who do you think the woman was?"
"I don't think. I know." I told him about Elsena.
"You think she came into town to kill Pamela?"
I slid into the passenger seat beside him. Or to silence her and things got out of hand. She took whatever evidence she knew existed. Chief Fox cast a sidelong glance at me.
"You've got this figured out already, don't you?"
"Not exactly, but I'm working on it." I silenced him with a finger and placed a call to headquarters, requesting information on Pamela Clover and a Eumenides named Elsena. After being passed from one employee to another, I was finally advised that I didn't have proper clearance for that information. I set the phone in my lap, thinking.
"And?" the chief prompted. "Doesn't sound like a fruitful call."
Yes and no. I thought about Elsena's arrival and the clearance issue. I think Pamela might have been an FBM informant. The chief cocked an eyebrow.
"Seriously? You have those?"
"It's just a hunch. I'll let you know for sure once I confirm it. If Elsena was still in town, maybe I wouldn't need clearance. Maybe I could get the information I needed straight from the Eumenides' mouth." Chapter 7. Through the window of good enough, I spotted Clara at our usual table and was thankful she was alone. I hurried inside the diner before Sassy arrived. Sometimes the former cheerleader's penchant for tardiness was to my advantage. "Hey," Clara greeted me. I slid into the booth across from her. "Hey, I need to talk to you before Sassy gets here. When will Quinn be back in town?" "The day after tomorrow? Why?" "I need him to get me clearance for information on a case I'm working on. I already sent him a text, but he hasn't responded." "Is this about the dead woman from behind the library? Are you covering that for the paper?" Clara worked as a reporter for the Buttermilk Bugle. Lately, she'd been entrusted with bigger stories than the local high school soccer match, and she was determined to make the most of it. Clara nodded. "It's been difficult to get information. I guess now I know why." They'd have to mention the strange hole in her chest, and I imagine they'd have trouble explaining that one. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. "Can you explain it?" "Not yet. That's why I need Quinn. I hit a wall when I called headquarters for information." "What kind of information are you looking for?" "There's another supernatural in town, and I think she's here because of Pamela's death. But this is my jurisdiction. I can't have one of the Eumenides running around with her super strength and her bat wings." Clara gaped at me. "What's a Eumenides?" I gave her the shorthand version. "Her name is Elsena, and she seems to think she's the righteous one, and I'm some kind of demonic version of her." Clara snickered.
What's so funny, ladies?
Sassafras, Sassy Persimmons sank into the booth beside me. Something happened at the office, I said.
Oh, tell me about it. Between us, Clara and I have enough entertaining office stories to keep us popular at parties for a year. Not that I wouldn't be popular without stories. When you look like me, you don't even have to open your mouth to be popular.
Sad, but true. You definitely work with some characters, I said. Sassy rolled her eyes.
The men are the worst.
She glanced around the diner.
Did you order yet?
Not yet, Clara said. We waited for you. Sassy smiled and wiggled her fingers at the waitress.
I don't recognize her. Have we had her before?
Clara peered at the waitress as she approached. No, she's new.
Hi, I'm Gwen,
the woman said.
Do you need another minute or are you ready to order? We're ready.
Sassy folded her hands primly on top of the menu she didn't bother to open.
I'd like a Buddha bowl with quinoa and sprouts.
Gwen frowned.
I don't think that's on the menu. Well, I'm trying to eat healthy, so maybe it should be.
Ma'am, this is a diner named after cheese, Gwen said. We're not aiming for healthy. I'll have a sausage and cheddar omelet and an iced tea, I piped up. And I'll have a fried chicken burger with fries and a water, Clara added.
A glass of water with lemon for me,
Sassy said. You're not going to eat? Clara asked.
I'm trying to watch my weight and my skin, Sassy said. You don't need to worry about these things now that you have a boyfriend. You can let yourself go.
I'm not letting myself go, Clara replied hotly. I'm ordering the kind of thing I normally order here. Sassy tucked a blonde strand of hair behind her ear.
You have no idea what it's like out there. You have to look like a supermodel to gain any traction.
Clara and I exchanged glances.
Anything else, ladies?
Gwen prompted, clearly annoyed. She'll have the hummus platter, Clara said. Great. Gwen collected the menus and marched toward the kitchen. You're a beautiful woman and you're going to eat food, Clara said to Sassy. None of this skipping meals garbage. I looked at Sassy. What she said. Sassy played with the edge of the napkin.
I'm not that hungry, that's all.
Because you're still dealing with the emotional fallout of your breakup, Clara said. It's completely normal. Have you talked to Sean about your breakup by any chance? I asked. Sassy's eyes met mine.
You mean, did I complain to Sean that Tanner did to me what he did to you? What we did to you? Yes, of course. Why?
How did he react? Does he defend Tanner?
Absolutely not. He thinks Tanner is vile, which he is.
Sassy squared her shoulders.
Sean doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. Tanner has invited him over to meet his woman, but Sean's been avoiding it.
I hated to ask my next question, but it seemed worth mentioning. Have you ever thought about Sean as having boyfriend potential? Clara and Sassy burst into laughter at the same time. You can't be serious, Clara said. Sean Guthrie? He is a deputy, I said.
He's also a redhead, Sassy said. I'd sooner date a clown.
I frowned. How does that make sense? Clowns have red hair too.
Yes, but they wear wigs so they can take them off.
Her lips curved into a smile.
And the big shoes offer hope.
Gwen returned with our drinks and quickly moved on to wait on another table.
Maybe you should date Sean,
Sassy said. I choked on my sip of iced tea. No, I don't think that's a viable option.
Why not? Your standards aren't as high as mine.
She flipped her blonde hair over her shoulder.
If you stand far enough away from him, you don't even notice the freckles.
There's nothing wrong with freckles, I said. I wasn't just defending Sean this time. I had more than a few freckles of my own, as did Clara, right across the bridge of her nose.
They're flaws, like zits,
Sassy pressed. Clara laughed. They are not. They're nothing like zits.
Well, I'm glad I don't have any, Sassy said. The woman who used to babysit me had huge brown freckles all over her face. They were a great distraction, though. I would stare at them so long that my vision would get blurry.
I'm sure she appreciated that, I said. Sassy drummed her fingers against the side of the glass.
She wasn't very nice. She once told me that my mother would stay home with me more often if I wasn't such a little brat.
Yikes, I said. Did you tell your mom?
No, of course not. I didn't want to make her feel guilty for working instead of being home.
Once again, Sassy went from pompous diva to someone I wanted to hug in 0 to 10 seconds flat. These occasional glimpses of Sassy's underbelly had formed the bridge from frenemy to friend.
Tanner used to give me a hard time, she continued. He thinks my mom was awful and that I shouldn't care about her. But she's still my mom, no matter what, right? I couldn't hate her even if I wanted to.
Clara and I exchanged glances, and I knew exactly what the empath was thinking. Sassy and I had a lot more in common than we realized. Of course, I couldn't tell Sassy about the complexities of my own familial relationships. I had to say the bare minimum, which sometimes served as a barrier to others trying to get to know me. Tanner only feels that way because his own mother coddled him so much, I said. He thinks it's a crime for mothers not to believe their kids are perfect.
I think there's a balance, Sassy said. I agree with you about his mom, though. Tanner could blow up a bank and Gail would blame the bank for not giving him money in the first place.
Gwen returned with our food, and I dove straight in, suddenly ravenous from the smell. What does Gail think about Jade?
Clara asked. Exactly as you'd expect, Sassy said. She's excited at the prospect of being a grandmother. She was fed up waiting for me to get pregnant.
I slapped my hands on the table. Wait, what? Jade's pregnant?
No, not that I know of, Sassy said quickly. I just mean that the option is on the table.
She shrugged.
I can't imagine Tanner will make a very good father, but who knows? Stranger things have happened.
She wasn't wrong there.
Speaking of strange things, what do you think about that poor woman killed behind the library?
Sassy clucked her tongue.
You think you live in a safe town and then something like that happens. Makes you stop and think.
About what? I asked. Sassy hesitated.
That I don't want to be brutally murdered behind a public library.
I bit back a smile. Would it be okay if the library were private? She glared at me and swiped a forkful of my omelet. Oh, look, it's just like when you're staying at my house, I said. Clara snickered. She does that to you too? Sassy blinked at us.
What? The calories don't count when you eat them off someone else's plate. That's the rule.
When will you be back at the barn eating half my dinner? I asked. I'd like to know so I can make extra.
Please, like you make anything yourself, Sassy said. If you didn't have a microwave, you'd starve.
I'm trying. I was trying. I'd even had lessons from my cousin, Raphael. The warlock was a master chef and the owner of Chop House, one of the best restaurants in town. If you didn't eat off other people's plates, you'd starve, Clara pointed out. Quinn is back in town soon, so you'll be able to feast on Eden's microwavable meals then.
Oh, goody, Sassy said. I love a good lean cuisine.
Her eyes rolled skyward.
Not.
I turned toward her. Here's a thought. You could buy your own food and cook it. She twirled a fork in the air.
Too time-consuming.
I looked at Clara. Remind me when I get custody of Sassy again, I need to make a note on my calendar to be very busy.
You're always busy anyway, Sassy complained. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were dating someone.
Clara stiffened. Speaking of dating someone, don't look now, but your ex... She paused and frowned at us. Both of your exes? She gave a dismissive shake of her head. Anyway, Tanner just walked through the door with her.
Fudge,
Sassy whispered. She straightened in her seat and kept her gaze forward, although I could tell she was desperate to turn around for a glimpse. You look amazing, if that helps, Clara said. Sassy smiled and tossed her hair over her shoulder.
Well, that goes without saying.
You don't think he would actually have the stones to come over here, do you? I asked. 2 hands clapped together, forcing my attention to the left. Wow, if it isn't the ladies who lunch.
Hello, Tanner,
Sassy said with a slight edge in her voice. A petite woman with dark hair stood beside him. With a round face and unusually large brown eyes, she reminded me of a delicate doll. This is Jade, he said. Honey, that's Clara, and these 2 lovely ladies are my former girlfriends. That's Eden, and that one is Sassy. She's the one I told you about. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Look at the 3 of you together. I have great taste, don't I? It took all my strength not to toss my glass of iced tea in his direction. Tanner had no shame.
Nice to meet you, Jade said.
and raised her eyes to meet mine. I nearly knocked over my glass, and, thankfully, managed to catch it before I made a mess.
"Oh, sorry about that," Tanner said with mock apology. "I didn't mean to unnerve you by my coming over here. I thought it would be nice for everyone to meet and get introductions out of the way."
"Trust me, Tanner, you didn't unnerve me," I said. Get on my nerves was another story, however.
"We should let you get back to your meals," Jade said. "It was nice meeting you."
Tanner kept his arm around Jade's waist as they moved to a different section of the diner.
"Ugh, the nerve," Sassy said. "Do you think he told her we were still together when he took up with her?"
"I don't think so," Clara said. "There's no way she would have come over here if she'd known."
"Unless she's as awful as Tanner," Sassy said.
Clara shifted her focus to me. "You've gone quiet all of a sudden. No opinion on Jade?"
"I find that hard to believe," Sassy said. "Eden has an opinion about everyone and everything."
"Sorry, I'm just more interested in eating right now." I shoveled food into my mouth to keep from talking.
"Would you excuse me?" Sassy said. "I have the sudden urge to vomit. I'll be back in a few."
She scooted out of the booth and disappeared in the direction of the restroom. I waited until she was out of earshot to talk. "You know something," Clara said. "I felt your energy change." Nodding, I wiped my mouth with the napkin. There's no way Jade is going to be the mother of Tanner's children, but we can't tell Sassy. Clara reached across the table to grip my arm. "Why? Is she one of those realistic robots like in Westworld? Oh, please tell me she's a creepy robot. That would be the best karma." "Not a robot," I said. Clara's expression fell. "Then why do you feel so tense about it?" Frowning, she squeezed my arm before releasing her grip on it. "Because a robot might be the better option," I said. "Tanner's new girlfriend is a vampire." Chapter 8. While I waited for more information on Elsena and Pamela's ties to the FBM, Chief Fox and I continued our investigation as we would any other. I spoke to Marcus's friend Josie, who had a rock-solid alibi, and the chief was still trying to track down Allison, the second angry customer. In the meantime, we decided to drive to Pamela's former place of employment to interview the staff. Roots was located on the outskirts of town on Cottage Lane. There was a large greenhouse to the right of the building, and a display of garden flags to the front. I stopped to admire a flag with a black cat and cauldron design. "Aunt Thora would like that," I said, pointing. Chief Fox glanced sideways at the flag. "I thought she liked lemons." "She can like more than one thing, can't she? I like you, and I also like peanut butter." "Fair point." We entered the shop, and I was immediately distracted by a collection of pale-colored ceramic pots on the shelves to the left. "Look at that white one," I said. "That would look nice right outside my front door, don't you think?" I lifted the pot off the shelf for closer inspection. The chief pondered the pot. "Are you sure that's a wise investment? Don't you kill plants?" "Yes, but I was thinking Aunt Thora would take care of it for me." His eyebrows drew together. "That would require her presence right outside your front door on a regular basis. Have you considered that?" I placed the pot back on the shelf. "Yeah, I don't like it that much." The garden center wasn't busy, and the first person we encountered was an employee. He was a young, skinny guy with acne and a bad haircut. He wore the brown Roots apron, and his name tag read, Chad. "Hey, Chad," the chief said in a conversational tone. "How's it going?" Chad appeared nervous at the sight of us, although that wasn't indicative of anything. Lots of people grew anxious at the sight of the police, whether they were guilty of anything or not. Even when I was training at the academy, I got pulled over for speeding, and I thought I was going to vomit from nerves. Thankfully, I didn't, or I might have been issued a ticket instead of a warning. "Everything's fine, sir. Nice weather we're having. Unseasonably warm, isn't it? My mom says a cold front is due in next week." His Adam's apple rolled up and down as he spoke. It seemed that every part of Chad was on edge. The chief clapped a reassuring hand on the young guy's shoulder. "Relax, Chad. We're looking for the owner. Nobody's here to arrest you." The young man tilted his head. "He's in the office in the back.
You might want to knock first. Last time I went in without knocking, he spilled a meatball parm down his white shirt. It's not an understatement to say he was not a happy camper.
Consider us warned, I said.
Chad scrunched his face. If you're here, then I guess it's true about Pamela?
What did you hear?
I asked. That someone killed her as she was coming out of the library with the new Janet Ivanovich book she'd put on hold. The killer ripped out her heart and ate it in front of a crowd and then ran off.
The chief and I exchanged glances. No wonder Chad was a nervous wreck.
I'd never borrow a book from the library again if I'd heard that version of events. I'd have to resort to Kindle books on Amazon. The only true part of that story is that Pamela is dead,
the chief said.
Really?
Chad's shoulders sagged with relief. He pulled aside his apron to show us a makeshift metal breastplate.
I've been wearing this just in case. I made it from my mom's old trash can lid.
I suppressed a laugh.
Chad had taken the news to heart.
No pun intended.
The chief knocked on the breastplate, and the tinny sound echoed in the spacious room. You're a creative guy. Good job.
Chad beamed with pride.
Thanks. My mom says I'm wasting my life in a dead-end job, but I like it here. It's peaceful.
Frowning, he paused.
Unless you make the boss spill marinara sauce on his white shirt.
Did Pamela get along with your boss? I asked. Might as well make the most of chatty Chad while no one else was within earshot.
For the most part. She was real good at her job. Like, real good. I told her once she should open her own business like this one, but she said she wasn't one to put down roots. He guffawed. She had a dry sense of humor. She reminded me of that detective on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Have you ever watched that show? My mom and I watch it together sometimes. He snapped his fingers. Detective Rosa Diaz.
And you didn't witness any arguments between Pamela and any customers? I asked, trying to keep Chad on point.
Not that I remember. I mean, there was the occasional customer who insisted on a sale price for an item that was clearly full price, and Pamela never gave in on stuff like that. She could be tough, but she was fair.
What about other members of staff? I asked. Was she particularly close with anyone? Or maybe had a rift with someone?
Chad shook his head. She wasn't close with anyone here. I liked her, but I can't say I knew much about her. She knew a lot about me, of course, but that's because I'm an open book. Pamela kept to herself.
His face paled.
I don't mean to suggest she was a snob or anything. Whenever I asked her a question, she always answered it. Sometimes people just walk away from me without responding, which is kind of rude, but Pamela didn't do that. My mom thinks Pamela was on the run from an abusive ex.
I balked.
What made her say that?
Did she ever meet Pamela?
A few times. When my car was in the shop, my mom would drop me off here and pick me up, so she spoke to Pamela then. She said she got the impression that Pamela was hiding something. Chad broke into nervous laughter that sounded like a drowning hyena. My mom watches a lot of television. She has a preference for gritty dramas and serial killer movies, so you don't have to put much stock in her theories.
He held up a hand as though swearing on a Bible.
I know I don't. Thanks for the insight, Chad, the chief said. We appreciate it. No problem. Feel free to ask me anything you like. Like I said, I'm an open book.
We left Chad to help a newly arrived customer and made our way past the counter.
That was interesting, I murmured. Very, the chief agreed. I might want to hire Chad's mom. We walked along the narrow corridor to the closed door at the end. The chief took the lead and knocked on the door. Come in, a voice said. The chief cracked open the door and we stepped inside.
Mr. Root was a portly man with thinning hair and a wispy mustache. He wasn't eating a meatball parm, but he did have a napkin tucked into his shirt and was digging into a plate of spaghetti. Evidently, the man liked his carbs.
Mr. Root, my name's Chief Fox, and this is Agent Fury from the FBI. We'd like to ask you a few questions about Pamela Clover.
He lowered his head.
Terrible shame. I hope you're here to tell me what happened. We're still working on that, the chief said.
Mr. Root's gaze flicked to me.
Why is the FBI involved?
That's confidential, I said. I loved that phrase. Nobody questioned a badge-wearing FBI agent when they claimed confidentiality.
We'd like to know if you're aware of any issues, Chief Fox said. Did Pamela complain about anything? Or maybe have an altercation with a customer?
He snorted.
You think a customer killed Pamela behind the library because of a wrong plant order? My customers are serious about their gardens, but they're not insane.
I leaned my hands on the edge of the desk. So you can't think of anything at all? He raised his hands.
Nothing comes to mind. What about you? The chief asked. Any problems with Pamela?
He untucked the napkin from his shirt and tossed it on the desk.
She was a reliable employee. She even had her own set of keys. We only ever had one issue between us, and we resolved it.
I peered at him. And what issue was that? He waved a dismissive hand.
Some missing stock. It was nothing. I realized I was mistaken.
What kind of stock? I pressed.
I just told you it was no big deal.
And I'm asking you for more details, I countered. He fiddled with the fork, banging against the rim of the plate.
A few specialty items. I noticed them missing during inventory, and Pamela was in charge, so I asked her about them.
I'll need a list of the missing items, I said. He gave an awkward laugh.
You think I remember?
I looked him in the eye. Yes, I think you do. Mr. Root leaned against the back of the chair and exhaled.
Fine. A few different types of buckeye, dragon's blood, which is a tree resin, and white willow bark shavings. I was particularly concerned about the buckeye because it's poisonous.
I resisted the urge to shoot a triumphant look at the chief. According to Neville, these were some of the same ingredients used in Pamela's charms. Mr. Root grimaced.
She wasn't poisoned, was she? I didn't consider that. No, sir, she wasn't poisoned.
The chief confirmed.
That's a relief.
He patted his brow with a handkerchief.
I guess this means Raymond can finally stop harassing her to come and work for him.
I perked up. Who's Raymond?
Raymond Burton, the owner of Botanicals. We have what I would call a friendly competition. He tried to poach Pamela not that long ago. She hadn't even worked here very long, but that Raymond is a shark. What I have, he wants. How do you know about the attempted poaching? Did Pamela tell you?
The chief asked. Mr. Root scratched behind his ear.
No, that's the funny part. Raymond told me about it at poker one night. He was miffed because he offered her $1 more an hour, and she still said no thanks. Pamela never mentioned this? No, I guess she didn't want to upset me.
His expression softened.
It's nice that she was so loyal. For $1 an hour more, she should have jumped ship. It's the same job. There's nothing special about this place.
He put a finger to his lips.
Just don't repeat that to my customers.
One last question, I said. How much is the flag out front? The one with the cat in the cauldron? I'd like to buy it for my Aunt Thora. Mr. Root's shoulders relaxed.
Thora, you say? Tall, sweet woman with an impressive knowledge of botany?
One and the same. Thora is my grandmother's sister, I said.
Oh, she's delightful,
he said.
The whole place smells like lemons whenever she comes in. I told her once she must bathe in it in order to get a scent to stick like that.
She's a talented gardener, I said. I wish I had half her skills.
Me too,
Mr. Root said.
I'd hire her in a heartbeat if she was interested in a job.
I think she's perfectly content to putter around at home, I said. I was grateful for it, too. Aunt Thora was a necessary buffer in the main house.
The flag is on the house,
he said. Oh, I can't accept that, I said. I'm happy to pay.
Very well, then. It costs $1 and not a penny more.
I fished a single dollar bill from my purse and placed it on the desk. Thank you for your help, Mr. Root. As we exited the garden center, I plucked the flag from the display and carried it to the car. Once in the passenger seat, my phone pinged with a text from Agent Redmond, letting me know that his request for clearance was also rejected. Whatever Elsena was doing here, the FBM wasn't going to be forthcoming about it, even to someone at a higher level. Looks like we're on our own, I said to the chief. The FBM rejected Redmond's request. He cast a sidelong glance at me as he slid behind the wheel. What's your plan? I don't care who she works for. We can't have Elsena on the loose in our territory. There's no oversight. It's like when the Avengers made a mess and innocent people died.
That was the whole reason for the Accords, the chief said. In Civil War, the government wanted to hold the Avengers responsible and... He trailed off. I've got to be honest. When I was back in Iowa, I never thought superhero movies would actually become relevant to my job.
I gave him a coy smile. That's because you hadn't met me yet. He pulled the car out of the parking lot and onto the main road.
You've changed my life in more ways than one, Eden Fury. No doubt about that.
Chapter 9. As much as I preferred to avoid the main house, I was curious to see whether my family knew anything about the Eumenides. Neville had academic knowledge, but it was possible someone in my household had actual first-hand experience. At least I had the garden flag from Roots as an offering. I'd pretend it was a present meant for all of them. I entered through the back door and walked into the family room to find Grandma and Aunt Thora on the sofa, while my mother sashayed toward the kitchen with an apple on her head. Why are you walking with a pink lady on your head?
That's not a pink lady, Aunt Thora corrected me. That's a Honeycrisp.
I glanced at my great-aunt. I'm not sure that's the salient fact. My mother paused to look at me. It's called poise, honey. You should try it sometime.
She's showing us how she thinks we should walk across the stage for the competition,
Grandma said. You have to walk with a straight spine and chin lifted at just the right angle to keep the apple from falling. It's a lost art.
Maybe it's lost for a reason,
Grandma said.
Did you think of that?
My mother turned slowly toward Grandma, careful to balance the apple. Your nose is buried in your phone so often, I'm surprised you don't suffer more neck spasms.
Beatrice is right, Aunt Thora chimed in. If you're staring at your screen all the time, you're missing out on what's happening around you.
I'm aware of what's happening, thanks,
Grandma said.
And I'm confident I'm not missing anything.
My mother tilted her head and let the apple slide into the palm of her hand. Now you try, Mother. Grandma begrudgingly took the apple and placed it on top of her head. One step forward and the apple toppled to the floor. She looked down at the floor and shrugged.
I can't pick that up without straining my low back.
I scooped the apple off the floor and returned it to her head.
What have you got there?
Grandma asked. I thrust the flag toward her. I bought it at Roots.
What were you doing in a garden center?
Grandma asked.
Are they offering gardening lessons?
Oh, good. I'm glad you finally acknowledged one of your weaknesses, Eden, my mother said. There's no shame in being terrible at something, although I'm sure it must frustrate you to no end. I know how you are. I can think of something that frustrates me more, I said through gritted teeth.
I like Roots better than botanicals, Aunt Thora chimed in. Better selection from a witch's perspective.
My ears perked up. Really? How so?
Botanicals has a mundane selection of plants, Aunt Thora said. I mean, they're pretty from a human's perspective, but most of them aren't very useful for spells.
That's interesting. That must have been the reason Pamela chose not to jump ship for botanicals when she got a better offer. It wasn't loyalty. It was access. Back to work, my mother urged, clapping her hands for emphasis. There's no rest for the wicked. Grandma muttered something under her breath and walked across the room. The apple remained firmly in place until she reached the far wall. She snatched it from her head and flashed my mother a triumphant smile. That doesn't count, and you know it, my mother said. You can't use magic. It's cheating.
You cake your face with makeup to hide your wrinkles, Grandma replied. Isn't that cheating?
My mother's nostrils flared. I'm not competing.
I beg to differ,
Grandma said.
You think you're in competition with every woman between the ages of 25 and geriatric. I've got news for you, Beatrice. You're not.
My mother's fingers twitched, and I sensed a fight brewing. Aunt Thora must have had the same thought because she plucked a wide-brimmed black and cream hat off the coffee table and adjusted it on her head.
Do you think I look too much like Little Bo Peep?
My mother gave her an admiring glance. On the contrary, that hat is the piece de resistance to the entire ensemble. Without it, you'd simply look like some old woman on her way to buy cabbage. I think you look nice with or without the hat, I said, although the hat does have an Audrey Hepburn vibe, which is kind of cool.
The hat isn't going to win you first place, Grandma said. Your walk needs too much work.
My walk is as good as yours,
Aunt Thora said.
I'd like to see you strut across the room with a piece of fruit,
Grandma countered. Without warning, Princess Buttercup shot through the room and disappeared around the corner. Moments later, Anton rounded the corner, appearing haggard.
"Please tell me you have alcohol,"
he said. I smiled at my older brother. Do you think I'd set foot in this house without reinforcements? My mother sauntered over to give him a peck on the cheek. What's going on with you, Anton? You look like you got stampeded by unicorns and one of them hoisted you on its horn by the band of your underpants. I cast a sidelong glance at her. That's oddly specific.
"What's going on is that I worked all day, had to skip lunch, and I'm famished."
Anton sniffed the air and frowned.
"What's for dinner? I don't smell anything."
Oh, that's because nothing's cooking, my mother said.
We're not having dinner,
Grandma chimed in.
Can't you see we're busy?
She gestured to the scene in the family room.
"What do you mean we're not having dinner?"
Anton cast an aggrieved glance in my mother's direction.
"Verity is right behind with the kids, and they're hangry."
My mother's fingertips touched his shoulder. Well, I'm sorry, Anton, but we're in the middle of a prep session for the Mature Woman competition, and your grandmother needs all the help she can get. We can't possibly stop now to make dinner. He looked helplessly at Aunt Thora.
"You look great already. Can you whip up something quickly?"
He forced a pleading smile.
"Maybe even use magic?"
My mother's hand moved to her hip. Why not ask me to use magic?
"Because you'll order from Demon Dash and the kids won't eat fried fairy armadillo."
My mother gave an airy huff before turning back to Aunt Thora. Why don't we try that walk of yours again? It needs more sex appeal. Anton grimaced.
"Do we have to do this now?"
Olivia and Ryan burst onto the scene with a worn-out Verity trailing behind them. As though sensing their presence, Charlemagne slithered into the room to greet them. Olivia threw her arms around the Burmese python's neck and squeezed.
Not so tight, Olivia, or he might do that to you one day,
Verity warned. Nonsense, my mother said. Charlemagne worships her, as well he should. After all, he's a male and Olivia is my granddaughter. He's a snake, I said. My mother flicked a finger. Aren't they all? Ryan lunged forward to hug Aunt Thora and left 2 brown spots on her trousers. Aunt Thora glanced down at the marks.
Should I be concerned? Oh, that's chocolate, Verity assured her. He had a piece in the car on the way over to keep him from melting down.
My mother's lips curved into a satisfied smile. I'm sorry. Did I hear correctly? Dr. Verity placated her tantrum-throwing child with chocolate?
"Let it go, Mom,"
Anton murmured.
"It's been a long day."
My mother debated her response for a fleeting moment before saying, Anton and Eden were the worst. Their sticky little hands would paw me every time I came home from a shopping trip or a weekend away. It's like they were obsessed with me.
Maybe because you're their mother,
Grandma said. Well, that doesn't track. I wasn't obsessed with you. Grandma glanced up from her phone.
Because you were too busy being obsessed with yourself. That's why the best punishment for you was taking away all reflective surfaces.
Not just mirrors? I asked.
Oh, no. I'd dull every shiny surface in the house so that she couldn't stand in front of them and admire herself for hours on end. It's the only time she got good grades at school. She had no choice but to focus on something other than herself.
Don't exaggerate, my mother said.
Hey, I'm not the one who describes myself as a more attractive version of Sophia Loren.
Grandma returned her gaze to the phone. I stifled a laugh. My mother was attractive, but she certainly didn't rise to the level of the movie goddess. It's too bad you and I don't share more features, or you'd be a shoo-in to win this competition, my mother said, twisting a strand of hair around her finger.
I think we should change the subject to food before somebody ends up buried in the garden,
Anton said. Olivia tugged on my mother's sleeve.
What's for dinner?
My mother bent over to talk to her. Did you skip lunch too?
No, I had 2 lunches, but I'm still hungry.
Verity spun toward her daughter.
2 lunches? I only packed you 1. I know, but each day one of the kids in my class brings me an offering so I don't smite them.
Verity's mouth dropped open. My mother patted Olivia on the head. Good girl. Show them early they need to fear you.
Olivia, we will discuss this later,
Verity said through gritted teeth.
I've told you before that you can't bully the human children. It isn't fair.
Anton's expression seemed stuck between pride and horror, which wasn't a huge surprise, given that he was a vengeance demon trying to walk a straight path thanks to my influence. And his wife's, of course. Okay, fine. Probably more Verity's influence than mine. As a druid and a doctor, she was all about goodness and healing powers. I had no doubt Olivia would receive a lecture at bedtime. Olivia crossed her arms and glared at her mother.
I'm not bullying anybody. One of the boys gave me his lunch one day because I did more sit-ups than him during PE. He asked me to not do so many next time so he could be first.
Verity smacked her forehead.
You accepted a bribe? I was beating the other kids at everything, so they started offering me their lunches in exchange for not doing better than them. I can't believe the teacher hasn't noticed this, Verity said. I'm going to send a strongly worded email.
My mother stroked Olivia's hair. Sweetheart, you can't be the kind of woman who downplays her talents to appease the weaklings among us. If you're a star, you have no choice but to shine. Aunt Thora removed her hat and set it on the coffee table.
I'll handle dinner before things escalate.
She walked into the kitchen and picked up a lemon from the fruit bowl. Olivia's eyes popped.
Lemons for dinner? Awesome!
No, my dear. Aunt Thora placed the lemon on the counter.
Have you read about Cinderella? Yes, but I prefer Maleficent,
Olivia said with a prim lift of her chin. My mother beamed. Naturally, she's one of us. Ryan wandered over and curled his sticky fingers around the edge of the counter to join the discussion.
In Cinderella, the fairy godmother turns a pumpkin into a coach, Aunt Thora continued. Do you remember that part?
Olivia nodded, her eyes pinned on the lemon. She was smart enough to know that whatever was about to happen, it was happening to that lemon. Aunt Thora focused her energy on the lemon and gently rested 2 fingertips on top. The lemon grew larger, as though being pumped full of air. Instead of bursting, it grew lumps and changed colors from yellow to...
A turkey!
Olivia's eyes shone with excitement. It was like watching the citrus version of a werewolf shifting. Plus, it smelled a lot more fragrant.
Now I just need to grab vegetables from the fridge, and we have ourselves a meal,
Aunt Thora said.
That's amazing,
Olivia cried.
Again,
Ryan said, and clapped his sticky hands. I loved watching them enjoy the magic of magic. It helped that the spell was a positive one. No one was calling on dark forces or using black magic. It made me feel better to know that Aunt Thora had also shifted away from her wicked ways in recent years. I had the sense that she would have started sooner if she'd had more of a backbone when she was younger. I had to imagine it would have been difficult to grow up with Grandma and not be heavily influenced by her. By the time we sat at the table to eat, my stomach was rumbling.
Tell us more about the pageant,
Verity said. It's a competition, Grandma corrected her. Obviously, Anton said. If it weren't a competition, you wouldn't be interested. That's not true, I said. I nearly told them about Grandma's stand-up routine, but caught myself in time. We'd agreed not to discuss it, and I'd be a fool to cross Grandma. Her jokes might sting, but her magic was lethal. She wants to raise money for the senior center. I actually think it's great that she's putting herself out there for a good cause. I smiled at my great-aunt, and Aunt Thora, too.
Can we go?
Olivia asked her mom.
I'm not sure it's the kind of thing that will hold your interest, sweetie,
Verity told her. Her family members will be on a stage competing for a title, my mother said. How could that not interest her? She examined her nails. Of course, a real contest would involve a fight to the death with blood and gore, but I suppose this counts in its own way.
Who's hosting the event?
Anton asked.
Some new fella,
Aunt Thora said.
Francis. His voice sounds like Sinatra dipped in butter.
Francis isn't that new, Grandma shot back. He's been around long enough to know he can beat Milton at chess every single time. Aunt Thora laughed, shaking her head.
Poor Milton. He watches the Queen's Gambit one time and decides he missed out on being a prodigy.
Works out for the rest of us, Grandma said, cracking her knuckles. He bets $20 a game. I've been cashing in. Sounds like he's going to run out of money if he's not careful, I said. Oh, please. Milton could pay for everything on the senior center wish list if he wasn't so cheap, Grandma said. I keep telling him he can't take it with him when he dies, but he seems determined to hold on to each and every penny. Except in chess matches, apparently, I said. It's like gambling to him. He thinks he's finally going to win. Grandma snorted. Even Ethel Berkman beat him, and she only plays chess with her 10-year-old grandson. It was now or never. Can anyone tell me about the Eumenides? I blurted. My mother passed the gravy jug to Anton. You're the know-it-all, Eden. Why would you need to ask us? I rolled my eyes. Can you just answer the question without making a point?
I don't know anything about them,
Verity said.
Me neither.
Anton poured so much gravy over the food on his plate that only the bone of a turkey leg was visible. Grandma picked at her teeth. I might know a thing or two. What kind of information are you looking for? I wasn't sure how forthcoming to be about Elsena. I didn't want them to do anything rash, like fortify the house with black magic. Powerful magic like that might act as a beacon for the Eumenides and end up drawing her to the house instead of keeping her away. Have you ever met one before? I asked, trying to sound casual. Can't say that I have, Grandma said. Don't think it would end well. She paused. For her. I swallowed hard.
What's the Eumenides?
Olivia asked. She's like Auntie Eden, my mother said, but even more powerful and judgmental, if you can imagine such a thing. I bristled. I don't know that she's more powerful than me. I'd say we're on equal footing. Or I would say that if I'd ever met one, which I most definitely have not.
She's a type of fury?
Anton asked. His plate was now clear of all food and gravy. My brother was the most bottomless of bottomless pits. No, Grandma said. The Eumenides are a different species. Actually, it depends on who you ask. I relayed Neville's description. Why the sudden interest? My mother asked. They're mentioned in my training manual, I lied. I was surprised how little information there was. Probably because they're incredibly rare, my mother said. I'm glad we don't have one of those in our bloodline. You were a gift. A gift that failed to give, Grandma added. Furies are supposed to be revenge-seeking heat missiles. You're more like a magical potato. I glared at her. I don't even know where to start with that one. Anton scanned the table.
On that note, could we get potatoes, Aunt Thora? Maybe with a dollop of sour cream?
I'd like to meet a Eumenides,
Olivia announced.
I will tell her that Auntie Eden is very special.
Because she's a fury? Verity asked. Olivia scrunched her nose.
No, because she's part of our family and she loves us.
My chest squeezed. It was worth suffering through a meal with the witches when I heard a statement like that. "I'll be sure to pass along the message," I said, bringing the glass of water to my lips. Should I ever meet one?
Chapter 10. I spent another unsettled night assaulted by dreams of Elsena. At one point, I must have yelled in my sleep because I awoke to find Princess Buttercup at the bottom of my bed. No wonder I couldn't move my feet. As I got dressed for the day, I wondered whether Elsena was even still in town. If her role was to kill Pamela and abscond with the evidence, then there was no reason for her to stick around. Based on what I knew about the Eumenides, though, it seemed highly unlikely that Elsena was responsible for murdering Pamela. In fact, it seemed like the kind of thing Elsena would believe I was capable of. So if Pamela's job here was unfinished, there was a chance Elsena was still here to complete the mysterious mission. I went downstairs and made scrambled eggs for breakfast. I was on the very last bite when my phone lit up with a call from the chief. "Agent Fury speaking," I said in my throatiest voice.
"Good morning, Agent Fury. This is Chief Fox."
I smiled. "You're in the office already, huh?"
"That's right. I located Allison Simmons, our second angry customer. Apparently she's been out of town, but she's back now."
"Out of town after fleeing the scene of the crime?"
"Only one way to find out. Would you like to join me for the interview? She's on her way to the station now."
"I'll be right over, sir." I ran upstairs to brush my teeth before heading over to the station. My bad breath was a weapon I didn't wield lightly. I arrived at the station only moments before the suspect. Allison Simmons was a tall woman, just shy of 6 feet. Her curly brown hair fell past her shoulders, and she wore a short floral skirt with a pink top under her denim jacket. "I've never been inside a police station before," Allison said as she surveyed the bare-bones interrogation room. "I have to admit, it's disappointing. You don't have those cool whiteboards that pop up in midair like on TV. She demonstrated moving imaginary segments of information. Chief Fox motioned to the empty chair.
"Have a seat, Miss Simmons."
She cleared her throat and laughed awkwardly. "I don't need to ask for a lawyer or anything, do I? Because the legal fee isn't in my budget right now. I just had to pay a hospital bill that my insurance company only covered half of." She waved a hand. "Sorry, TMI, I know. It was gallstones, in case you're wondering. Nothing too serious."
"Why don't we get started?" the chief said. "The sooner we get through our questions, the sooner you can go home."
"Sounds good to me," Allison said. "I've been away and I have a DVR full of Bravo shows to catch up on. Do you watch any of the Real Housewives franchises? New York is my favorite. I can watch Scary Island on replay all day, every day. That Bethany Frankel is a trip."
"I can't say I've ever seen an episode,"
the chief said. I remained silent, unwilling to spark what could easily become an hour-long gabfest about reality shows.
"We understand you're acquainted with Pamela Clover,"
Chief Fox said. "Yes, I know her." Allison's brown eyes widened. "Is she in trouble? Man, I knew she was bad news. Trust your gut for once, Allison. You would think I'd recognize trouble from a mile away by now, but nope." "She's not in trouble. She's dead," I said. "She was killed behind the library 2 days ago." Allison visibly winced. "Killed?" she whispered. "How?"
"We were hoping you could tell us,"
Chief Fox said. Allison splayed a hand across her chest. "Why would I be able to tell you anything about that?" "You left a rather heated message for her," I said. 2 pink spots burned on Allison's cheeks. "I have a fiery temper. Comes with the curly hair." She tossed her curls. "Who kills someone behind a library, anyway?" "You think inside would have been better?" I asked. Allison slumped against the back of the chair. "I can't believe someone killed her. That blows my mind. One minute we're here, living our lives. The next minute..." She pretended to slice her neck. "Dead behind a library." What was so important that, if she didn't come through, there would be hell to pay? I watched her closely to gauge her reaction. Allison squirmed in her seat. "I don't know what you're talking about." I leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Oh, I think you do." An internal debate played out across her features. Finally, she said,
Fine, I do know, but it wasn't that big of a deal.
Doesn't sound like you felt that way when you left this message.
Chief Fox nodded to me, and I pulled out the victim's phone to play Allison's message on speaker. She lowered her gaze at the sound of her menacing tone.
My voice is more nasal than it sounds in my head.
Is that the only thing you have to say about it? I asked. Allison shifted in her seat.
I guess it does sound scary and threatening.
She lifted her chin and gave us a pleading look.
But you have to understand my state of mind when I left that message. I'd just seen Michael posting on Instagram about his trip to Vegas, and I was freaking out. Like, full-on wailing. I ate an entire carton of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. It wasn't even froyo. I think I gained 5 pounds in one sitting.
The chief rocked back in his chair.
Who's Michael?
My boyfriend, Michael Stanberry.
She hesitated.
Ex-boyfriend.
And what does Pamela have to do with Michael? I asked. Did she start dating him and you wanted her to back out of the relationship? Allison blew a raspberry.
Not even close. She promised to help me get him back.
How did she intend to do that?
Chief Fox asked.
In my experience, if a partner wants out, there's very little the other party can do or say to bring them back.
Allison nibbled on a cuticle.
I don't know exactly. I was told she could give me something that worked like a charm.
She used air quotes around worked like a charm. Probably because it was a charm. And what happened? I prompted. You placed an order, paid, and then you didn't hear from her?
Pretty much.
Who's the friend who suggested contacting her? I asked. I was curious to know if it was Josie, the same person who told Marcus.
A woman at my gym. We were next to each other one day waiting for the weights.
She paused.
Okay, full confession. We were ogling the guys using the weights, and I told her I was trying to lose weight for Michael.
He broke up with you over your weight? I asked, appalled. And she wanted him back?
No. He never made any derogatory comments. I just figured if I looked my very best, it would make it easier for him to decide to come back.
And this woman at the gym suggested Pamela?
The chief asked. Allison nodded.
Her name's Gloria, I think. I'd seen her around the gym, but that was the first time we'd spoken.
Which gym? I asked.
Burn, baby, burn, she said. The instructors are hot, so even if I can't keep up with a class, I don't feel like I've wasted my time.
The chief and I exchanged amused glances.
Good to know,
the chief said. He leaned toward me.
I suppose you'll want to follow up at the gym?
I shrugged. I could use a class or two. Which classes would you recommend, Allison?
I've seen Gloria in Full Body and Booty, she said. You could start there.
Any day and time I should try first? She looked thoughtful.
Today works. There's an 11 o'clock class.
And would you mind telling us about your movements 2 days ago?
None of my movements were local. I wasn't back in town yet. You see, I couldn't have killed her.
Where did you go? I asked.
To see my sister in Arlington, Virginia. That's where I go when I need to decompress. She never liked Michael, though, so she doesn't understand why I want him back.
Can we get a number for your sister?
The chief asked.
Also, if you could tell me the route you took to get there and back.
I knew what he was thinking. Her sister might say anything to exonerate Allison. It was best to confirm her whereabouts some other way, too.
Sure,
Allison said, and rattled off a number.
Her name is Marie.
She paused.
You're not going to tell her about Pamela, are you? I don't want her to know that I was trying to...
She shook her head.
I don't want to give her another reason to yell at me.
Sounds like her house might not be the best place to decompress if she likes to yell at you, I pointed out.
Allison smiled. She's supportive in her own way, and I like hearing her talk smack about Michael and tell me I deserve better. It does wonders for my ego.
Not enough, apparently, if she was still seeking out a love charm.
I guess this means I won't be getting my package from Pamela.
She sulked. Yes, that's the real tragedy, I said.
Can I go now? If I don't drive past Michael's house in the next 30 minutes, I won't see him before he leaves for work.
You go over for breakfast even though you're broken up? I asked. She reeled back.
Oh, no, that would be weird. I just park across the street and watch him leave.
The chief and I exchanged looks.
Miss Simmons, you know that sounds an awful lot like stalking,
he said. She froze.
Did I say watch him?
She shook her head.
No, I meant to say
Her brow creased.
Okay, I've got nothing.
Try to restrain yourself, the chief said, before an order does it for you.
I left the police station, intending to head to the office, but it seemed my dad and Sally had other plans for me.
Eden!
My dad bellowed into the phone, prompting me to immediately turn down the volume. What is it, Dad? I'm on my way to work.
Can you swing by here on the way? We need to talk to you.
You're actually out of the way rather than on the way.
Does it matter? Your father is asking you to come by, so what do?
I sighed. I come by. I turned left and headed toward Munster Close. On the upside, the detour could prove useful. Between a vengeance demon and a vampire from Otherworld, it was possible that one of them had information about the Eumenides. I parked in the driveway and hoped that my mother or grandmother didn't see that I was here. It wasn't ideal that my parents lived 500 yards apart. It made it difficult in childhood, bouncing between their houses. It was even more difficult in adulthood, when a visit to one oftentimes sparked a litany of complaints about the other. What's the emergency? I demanded.
Sally offered a sympathetic smile. You know your father.
I certainly do. Where is he?
In here,
came the reply. I brushed past Sally and found the vengeance demon in the family room on the sofa reading The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. This does not look like an urgent situation, I said.
It's nice to see you, Eden, Sally said. You seem different, lighter.
Did you lose weight?
My father asked. He managed to make a simple inquiry sound like an angry accusation. Sally gave him a gentle smack.
I'm not talking about her weight. I mean her spirit, her general disposition.
My father scrutinized me.
She looks the same to me.
Sally rolled her eyes.
Men, they only see what affects them personally.
I doubt I'm here to discuss my general disposition. What's going on? I have a murder to solve. My father set aside the book.
We need to talk about this beauty contest. Sally should be in it.
Sally swatted his shoulder.
Never mind, Stanley. I told you I'm not interested.
You're the most beautiful, mature woman in town, and you should be competing.
So much for the art of not giving a fuck. And he wasn't even subtle about it.
It wouldn't be fair, and you know it,
Sally said. As a vampire, Sally was decades older than the senior citizens of Chipping Cheddar, but looked younger than my mother. Not that I would ever admit that to anyone. You don't belong to the senior center anyway, I said. This is a fundraiser for them. That's the real purpose. At least, that was supposed to be the real purpose. Despite their claims of wanting a washing machine and a jacuzzi, I could tell from the practice sessions that Grandma and Aunt Thora were determined to win for the sole purpose of bragging rights. Sally turned to me.
How are the preparations coming along?
They're happening, I said. I tried not to pass along gossip to my father and Sally. It stirred up unpleasant childhood memories of my role as a tennis ball bouncing back and forth between my parents' houses. My mother would grill me for information about my father so she could insult him, and my father would pump me for information to assure him that my mother was as miserable as he believed her to be.
I saw a packet of tickets on your counter,
my father said.
Should we buy them from you?
Do you really think you should go?
I want to see which woman gets crowned so I can laugh,
my father said. Isn't it enough to be married to the most beautiful, mature woman in town? I asked. Is it necessary to rub it in their faces?
Your daughter makes an excellent point, Stanley.
My father slapped his thighs.
We're going, and that's that. Now, how much are the tickets?
My mind replayed our conversation from a moment ago. Wait a hot minute. When did you see tickets on my counter? Were you in my house again? My father maintained a neutral expression.
What do you mean?
Would anyone like tea?
Sally offered in an effort to diffuse the situation.
I have a pot ready.
She puttered into the kitchen, but my father and I ignored her. I mean, were you, Stanley Fury, in my house when I wasn't there? He averted his gaze.
Maybe,
he mumbled. Stop coming in and changing the toilet paper rolls, I demanded. It's a violation of my privacy. He jerked his head toward me.
You have the rolls on backward in both bathrooms. It's a travesty. No one should be allowed to live under those conditions.
I placed a hand on his shoulder. I think you might be overstating your case.
It isn't just the aesthetics, and let's face it, toilet paper looks much better rolling toward you. Think of the germs involved when all those hands have to reach under the roll to find the end. It's worse than finding the edge on a roll of packing tape. Dirty fingers brush against your wall, and the next thing you know, your bathroom is a petri dish.
All those hands? I echoed. I live alone. How many people do you think are using my bathroom on a regular basis?
It doesn't matter, he fumed. It's disgusting and inhumane. I taught you better than this, Eden.
Although I was accustomed to my father's lengthy diatribes about things that didn't really matter in the grand scheme of the universe, this one ranked pretty high on the list of ridiculous things to worry about. Sally returned to the room with a cup of tea on a saucer. I think you need to make sure you read that whole book cover to cover, I said, gesturing to the book beside him.
I'm working on it, my father said. I don't care for his bad language.
It's right in the title. What did you expect? I shook my head. While I have your attention, do you know anything about the Eumenides? Maybe you came across one in Otherworld? Doesn't sound familiar, Sally said. She blew the steam off her tea and took a careful sip. Should I know what that is? It's okay if you don't. I was just curious.
I've heard of them, my father said. I remember stories from my school days. The Chancellor used to try to scare us into submission with tales of naughty vengeance demons getting carted off to the underworld by the Eumenides to receive their just punishment.
Did you believe they existed, or did you think they were a myth? My father shrugged.
I don't know that I gave it much thought at the time.
Sally drank more of her tea. Anything we should know, Eden? No, it's just part of my training, I lied. I hadn't heard of them and was curious if I was alone in that.
If I were the FBM, I'd make an army of Eumenides and use them as field agents to keep the supernaturals in this realm in line. From the stories I remember, they were meant to be brutal and merciless. Very black and white in their approach to judgment, which made us uncomfortable as a bunch of vengeance demons.
Sounds a bit like you, Eden, Sally said, appearing delighted. I don't think the FBM can create an army of Eumenides no more than they can create an army of me. We're both rare species.
Their loss,
my father said. Stop sneaking into my house, I reminded my father, because next time there might be a magical trap waiting for you. He narrowed his eyes to slits.
You wouldn't dare.
I raised my eyebrows. Try me and find out. We appreciate you dropping by, Sally said, as though this whole visit had been my idea. I'll see you later, I said. I'll drop off the tickets another time. If they were going to insist on attending, I couldn't very well stop them. By the time I left, I realized I no longer had time to go to the office. If I wanted to catch Gloria at the gym, I was going to have to make my way over there now. No good deed goes unpunished, I mumbled. The way this day was going, I had a feeling that not even the sight of hot gym instructors would improve my sour mood. Chapter 11. Burn Baby Burn was a smaller gym located close to downtown. When I was a kid, the building housed an appliance store that must have closed after I moved away. I stopped at the counter and showed my badge to the short man to gain admittance. I'm the owner, he said. Anything you need to know from me? Where can I find the full body and booty class that starts at 11? His expression crumpled. Ooh, that got canceled last minute. Pedro came down with a stomach bug. I contemplated the gym. Anyone who showed up for the class would likely still be here. If you got dressed for the gym and drove all the way here, you'd make the most of it. I think I'll take a look around, if you don't mind. Be my guest, because you are. He cleared his throat. My guest, that is. I ignored the awkward exchange and embarked on a tour of the gym. At the back of the building, I found the weights room that Allison mentioned. There was no one around, so I took advantage of the solitude and darted forward. It had been ages since I lifted actual weights, Probably not since my days with the FBI when I was trying to fit in and pass for human. I lifted a set of barbells over my head and smiled triumphantly. Maybe I should consider a home gym. I spent a lot of time outside training with Neville, but that was mostly how to defeat demons and other special maneuvers. I was so deep in thought that I failed to notice the muscular man in a white tank top and shorts wandering over to stare at me. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut ahead of you?" He looked at me, bug-eyed.
"No. I was just wondering how long you've been lifting."
I lowered the barbells to the floor. "Why do you ask?"
"Because I haven't been able to lift that one. It's like my white whale."
"Oops. Well, I'm an FBI agent. I've done a lot of physical training for my job." He whistled.
"Wow. I would never guess how strong you are by looking at you."
I dusted off my hands and smiled. That's why you should never judge a book by its cover. He gazed at me with a dazed expression.
"Guess not."
I hurried away before he told anyone else about the weights. I'd have to be more careful next time. I exited the weights room in search of Gloria. My gaze swept the next room, and I spotted a middle-aged brunette talking to a younger woman. I ambled over to eavesdrop on the conversation. "You should try the chicken salad," the brunette was saying. "They use almonds instead of walnuts, and it's amazing." "Excuse me," I said. I hate to interrupt, but I was hoping to check out the full-body booty class or something. The brunette offered a friendly smile. "Normally it's now, but the instructor is out sick and they couldn't get a replacement fast enough." "Listen to Gloria," the younger woman said. "She knows everything going on around here." "That's a shame about the class," I said. I was looking forward to checking it out. Gloria looked me up and down. "In those clothes?" "Oh, I was only going to monitor the first time. Make sure it was the right level for me." "Another newbie," Gloria said. "Was there a membership promotion or something? We seem to have had an influx of new members lately." "Really? Anyone in particular stand out?" Gloria wiggled her eyebrows. "I have a tendency to notice the handsome ones. In fact, you just missed a real gem. He's in the changing room now. Get this, his name is Falcon." I wasn't interested in hunting for a boyfriend. First, I was already dating the best man in town. Second, I was here to investigate a murder, not ogle pecs. That being said, if an impressive set of pecs happened to present themselves, it might be considered rude to look away. "I need to head out," the younger woman said. "I'll catch you later, Gloria." She blew a kiss before leaving us alone. I decided to cut right to the chase before anyone else could approach us. "I understand you knew Pamela Clover," I said. Gloria appeared taken aback. "Yes, I did. Were you one of her customers?" "I was. She helped me get the promotion I was after." The lie rolled smoothly off my tongue in a way that made me uncomfortable, but I gently reminded myself that I was a federal agent and lying was sometimes a requirement. I blamed Elsena for getting into my head and making me question my moral fiber. She was a stranger. She didn't get to define me. Nobody did. "It's a terrible tragedy," Gloria said. "I hope the police find whoever did that to her." She flicked the cap off her water bottle and took a long drink. "I wouldn't be surprised if we find out it was a disgruntled customer," I said in a low voice. Gloria arched an eyebrow. "I'd be shocked to find out she had any disgruntled customers. All my experiences have been so positive. That's why I recommend her." "How many Lucky Charms have you ordered from her?" She looked thoughtful. "Let's see. There was the revenge cream that I gave to my ex. That was the first one." I was almost afraid to ask. "Revenge cream?" Gloria allowed herself a tiny smile. "He was cheating on me with his hairdresser. I switched his jock itch cream with my package from Pamela." She threw her head back and cackled. "And let's just say his package was much smaller than she was expecting after all those flirtatious texts between them. Quite the letdown for poor Heather." "Did it return to normal?" "I assume so. Pamela said it would wear off after a day or so." There was a wicked gleam in her eye. "It was liberating to kick him to the curb when he finally came crawling back after Heather dumped him." "How do you think Pamela was able to do that?" I asked, curious to see how humans like Gloria explained a honey I shrunk the package moment. "I don't know, and I don't much care. It did the trick." "What else did you order from Pamela?"
Oh, I had to take my car to the mechanic, and I was convinced those guys would try to swindle me like they always do. They see a woman come in and they're blinded by dollar signs. Anyway, I asked Pamela for something that would make them tell the truth. You know, like Wonder Woman's lasso. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess she didn't give you a cream this time, I said. No, this was a little keychain of a felt owl that I hooked on my purse. As long as it was on my person, she said it would work. And did it? She laughed again. You should have seen their faces. They couldn't believe the honesty that was pouring out of their mouths. They were mortified. One even told me he hadn't showered all week because his wife left him and took all the towels. The other guy said, "I've been wondering what that smell was. I thought it was your lunch." Her smile faded. I'm really sorry Pamela's dead. You never told any of the targets about her, did you? I mean, you didn't confess to your ex or tell the mechanics about the keychain? Definitely not. I wouldn't want them using her to get back at me. Although Pamela said she had a policy about that. It's why she asked for such detailed information when she agreed to make a charm. That way she'd know if someone was trying to get revenge for one of her charms. I got the distinct impression that Gloria wasn't going to be able to offer any insight into Pamela's death. She was far too happy of a customer. If you think of anything helpful, will you let the police know? Maybe someone you sent her way who wasn't as thrilled as you with the results? The chief interviewed me the other day, and it sounds like they could use help. Absolutely. I hear the chief of police is a snack. I might just decide to drop by and offer information. You'll want to ask for Guthrie, I said. Sean Guthrie. She winked. Thanks for the tip. Her lips puckered. Ooh, speaking of eye candy, there's Falcon now. She gestured to a man opening the main door to exit. I could only see him from the back, but I had to admit even that was a decent view. Not that I had any interest. It was nice meeting you, Gloria. I'll let you get back to your workout. I exited the gym, nodding to the owner on my way out. Once in the parking lot, I was surprised to notice the fog rolling in. If it became any thicker, I'd have to use my fog lights to drive. As I reached for my car key, I sensed a presence behind me. Well, not just any presence. Hers. Hello, Elsena. I turned around, and sure enough, the Eumenides stood amidst the gathering fog, clad in boots and a black catsuit that would have made Eartha Kitt's proud. She angled her head toward the building. Why were you in a gym? You and I don't need to exercise the way humans do. Why does it matter what I do? I asked. The fog embraced us. Although I could no longer see the building, I could still see Elsena. Metal glinted from the 2 knives she now clutched in each hand. I laughed. You came here to fight me? I thought you were supposed to be the good version of me. Why are you going to attack me unprovoked? Your very existence provokes me, she said. I tucked my car key in my pocket and flexed my fingers. Before I knock you unconscious, tell me about your connection to Pamela Clover. That's none of your business. I sauntered closer to her. This is my jurisdiction. Of course it's my business. You shouldn't have a jurisdiction. You shouldn't be anywhere near law enforcement. It's against the natural order. I shrugged. That's not how the FBM saw it when they forced me out here. Her brown eyes shone like 2 agates. What do you mean they forced you? Why don't you put your weapons away and I'll tell you? Or is that also against the natural order of things? Elsena slid the knives into their sheaths. Talk. I was perfectly content working for the FBI and pretending to be human. Once they found out what I was, they sent me here to replace my predecessor who died. Her gaze remained skeptical. Why didn't you want to come? It's a long, complicated story, and I get the sense that you wouldn't believe me anyway. I don't understand your relationship with Chief Fox, she said. You seem to work together as a team. It's not necessary for you to understand it. What's your connection to the FBM? And why didn't you know I worked for them until you met me? Are you with him for intel? She pressed. Of course not. She folded her arms. Then what's in it for you? We like and respect each other, I said. We both work to keep the residents of Chipping Cheddar safe. Elsena seemed to process that statement. Finally, she raised her fists. You lie. She took a pot shot at me, prompting me to duck.
I spun around and kicked her in the gut. "I don't lie," I said. Okay, that was a lie, but my lies were only designed to protect the ones I loved. "Listen, Yin."
Yin is darkness and shadows,
she said.
I'm Yang. You're Yin.
She produced the knives again. "Details," I groaned. "I don't know what you think you know about me, but I'm telling you to reassess. I serve on the Supernatural Council. My best friend is a human. I'm in a committed relationship with a human. These are not what a Yin would do. Besides, do you really think the FBM would have installed me here if they thought I was your cosmic opposite? They need me to keep an eye on the dormant portal. If I were evil, I would have already planned a way to crack that baby open, don't you think?" Keeping her gaze pinned on me, she slowly walked around me in a circle.
Perhaps it's all part of your master plan. Or perhaps you've tried and been unable to open it.
I wriggled my fingers. There's a reason I'm my mother's go-to person for opening jars. If something requires opening, I'm your Pandora. Elsena continued to study me for another beat.
I'll advise you to stay out of my way, Fury. Forget Pamela Clover.
I can't forget her. It's my job to find out what happened and bring the responsible supernatural to justice. You read the file? Chipping Cheddar attracts our kind because of the portal. That means more activity for me to monitor and more crime for me to solve.
You seem confident the killer is supernatural.
Aren't you? I thought it might even be you at first, despite your holier-than-thou attitude, but given that you're still in town, I think I can cross you off the suspect list. Uncertainty passed over her features.
You truly intend to find the killer?
Of course I do. Haven't you been listening? Stop treating me like the enemy and focus on the case. Or better yet, leave town and let me focus on the case, since that's what I do best.
This case is not what you think.
Then enlighten me. I extended a hand. Work with me. Elsena stared at my hand for a fleeting moment, and part of me worried she'd slash me with one of her knives. In the end, she put away the knives. You know who the killer is, don't you? I asked, my voice quiet. Instead of responding, she turned and ran, enveloped by the fog. With a shaky hand, I retrieved my key and headed toward my car. Everything about the encounter made me uneasy. I wasn't foolish enough to believe Elsena ran because she was afraid of me. She ran because she wasn't ready or willing to fight me yet. And the yet was the part I was most worried about. Chapter 12. The cheese wheel was hopping tonight, probably because of the featured band. Gnome Temple Harlots didn't play in town very often. They tended to stick to venues in Baltimore and D.C., so they always managed to draw a crowd when they came to Chipping Cheddar. According to Sassy, the bass player, Mike Lewis, went to high school with us, although I didn't remember him. Clara and I maneuvered through the cars in the packed parking lot. I'd spent the 5-minute car ride filling her in on my confrontation with Elsena at the gym. "That makes sense," Clara whispered, looking around the darkened parking lot in a furtive manner. "Why do you look like you're being stalked by both Freddie and Jason?" Clara shot me an aggrieved look. "I told you never to reference horror movies. You know I can't handle it." "Sorry." As an empath, Clara was easily overwhelmed by the emotions of others, and feeling their panic and terror had a tendency to push her over the edge. "I didn't want to text this to you in case your communications are being monitored," Clara said. "Quinn said it's a possibility." "Text what to me?" "He thinks you're right about Elsena, that she's a secret operative for the FBM. Stupidly, the thought hadn't occurred to me that my employer might be monitoring me. It made sense, though. If the FBM had an operative in my jurisdiction they didn't want me to know about, naturally they'd keep tabs on me. It was probably how Elsena knew where to find me. "Crap on a cracker," I said as we joined the end of the line. Clara looked at me. "What's wrong?" "I really hope they're not privy to my calls and messages. Sometimes the chief and I get a little personal." I did not want nameless agents at the FBM knowing the details of my personal life. Even though it was only our thinly veiled excuse for not going public with our relationship, the Bureau might, in fact, take a dim view of me dating the chief of police. I didn't want to find out the hard way. Quinn says to sit tight and he'll get back here as soon as he can with information. It's hard to sit tight when I have a powerful supernatural determined to believe the worst of me. Clara snorted. Sounds like something your mother would say. I glared at her as we approached the entrance. Just for that, you can pay for my admission. Clara opened her purse and paid the cover fee for both of us. Sassy won't like having to wait in line when she gets here. I laughed. Like she will. Mark my words, Sassy will march right to the front and get in without even paying the cover charge. Clara smiled. You're right. The moment we crossed the threshold, I spotted Sean Guthrie across the room, and my stomach immediately soured. Until it occurred to me that I could use this little run-in to my advantage. I'll be right back, I told Clara. I need to talk to Sean. She looked longingly at the bar. Mind if I order drinks? Sassy should be here soon, and I want to grab stools. Sounds good. I'll have whatever you're having. I crossed the room, feeling the drumbeat thump in my chest as I made my way toward Sean. He stood to the side of the makeshift stage, tapping his foot in time to the music. Sadly, his version of white man's overbite wasn't the least bit ironic. Hey, Guthrie. His gaze darted from the band to me. That's Deputy Guthrie to you. I took a step closer and leveled him with a look. And that's Agent Fury to you. Touché. What do you want? I'm trying to enjoy myself. Information. Can't you get that from my boss? You two seem so cozy. He made kissing noises. Are you 12? Knock it off. I need information about the attempted mugging that you handled. The one in front of Papers Plus? He nodded. What about it? Just looking for the general story. He downed his beer. A woman was attacked in the middle of the day. The assailant tried to take her purse, but she screamed and fought him off. He only made off with her water bottle. Ew, why would anyone want someone else's water bottle? It would surprise no one that I owned a mug with, "No, you can't have a sip," written across the side. It was a heat-of-the-moment thing. He went for the purse, couldn't get it, and grabbed whatever he could get his hands on. Probably a junkie who wasn't thinking straight. You think it was a crime of opportunity? He hiked up his belt and sniffed. Yeah, exactly. I was about to ask another question when I noticed his expression soften as he looked over my shoulder. I turned to follow his gaze and saw Sassy threading her way through the crowd to reach Clara at the bar. Her blonde hair was styled in multiple braids, and she wore a form-fitting black top that sparkled even in the dim lighting of the bar. I whipped my head back to face Guthrie. Holy demon spawn. You like Sassy, don't you? I hadn't been completely serious when I'd suggested him at the diner as a potential suitor to Sassy. Of course I like her. We've been friends for years, unlike the two of you. That's not what I mean, and you know it. I bet you've been crushing on her since high school. It shouldn't come as such a shock. Most boys in our class had harbored a not-so-secret crush on her. All the blood rushed to his face, making his freckles stand out. Don't be ridiculous, he scoffed. I folded my arms and studied him. Sean Guthrie, have you ever had a girlfriend? He pulled a face. What kind of question is that? I've had lots of them, by the truckload. The truckload, huh? I edged closer. Here's what I think. I think you've avoided real relationships because you've been biding your time until Sassy and Tanner were over. You knew it would happen eventually. I aimed an accusatory finger at him. You probably knew Tanner was seeing someone behind her back. He looked away. Aha. Guilty as charged. Tanner's my best friend. He'll never be cool with me dating Sassy. I'd be more concerned with whether Sassy will be cool with you dating Sassy. You know she's out there in the dating pool, don't you? He nodded. She told me. And I assume you also know she's not that interested in the whole marriage and babies lifestyle? Yeah, I don't mind. I just want her. My jaw unhinged. Wow. This isn't a crush, is it? You really love her. He glowered at me. Don't you dare tell anyone, Fury. I don't care about your badge or your secret boyfriend. If you tell anyone, you'll regret it. Duly noted. I wondered how serious Sassy had been about her disinterest in Sean. Sometimes we're accustomed to viewing someone we know in a certain light, and it's hard to shift that mindset. Maybe if she started to view him as boyfriend material, she'd have a change of heart. I scrambled back to the bar to catch up with Sassy, who was now seated next to Clara with a margarita in her hand. "I hope there's one for me," I said. Sassy signaled to the bartender.
"There will be in a minute. How's the murder investigation?"
Her pleasant demeanor dissolved before she finished the question.
"Terrific. Are those two going to start showing up everywhere we are? Because I might have to move to another town."
I twisted on the stool and spotted Tanner and Jade across the crowded room. I'd been hoping to avoid them too, albeit for different reasons. Now that I knew Jade was a vampire, I wasn't sure how to handle it. Tanner was oblivious to the supernatural world, so I couldn't tell him. Not that I was certain I would, anyway. His decisions were none of my business. "Don't mind them," Clara said. "It's busy tonight. I doubt they'll even see us." I observed Tanner as he made his way toward Sean. Evidently, the red-headed deputy hadn't made his feelings about the cheating and subsequent breakup known to Tanner, despite what he'd told Sassy. Jade glanced over and caught my eye. I could have sworn she smiled at me, but the lighting was so dim it was hard to be certain. "The murder investigation is progressing," I said, in an effort to divert Sassy's attention away from Tanner. "The chief and I have been interviewing suspects, and I'm confident we'll nail the culprit soon."
"The culprit or each other?"
Sassy smirked as she nudged me with her hip. "The chief and I are professionals," I said vaguely. At least I knew Sean wouldn't tell Sassy what he witnessed in the chief's office, because then I'd be forced to tell Sassy what I knew about Sean's secret crush. Information was power. The bartender slid an overflowing margarita across the counter, and I sipped it twice before daring to lift the glass. "I have an unhealthy love of salt," I declared, licking the rim. I drank the margarita so fast that I immediately needed to use the bathroom. I excused myself and hurried to the empty bathroom. There was a drunk woman who seemed intent on climbing onto the stage, and I didn't want to miss her triumph. Typically, I could make it through a night at the bar without breaking the seal, but tonight was not one of those nights, apparently. When I exited the stall, I nearly walked smack into Jade's petite frame. Whoa, sorry about that. I took a quick step backward, but Jade remained rooted in place. "Don't you need the stall?" "No. I was waiting for you." "Ah." I glanced over to see that she'd locked the restroom door. "You're like me," she said. "Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't have fangs." "I don't mean a vampire, obviously. I mean a supernatural." She cocked her head. "But what are you? I've been trying to figure it out ever since we met at the diner." I stuck out a hand. Better to win her over now than have a vampire in town who made my life difficult. "Agent Eden Fury, and my species is right there in the name." "Wow. I've never met one of you before," Jade said. "Tanner would freak if he knew." "I assume he doesn't know about you?" She made an incredulous face. "No way. Are you actually an undertaker, or was that a cover story when you met Tanner?" "Cover story," she said. "I'm looking for work in town, though, so if you know of something, I'd appreciate the heads up." As much as I didn't want to get involved in Tanner's personal life, I couldn't help myself. "Here's the thing, Jade. Tanner wants kids. It's one of the reasons he and Sassy didn't work out." She wore a blank expression. "And?" "And you obviously can't have them." She shrugged. "We could adopt or hire a surrogate." "I guess that's true, except at some point it might be obvious that their mother is living forever." "I'll look age-appropriate to humans," Jade said. "I'm not concerned about that." "Okay, it just seems like an awfully big secret to keep from someone you love." I knew this firsthand. "Let me worry about my relationship with Tanner. He isn't the reason I wanted to talk to you." "Oh. Color me stupid. Or maybe a little tipsy." "What is it, then?" "Tanner said you're connected to the murder investigation somehow." Her brow creased. "Although he said you investigated cybercrime for the FBI, so I was confused." "It's my cover story for humans. I actually work for the FBM." She nodded. "I thought that might be the case. Listen, I just wanted to tell you that I'd had a couple of interactions with the witch before she died." My eyes widened. With Pamela Clover?
I didn't know her name. She told me to call her Lucky Charm.
Jade's fanged smile didn't reach her eyes.
Seems ironic now.
Can you tell me more about your interactions with her? Were you buying supplies from her?
Jade nodded. I had a connection in Atlanta, but I needed someone new when I moved here, and heard through the grapevine about a woman that supplied charms and enchantments. The women I overheard talking about it were laughing it off, but I knew better. So I tracked her down.
And what did you get from her?
She lowered her voice. Can you keep a secret?
I've kept one from Tanner my whole life, so I think so.
But did I want to? I have a little bloodlust problem. Or I did. It's under control now, but I feel better when I have my charms to keep the cravings at bay.
She offered an awkward salute.
No need for concern, Agent Fury.
You can't keep the charms you brought with you?
They work best fresh. The herbs dry out, and that lessens the effect. It's best to swap them out every 3 months or so for maximum coverage.
Good to know. I was grateful Sally didn't have a bloodlust issue. My stepmom was one of the few adults in my life I could count on. It would have changed the dynamic of our relationship if I was constantly watching her for signs of slippage.
Anyway, I met the witch behind the library to pick up my order. She seemed jumpy, looking over her shoulder a couple times, so I asked her if she was okay.
And what did she say?
She told me not to worry about it, that she had others watching her back. I thought she meant a coven or something.
No, Pamela wasn't part of a coven. I couldn't share my current theories with Jade, though. What about the second time you communicated with her?
One of my charms fell in a puddle, and I messaged her for a replacement. I keep one under my pillow and one on my person at all times.
She tugged the small charm from her denim pocket and showed it to me.
She replied quickly, but she said she wasn't able to help me anymore.
Did she say why?
Only that she was working on a big project and didn't have time for smaller jobs right now.
Thanks. I had a feeling that big project was her assignment for the FBM. By the way, I have a job suggestion. There's an opening at Roots, the garden center. You'd be able to purchase your own herbs. You'd just need a witch to add the magic.
Jade perked up. That's great news. Thanks. Is there any particular witch you'd recommend?
I drummed my fingers on the door jamb. As a matter of fact, there is. Corinne LaRue. She owns a coffee shop called Magic Beans. She'd be able to handle it. And I knew the witch would be glad to do it. She no more wanted a bloodthirsty vampire on a rampage and chipping Cheddar than I did.
Thanks. I appreciate the tip.
Same. Jade didn't have to confide in me about her condition or her dealings with Pamela. It showed a sense of duty and citizenship. Jade, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Tanner was still living with Sassy when he started seeing you. I thought you should know.
Oh, I'm aware, Jade said. I just didn't care. They clearly didn't have a viable relationship, and Tanner is...
She sighed dreamily, and her fangs extended below her bottom lip.
Well, you dated him. You know.
Okay, so her sense of duty was apparently limited to the community at large. Still, it was better than nothing. I dated him in high school, so I honestly don't feel like I know him that well anymore. If I ever did. Whatever our relationship was, it's not the same as what he and Sassy had. And now that I was in a serious relationship with the chief, I understood that better.
I'm surprised you and Sassy are tight, Jade said. According to Tanner, the two of you were mortal enemies.
Thinking of Sassy as a mortal enemy seemed absurd under the circumstances. Even Elsena wasn't a mortal enemy, although I'm sure the Eumenides would disagree. I turned to smile at Jade as I unlocked the door to exit. What can I say? We both grew up. Chapter 13. The next morning, I drank a gallon of water, followed by a gallon of coffee to stave off a hangover. I was grateful Clara had volunteered to drive, or I would have been forced to use my wings. I had visions of myself crash-landing in Mrs. Paulson's rosebush next door and getting thorns stuck in my butt. My phone burst into song, and I smiled as I put it on speaker. "Good morning, Chief Fox." "Someone sounds chipper after her girls' night out," I frowned. Did I tell you I was going out with the girls last night?
Not before. During.
I could practically hear his grin. I don't remember that.
Let me see if I remember off the top of my head. My deputy is smitten as a kitten with your frenemy. Jade is a bloodsucker who will suck the best years of Tanner's life. Your nemesis has amazing taste in boots. Then you started talking about what you'd like to wear with those boots next time you saw me.
I gulped. I said all that?
Check your text messages.
I opened our text messages and scrolled through everything I'd sent to the chief. My cheeks warmed as each message grew racier than the last. Yikes. Sorry about that.
Don't be sorry. I quite enjoyed it. It was well worth staying up past my bedtime.
The thing about Sean is a secret. Please don't tease him about it.
That's fine, as long as I can tease you.
I leaned my elbows on the counter. I did have a couple of epiphanies last night.
Oh? About us?
The case. One of Pamela's happy customers made a comment. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now I'm wondering.
What was it?
Apparently, Pamela asked for a lot of information when she took a commission to avoid making a charm that would be used against an existing customer.
You think it might have been used for more than that?
Think about it. If Pamela was a secret informant for the FBM, she was collecting information. I opened my arms wide, and now all that information is gone.
But was she searching for specific information, or just gathering as much as she could? And for what purpose? Blackmail? To catch someone in a criminal act? Some of the charms crossed the line, but they weren't what I would call serious offenses.
Jade mentioned something last night, too. Pamela said she couldn't fulfill Jade's order because she was working on a big project. What if the big project is the FBM assignment and the charms were just a side hustle?
Wait, your ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend knew the victim?
My face grew flushed. I didn't mention that in my many text messages last night?
No. I think I would have remembered that one.
She only had a couple interactions with her, but Pamela turned down Jade's request because of a bigger project. I sat in a chair at the table. If Elsena and Pamela were working on some sort of black ops arrangement, they were looking for something egregious.
Do you think your new friend Elsena will share the information she took from Pamela's apartment?
I can't even get her to admit she was working with Pamela. I ran a hand through my hair. If I can't get clearance from the FBM, then I think Elsena is our only hope. An idea pinged. What if you tried to talk to her? He blew an amused breath.
If she's not willing to share intel with you, an actual FBM agent, she's certainly not going to share with a human like me.
Fair point. My phone bleeped, and I glanced at the incoming text.
Eden, we need you.
I read the text a second time to make sure it was actually from Grandma and that it said what I thought it said. Hold on a second. I need to reply to Grandma. I hurriedly typed my reply. What's wrong?
Stop using punctuation in texts, Boomer.
I groaned. Why did we ever think giving Grandma a phone was a good idea? At least I used my thumbs to text and didn't poke at the screen like I was testing the ripeness of a pear. What's the emergency?
Just hurry.
Where are you? Senior Center flashed on the screen. Be there in 5.
At least you typed the number 5 and not 5.
I need to call you later, I told the chief. I'm needed at the Senior Center. I darted through the backyard of the main house to my car. On the one hand, it couldn't be that urgent if she had time to insult me via text messages. On the other hand, Grandma rarely requested my help. It was my mother who normally texted me for mundane tasks like opening the lid on the new bottle of Diet Coke. I drove to the Senior Center as fast as I dared, knowing from last night that Deputy Guthrie was on traffic duty today. When I pulled into the parking lot, I was surprised by the number of cars already there. It must be a dress rehearsal for the competition.
Thank goodness,
Aunt Thora said, upon seeing me rush through the auditorium.
We're trying to do a practice run for the competition, and the whole stage is falling apart.
I guess we'd better put a new stage on the wish list, too,
one of the older women remarked. I didn't recognize her, but she wore a magenta feather boa and heavy eyeliner, so my money was on contestant rather than stage crew.
"I thought you said you called someone capable," one of the old men grumbled. "She looks weaker than me, and I have arthritis in half my body."
"Pipe down, Earl," Grandma said. "Eden is stronger than she looks. All you have to do is look at the size of her hands to know she can lift things."
I clenched my teeth. "Grandma, may I have a word with you in private?" I tugged her to the side of the stage. "You know I can't show off in front of your friends. Someone will notice if I'm lifting something no human woman my size should be able to lift." Grandma made a dismissive noise at the back of her throat.
"Half of these seniors can't see even with their glasses, and the other half won't remember what happened an hour from now. Anyway, you don't actually have to lift anything."
"Then why is Earl concerned that I'm an incapable weakling?"
"Because he's already forgotten why we need help, and I can't be bothered to correct him for the 10th time."
My gaze swept the stage for any obvious issues. "What do you need from me?"
"There's a raccoon in the rafters. We need you to get rid of it. The competition is tomorrow night, and we can't afford to miss this practice session."
I glanced at the area above the stage. "Are you sure?"
"No, it might be a clown."
She swatted me.
"Of course I'm sure. Fly up there and get it down before some of these people wet their pants. Joyce is worked up about getting rabies. Honestly, a little foaming at the mouth might make her more interesting."
I heaved a sigh. "How do you expect me to get up there?"
"Fly," Grandma said. "That's the problem. Nobody knows where the ladder is."
"I can't use my wings in front of everyone."
"Go backstage where no one can see you. Everybody's either on the stage or in the auditorium."
"Why not use your own magic?" Grandma gave me a hard look.
"You know how my magic works. A dead raccoon would end up falling on someone's head. The whole rehearsal would be shut down while someone fetched the smelling salts for all the weak dispositions around here."
"Couldn't someone have just gone and gotten a ladder?" I paused. "Hang on. Why are you offering my services? Since when do you care about pitching in?"
"You know why. I want the jacuzzi. If we can't rehearse properly, it'll ruin the whole event tomorrow."
I examined her closely. "There's something you're not telling me." She inched closer.
"Fine. I want to make a good impression on Francis. Raccoons exacerbate his asthma, and it's no good having a host who can't breathe. I called you for help before Genevieve could call her grandson. Max is a bodybuilder, as she's told us 1,000 times."
"Maybe she's told you 1,000 times because no one else remembers," I pointed out.
"Trust me. Everybody remembers when someone's grandson is a bodybuilder."
She shoved me forward.
"Now, go save the trash panda so I can gloat."
I slipped backstage and made sure the coast was clear before unfolding my wings and floating toward the ceiling to investigate. As much as I hated to use my wings, the use of an occasional fury trait wasn't going to trigger more. In the darkness of the rafters, I spotted the beady eyes of the raccoon. "Hey, buddy, what are you doing up here?" The raccoon regarded me warily, and I suddenly remembered my father's advice never to corner a raccoon, that they could be aggressive when feeling threatened. We'd come across one in the woods when I was a child, and I'd been eager to pet it. My father had grabbed me by the arm before I could rush forward. Maybe I could frighten it away without touching it. I considered unleashing my snake hair, but I was pretty sure raccoons ate snakes, and I didn't want my head to be mistaken for a snack. In the woods that day, my father had yelled and scared the raccoon away. I could try a loud noise like that, except I didn't want to give any of the senior citizens a heart attack. On the other hand, most of them suffered from hearing loss, so I was probably safe to try. I screeched like a banshee, and the raccoon scampered away. I squeezed into the space and crawled across the rafters to make sure he actually left. At the far end, I glimpsed a hole in the wall, which was probably how he got inside in the first place. Lowering myself to the floor, I dusted off my front and went in search of Grandma.
"Did anyone hear those birds chirping?"
Joyce asked, looking around the room.
"Spring is in the air."
I located Grandma at the top of the stage. There's a hole in the wall that somebody needs to patch up or he might find his way inside again. Grandma dragged me over to the podium, where a silver-haired gentleman flipped through a set of index cards.
Eden, this is Frances.
Grandma motioned to me.
Frances, I'd like you to meet my beautiful granddaughter, Eden. We were blessed with her presence 30 years ago, and we've been proud of her every day since.
I scowled. I haven't hit 30 yet, Grandma. She patted my arm.
Yes, of course, just like your mother is 40 all over again.
I gave Frances a wave. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of dirty from the rafters. Plenty of dust up there. I held my palms out as a show of proof.
How did you get up there?
Frances asked. Oh, I climbed, I said quickly. That's why Grandma called me. I'm an expert climber.
I appreciate your assistance,
Frances said.
The allergens are terrible for my asthma, and breath is life, as we know.
I was surprised that Grandma was drawn to an asthmatic. That was the kind of thing she usually counted as an unattractive weakness. Then again, he was handsome and had taken the lead with this whole competition. Grandma appreciated a go-getter.
Your whole family has been a tremendous help in pulling this event together,
he continued.
Anything for a good cause, Grandma said. I used to volunteer more when I was younger. I was even a treasurer.
Frances seemed impressed.
That's wonderful, Esther. You must be good with numbers.
I bit my tongue. There was no point in telling Frances that Grandma had been the national treasurer for the League of Wicked Witches. He'd only laugh it off as a joke. I need to get going, I said.
So soon? Grandma asked. We're about to break out the cookies.
I was on my way to work, although the offer of a cookie might change things.
Then you should go, sugar.
Grandma nudged me toward the exit. Sugar? Grandma's terms of endearment generally ran the gamut from turd blossom to useless spawn.
I'm sorry. That's what I usually call your brother, isn't it?
Grandma offered an apologetic smile in Frances's direction.
See you at home, dear heart.
I looped my arm through hers and steered her toward the door. Grandma? I don't think I've ever heard you say such nice things about me.
I can't have Frances think I'm a monster now, can I?
I don't know. Maybe monsters are his type. I needed to quit now. Encouraging Grandma's bad behavior was a dumb move, but I couldn't help but needle her a little bit. It wasn't every day she developed a crush on someone, especially a mere mortal.
Thank you for coming so quickly,
Grandma said.
We really needed that raccoon gone, and I couldn't use magic.
She wagged a finger at me.
Wouldn't want to be in violation of one of your rules.
They're not my rules, Grandma, but I appreciate your cooperation.
Tell your mother we're going to want dinner promptly at 5 tonight.
She rubbed her stomach.
All this volunteer work works up an appetite.
I'll be sure to pass along the message. I fled the senior center before I was on the receiving end of any further instructions. Acting as a go-between when my mother and Grandma were involved was never a smart move. If somebody was going to end up with one foot in the grave, I couldn't afford for it to be me. I already had a victim with both feet in the grave, and, at this point, we were no closer to finding the killer than we were when we started. Chapter 14. As a reward for my good deed at the senior center, I decided to stop by Hole's to pick up pastries for the office. I hated to skip Grandma's offer of cookies, so I told myself they were shortbread. If I was going to ingest unnecessary calories, it had to be something more worthwhile than shortbread cookies. At the very least, throw a few chocolate chips in there. Paige greeted me with a huge smile and a cinnamon donut. You need to try this one. It'll transport you straight to heaven. She thrust the donut at me. I'm not sure that I'm ready to take that stairway just yet, but I'll be happy to sample one. Make that 2. Neville will want one, and 1 coffee and a peppermint tea, please. Any word on the crime wave? Paige asked as she busied herself behind the counter. I'm not sure I'd call it a wave. It's more of a ripple. There wasn't much I could share with her under the circumstances. Rest assured, the chief and I are looking into it. It's nice that the FBI lets you work on cases outside your area of expertise, Paige said. I guess we don't have many cyber crimes happening around here. It's a slow time of year for computer crimes, I said, trying to inject the statement with an air of authority. Paige placed a cup of coffee on the counter. Really? I wouldn't have guessed computer crimes were seasonal. You'd be surprised. Someone tapped me on the shoulder. You're a cop or something? I turned and smiled at the man behind me. Or something. I recognized him from the tattoo parlor on the opposite side of the office. Jeremy, right? That's right, but my friends call me Gunner. Jeremy, or Gunner, was covered in ink from his wrists to his neck. Aunt Thora liked to say that bodies were like books and wrinkles were their stories. I felt the same way about tattoos. You might want to talk to my neighbor, he advised. She had some criminal activity at her house. What kind of activity? Somebody tried to steal the plants right out of her garden. Paige leaned across the counter and whispered, Does she grow weed? She cut a glance at me. Can I say weed in front of you? You can say any word you like. Jeremy shook his head ruefully. No, man. Just herbs or flowers or something. Maybe they mistook it for pot? I asked. I knew kids in high school ignorant enough to mistake oregano for the real deal. I don't know, Jeremy said. But you should talk to her. If there's a crime spree, maybe it's connected. I think we need to stop calling it a spree, I said. I'm just glad whoever killed that lady behind the library didn't kill Bernice, Jeremy said. She makes the best ossobuco you ever tasted, and she won't share the recipe. When she goes, that recipe goes with her. I figured it wouldn't hurt to swing by and speak to Bernice about her brush with theft. Where can I find her? Jeremy gave me her full name and address. Make sure not to ring the bell or her dog goes nuts. Just knock and she'll hear you. He paused, assuming she's wearing her hearing aid. But whatever you do, don't peer in the window. I made that mistake once to check on her, and the dog nearly crashed through the glass to get to me. Sounds like my dog, I said. The fact that Princess Buttercup was a hellhound that I rescued from the underworld probably helped to instill a bit of loyalty. I'll get out of your way so you can order. I opened my purse to pay, but Paige waved me off. This one's on the house. We appreciate your efforts to keep our neighborhood safe, Agent Fury. Jeremy gave me a rough pat on the back. Yeah, thanks. I just invested in a new chair for the tattoo parlor, and I don't need any burglars running off with it. I thought the chair was an unlikely target for burglars, but what did I know? If they were digging up an old lady's bushes, why not a chair? I walked next door to the office and delivered the peppermint tea and donut to Neville. He was typing intently on the keyboard as I set the items on his desk. The fact that your tongue is visible while you type tells me you're either arguing with another wizard in a subreddit or you're researching, I said. He glanced up at me. I'm trying to see if I can hack into the FBM mainframe and get more information on Elsena and Pamela Clover. I tilted my head and tapped my ear. I'm sorry. Did I hear you correctly? Did my trusty assistant just say he was voluntarily breaking a rule? He continued typing, his chubby fingers angrily attacking the keys. I can't believe they've kept us out of the loop. It's infuriating, and it's plain wrong. I don't disagree with you, Neville, but sometimes we need to accept things as they are rather than the way we want them to be. I had plenty of experience with that. Shipping Cheddar is our jurisdiction, and a woman died on our watch. If we knew what was going on, maybe we could have protected her somehow. At this point, we don't have enough information to say that. I slid the tea and donut closer to him. Eat up. This'll make everything better. Neville looked longingly at the donut. Cinnamon? Fresh from the oven. Yes, I believe it will make everything better. I took a sip of my coffee. I hate to ditch you when you're riled up because it's fun to watch, but I need to go interview a woman about a prowler. She's supernatural? I don't know. Don't think so, but Jeremy is her neighbor and asked me to speak with her. I figure it can't hurt. You mean Gunner? The wizard said. I mean Jeremy. His friends call him Gunner, and I only know him well enough to recognize him on the street. Anyway, his neighbor is some old woman named Bernice with a protective dog. Neville pressed his lips together.
Maybe you should send Chief Fox instead. He's very good with our older residents.
What's the problem? You don't think I can handle a simple Q&A with an old lady? Believe me, Neville, I have more experience handling old women than anybody in town.
You make an excellent point, although I'm not convinced you handle them so much as tolerate them.
I put my hand on the edge of his napkin and started to drag the donut back toward me.
On second thought, he said quickly, you do manage to keep them in check. Your older family members fight with each other more than with anyone else.
I released the napkin. It's called containment, Neville, and I learned it from reading about the Cold War. You know what they say. If we don't learn from history, we're doomed to repeat it. Just as Jeremy instructed, I made sure not to ring the bell at Bernice's house and simply knocked quietly. Thankfully, there was no sign of her canine companion. As much as I loved dogs, I didn't want to have to bust a few fury moves to prevent any injuries, to either one of us. The door pulled back to reveal an old woman with cropped gray hair. Her hazel eyes were magnified by a pair of large glasses. She wore a white terrycloth robe, pale pink sateen pajama bottoms, and white ballet slippers with little pink ribbons affixed at the toes. "I don't like strangers knocking on my door," she said by way of greeting. "I'm old and live alone." "I totally understand. You're Bernice Watson, right?" She squinted at me behind her round glasses. "Who's asking?" I showed her my badge. Agent Eden Fury with the FBI. I understand you had a trespasser recently. FBI, huh? What'd I do to warrant the fancy police? I already spoke to that red-headed deputy. He looked 12. I can't believe they give guys that young a firearm. I can assure you that Deputy Guthrie is a trained officer of the law. Although I couldn't vouch for his firearm skills. I only knew that he was skilled at writing up speeding tickets. Bernice clucked her tongue. So much crime these days. Maybe I should move. I don't think you should uproot your life because of a trespasser. He wasn't just a trespasser. He dug up my garden, and my Rottweiler chased him away. Would you mind showing me the garden? Bernice huffed. That requires shoes. These slippers are too delicate to wear outside. I'll wait. She looked at me for a moment before deciding to go ahead and swap her slippers for shoes. "You're lucky it's decent weather," she said, joining me outside. "I don't bother to go out if the sun isn't shining." I noticed she didn't bother to swap her robe for a jacket. To be a woman over 70 and not care what anyone thinks. Maybe I'd get there eventually. Bernice took the lead and walked to the garden at the side of the house. Soil had been scattered, and a few plants had been trampled. "I haven't had a chance to clean it up yet. My sciatica's been acting up." "Any idea which plants were the intended target?" I asked. "They got away with my painted buckeye," she said. I snapped to attention. Buckeye? I thought these were cooking herbs or something. "I plant the buckeye to keep the deer away. They're also a draw for hummingbirds and butterflies because of the nectar." She angled her head to look at me. "What's the big deal?" "You know buckeye is poisonous, right?" "I may be old, but I'm not stupid. I just told you why I plant it. I don't know if they intended to take anything else and got scared off by the dog before they had a chance. She went crazy. I mean, she gets riled up every now and again, but it was like she knew someone was out there stealing from me." My mind was still stuck on the buckeye, as it was the same kind that Pamela had taken from the inventory at Roots. That couldn't be a coincidence. "Thank goodness they didn't steal Herbert, or I'd be ready to crack a few skulls," Bernice said. "Is Herbert your dog?" "No." She looked at me like I had 3 heads. "Herbert is my gnome." She pointed to the small garden statue of a gnome in an aggressive stance with his middle finger up. "He's adorable." "He's my pride and joy in this garden. I bought him for 50 cents at a yard sale. Can you believe it? What a bargain." "Yes, a real bargain." I cleared my throat and turned away so she couldn't see my amused expression. It was then that I noticed the path the trespasser had taken to the garden. It was subtle, but it was there. I gestured to the lawn behind us. The grass has been flattened here. Bernice peered at the path.
You're right. I hadn't noticed that before. I don't think the deputy did either.
You didn't do that with a lawnmower or anything?
No, and it's not something my baby could have done either.
Your baby? She was far too old to have an infant. Did she still call her adult child her baby?
My dog, she said. Her name is Baby.
I looked at her sideways. You're not, by any chance, a fan of the movie Dirty Dancing, are you? Bernice's face brightened.
You bet your sweet ass I am. That's why I named her Baby. I like to say things like, nobody puts Baby in a corner, or nobody tries to steal my plants with Baby nearby.
Okay, I don't think that second line was in the movie, but I get the picture. I glanced back at the house. Where is Baby? For a territorial Rottweiler, the dog was strangely quiet.
Oh, I had just put on an episode of Teletubbies before you knocked. It's Baby's favorite show. She blocks out everything else when it's on.
I turned back to the garden, thinking. I guess a wheelbarrow could have flattened the grass like that. But surely someone would have noticed a stranger tearing down the street with a wheelbarrow. You described the trespasser as male. Did you get a good look at him?
Oh, no, I didn't see him at all. I just assume it was a man because they're most likely to commit crimes.
Anything else missing aside from the buckeye? Jeremy mentioned herbs.
No, those aren't here. I keep a small herb garden in the house. Nothing else was taken here. Just the buckeye.
She shrugged her bony shoulders.
Maybe he has a wife or a girlfriend he really wants to get rid of. I guess keep an ear out for any suspicious deaths.
Thanks, Bernice. That's a good tip. There seemed to be no point in telling her that the suspicious death had already occurred. Although if the killer was desperate for Buckeye, that didn't bode well for the residents' safety. Then again, if the killer was strong enough to punch a hole right through Pamela's chest, the poisonous plant was the least of our concerns. Chapter 15. I'd only driven a few blocks from Bernice's house when a call came in from Chief Fox.
There's been a break-in at Roots,
he said. Who robs a garden nursery? And could it possibly be a coincidence?
Want to hazard a guess what they took?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it wasn't cash.
Nope. And the register was unlocked, so they bypassed easy money.
Let me guess. They took Buckeye.
Not only Buckeye, but the other types the owner had accused Pamela of taking.
Now that Pamela's dead, a customer needed their fix, I mused.
Either that, or someone wants to take over her sales territory and was obtaining a few of her specialty items.
I sucked in a breath. Both options were bad news. If the killer wasn't the thief, that meant we had two different criminals on the loose.
I'm heading over to Roots now,
the chief said.
Thought you'd want to join me there.
I always want to join you, Chief Fox.
Next time you utter that statement, I hope I'm about to go to bed.
I smiled as I clicked off the speakerphone and turned the wheel in the direction of Roots. The owner was waiting for us in the main section of the garden center. He waddled over to greet us.
Thanks for coming so quickly. I'd been hearing about a rise in criminal activity, but I didn't expect it to hit my business. Can you tell us exactly what was taken?
The chief asked.
I made a list.
He handed a sheet of paper to the chief.
It wasn't a lot of inventory, but very specific. It must be the same thief that stole the items I accused Pamela of taking.
He shook his head.
I'm glad I let that go. Now that she's dead, I'd feel even worse about it. And you're certain no money was taken?
The chief pressed.
Not a cent. Didn't go near the register or the petty cash. How did they get in?
Chief Fox asked.
Broke a window in the back any time between closing and opening this morning. No alarm?
The chief asked. Mr. Root cringed.
I'd had it disconnected recently when I had a new sprinkler system installed and forgot to reset it. We didn't even notice the broken glass until an hour ago.
Either the culprit didn't have magic or didn't want to use it and give themselves away. That didn't exactly narrow it down. The chief handed me the list of ingredients.
I'll hang around here and check for prints. Why don't you take the list and see if it's helpful?
I tucked the list in my purse. On it, Chief. I left Roots and drove to the office to consult with Neville. Here you go, Neville. Don't say I never gave you anything. I set the list of stolen plants on his desk with a flourish. Neville clapped his hands.
Finally! Something tangible to work with.
I stared at him. Is this what Christmas morning is like for you? The wizard glanced down at his clothes.
Yes, except picture me in Star Wars pajamas.
I'd rather not, thanks. I maneuvered behind his chair to look at the screen. Fire up the internet, Neville. We've got research to do.
This is an interesting mix,
he remarked, examining the list. If we can figure out what those ingredients do together, that might narrow things down.
Assuming they're not intended for separate spells, he said.
That's true. If the thief is only looking to take over Pamela's turf, then they might not go together at all. Except I had a hunch they did, and that the killer desperately needed them for some reason. Otherwise, why wouldn't the thief simply source the materials the way Pamela did? There was a sense of urgency to these crimes that wasn't explained by a turf war. Neville flexed his fingers before lightly touching the keyboard.
Where would you like me to start?
My gut says we're looking for a powerful spell, so let's start with those and work our way down. Find spells that incorporate all the ingredients on the list. Neville typed in the search terms and hit enter.
Would you mind standing back a few inches, O exalted one?
What's wrong? Is it my breath? I blew into the palm of my hand and sniffed. I didn't have any garlic today.
No, you're breathing on the back of my neck and it's giving me the creeps.
I frowned. I'm giving you the creeps? He twisted to look at me with a sorrowful expression.
Not you specifically, Agent Fury. I'd feel this way if anyone was breathing down my neck.
He rubbed the bare skin of his neck.
There's something unsettling about it.
I took a step backward. Fine. I'll play backseat driver from farther away.
Much better. Thank you.
He turned back to the computer and resumed typing.
There are quite a few spells that involve a combination of 2 or more of the items.
Can you narrow it down to spells that require all of them?
I can try, but what if they're needed for 2 spells that are used in conjunction with each other? We run the risk of missing what we're looking for if we go too narrow too soon.
I patted the top of his head. This is why we pay you the big wizard bucks.
Actually, Agent Fury, I'm not compensated that well at all. I'm on a public servant's salary, emphasis on servant.
Hard to forget when I get a paycheck from the same place. I reviewed the list of results on the screen. Yikes. There are definitely more options than we have time to investigate.
Well, I think we can safely rule out the spell that helps you walk on water, Neville said. I think we'd already be aware if that one were in use.
No kidding. A spell at the bottom of the list caught my eye, and I touched the screen. Click that one. Neville dutifully complied, and I read over his shoulder. These combined ingredients are sometimes used in transmogrification spells. The description included images of the transformations. There was a depiction of a centaur that gains human legs and loses his stubby horns, and a leprechaun that loses his green hue and rises to the average height of a human. Neville drummed his fingers beside the keyboard.
Why would a supernatural need a spell to hide their appearance when humans can't see their natural state unless the supernatural chooses to show them?
A gasp escaped me. Because they're not hiding from humans.
You think a supernatural is disguising their appearance in order to hide from other supernaturals?
I shook his shoulder excitedly. Think about it, Neville. It makes sense. If the FBM has been hunting for a fugitive and Pamela figured out who they were, the fugitive likely killed her before she could reveal their identity to her handlers.
And to keep up the ruse, they'd need to keep doing the spell over and over. So they'd need to replenish ingredients if they intended to disguise themselves long-term.
Neville's head bobbed.
I think you're onto something, Agent Fury.
I leaned forward to scan the rest of the page on the screen. How long does the spell last?
It seems to be based on a number of factors, Neville said. The size and density of the supernatural, what disguise they've adopted. For example, taking a human form requires an obscene amount of water and salt, in addition to the plants, whereas if they wanted to disguise themselves as a vampire, they wouldn't require either of those.
Water and salt. There was plenty of both, given that we lived on the doorstep of the Chesapeake Bay, but the fugitive couldn't spend all their time in the bay. Certainly not this time of year. I think a human form is our best bet, I said. If our theory is correct, then they want to blend in with the other human residents of Chipping Cheddar. If they'd chosen a supernatural form, it would narrow the field too much. A memory flashed in my mind. Hang on a minute. The mugger.
What mugger?
The one who attacked the woman a few blocks from here. He didn't get her purse, but he took her water bottle.
Neville's brow furrowed. And you think it might be our killer? Water is everywhere. They could have gone home and run the tap.
Not if they were out and desperate, I said. Maybe they underestimated the time between spells and suddenly found themselves transforming back to their natural state in broad daylight. They panicked and went for the nearest victim. The woman had come from the gym, so the water bottle would have been covered in sweat.
Neville nodded. A boost of salt.
Gross, but accurate. I needed a description of the assailant, which meant a call to the chief. Thankfully, I didn't need to talk to Guthrie again. The details would be in the file. I sent a text to the chief to meet me at his house and to bring the mugging file. I didn't want to risk being overheard at the police station. If the FBM was eavesdropping, they likely had tapped into the station. After all, Neville monitored the station's communications. It stood to reason the other team had done the same. I need to rendezvous with the chief, I said. I'll report back when I have more information.
Oh, so a rendezvous is what we're calling it now,
the wizard mumbled. I turned back to look at him. I'm sorry, Neville. I didn't quite catch that. Was there something you wanted to say to me? He ducked his head and fixed his gaze on the computer screen.
Good luck, Agent Fury.
Yeah, I thought that's what you said. I hefted my bag over my shoulder and exited the office. Hey, Achilles. I crouched down to rub the pug's back immediately upon entering the chief's house.
You got here fast.
He handed me the file.
You think the attempted mugging is related to Pamela Clover?
Possibly. I shared what Neville and I had uncovered. Pamela must have been supplying the culprit with the ingredients for the spell. Now that she's dead, they have to find them elsewhere. If the spell is the one we think it is, it's powerful and requires constant maintenance.
Then the assailant didn't want the purse at all, just the water.
He said. Exactly, but obviously the woman assumed he was going for the purse. The chief scratched his jawline.
But didn't the mugging happen before the murder?
Same day, and the mugging could have occurred right after Pamela was killed. Think about it. You're desperate for your fix, and you discover your dealer is an informant. You meet up with her behind the library and kill her in a rage. You run off, but you're still in need of the spell, or you risk exposing your true form to the supernaturals hunting you. You now know they're in town and closing in because of Pamela. I flipped open the file and scanned the paperwork for the assailant's description. Male, Caucasian, slender, about 5'9". The chief leaned over my shoulder.
He wore a hat, so she couldn't see hair color.
She only glimpsed the back of him as he ran away. I closed the file and returned it to the chief, who tucked it under his arm.
Well, I guess we've narrowed the suspect down to male,
he said.
Not very helpful.
I'm not even sure we can say that with certainty if she only saw the attacker from the back. Plenty of women have short hair and wear a hat. Or her hair could have been up. But the Caucasian part ruled out Elsena. Not that I thought the Eumenides was running around swiping water bottles. She wasn't the one in need of a transformation spell. The chief helped Achilles onto the sofa and stroked his back in a thoughtful manner.
Even if the killer gets all the ingredients they need, won't they still need a witch to perform the spell? Pamela was a witch, so it makes sense she was giving the customer a prepackaged spell. Even if they're sourcing the ingredients on their own, they still need someone with access to magic.
I smiled. Look at you, leaning into the whole inner workings of the supernatural world. I held out my knuckles for a fist bump.
We still don't know if the thief is also the killer, though. It could be a coincidence. Why would they kill Pamela when she was their best hope of staying hidden?
Because she figured out who they were. I suspect the FBM had knowledge that the fugitive fled to Chipping Cheddar, which makes sense given that the place attracts supernaturals. The FBM learned of Pamela's side business and contacted her to root them out.
Why not engage all the witches in town?
Because Pamela was operating under the radar and without a license. So she's exactly the kind of witch the fugitive would seek out. No coven, no oversight.
And Pamela was set up with surveillance equipment and asked to keep tabs on all her customers to see if she could identify if one of them was the missing fugitive?
I nodded. Maybe she'd even been helping the fugitive already without knowing they were hiding from the authorities. Who knows what story he might have given initially? They could have said they wanted to look human because they had a crush on a vampire and wanted to be more appealing to them. Seriously, the options are infinite. The chief scratched his rugged jawline.
But doesn't that mean she would have seen them in their natural state and been able to recognize them once the FBM approached her?
Not necessarily. We don't know anything about the fugitive. Hell, I don't even know for certain that's what we're dealing with, but the pieces fit. They could have been transformed in other world and fled to this realm, then needed someone to help maintain the appearance.
So who would he go to for magical help now that Pamela's dead? Someone must be helping him with the spell.
One name came to mind. Rosalie LaRue. It didn't matter that her mother served with me on the Supernatural Council. The witch always found a way to make an illegal buck.
Chances are she won't have seen him in his natural form either.
Maybe not, I said, but she could identify the human that recently came to her for help. The better looking he is, the more likely she's helping him for free. I snapped my fingers. You know what? There was a new guy at the gym. I tapped my hand on the arm of the sofa, trying to trigger my memory of his name. Falcon! I only saw him from the back, but a witness mentioned he was new in town.
His name is Falcon? That right there sounds like an alias.
Yes, and he's new in town. A gym rat. Lots of water and salt at the gym. The woman attacked was coming from the gym. I bounced up and down on the cushion. And when I left the gym, not long after he left, I ran into Elsena in the parking lot. What if she tracked him there and just missed him?
Does he fit the description?
The height, yes. He wasn't wearing a hat, though. His hair is light brown.
Do you want to see if you can find him and I'll talk to Rosalie? She might be more willing to open up to me since I know you two have a rivalry or whatever.
Technically, her rivalry is with my mother, but I won't object if you want to do the dirty work. I'm not in the mood to trade insults.
Okay, you track down this Falcon, but if he seems even remotely dangerous...
The chief hesitated.
What am I saying? You're the one best qualified to handle dangerous.
I leaned over and planted a kiss on his lips. You really know how to charm a woman. I scratched Achilles behind the ear before rising to my feet. I love it when a plan comes together. And boy, did we need a plan. If we didn't catch this guy soon, I'd have to worry about Elsena stepping out of the shadows at every opportunity. The sooner we apprehended the fugitive, the sooner the Eumenides took her spiked ball and went home. Chapter 16. I strode through the gym entrance and showed my badge to the man behind the front desk. With his short and slightly round body and pinched face, he reminded me of a turtle.
"Weren't you here the other day?"
the turtle asked. Yes, but I'm still investigating the same crime, I said. He grunted.
Doesn't take this long on CSI.
I scowled at him. Let me know when you solve a gruesome murder and we'll compare notes. He audibly gulped. I'm looking for a new member called Falcon. Is he here? The turtle nodded.
Usually goes straight to the weights. Go ahead through.
I laughed to myself as I entered the lobby. The turtle and the falcon. Now there was a buddy comedy the world was missing. I walked around the facility in search of Falcon. I noticed Gloria in the middle of a bar class. If I couldn't find him, I figured Gloria might be able to give me his address. She struck me as a semi-professional social media stalker. As Turtle suggested, I hit pay dirt in the weights room when I spotted a familiar backside and tight black lycra shorts. It was hard to miss, as he was in the process of bending over to lower a set of weights. I waited until he resumed a standing position to approach him. Safety first. Excuse me, are you Mr. Falcon? He turned to look at me, and a languid smile passed his lips.
Why so formal? Falcon is fine.
Is that like Adele or Madonna? He winked.
More like Lucifer.
Interesting response. Well, that certainly sets you apart from guys with names like Dan Stilton and James Green.
I don't think my name is the only thing that sets me apart.
He proceeded to flex his biceps, on full view thanks to the sleeveless top he wore. Great balls of fury. I was dealing with the 3D version of Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. That's very impressive, Falcon, but I'm not here to measure muscle mass. He ran his tongue across his teeth.
Too bad.
I half expected him to tack on little lady to the end of that sentence. I need to ask you about a woman named Pamela Clover. I watched him intently to gauge his reaction. He seemed to notice my gaze and mistook it for interest.
Pamela, huh? I don't know her, but I'm always up for a threesome,
he said, eyeing me with a smirk. I whipped out my badge. Maybe this will help. His eyes widened, as did his smirk.
I'll play any game you like, officer.
Agent, I corrected him. Agent Fury.
Yeah, good one. Agent is much sexier.
He licked his lips in anticipation of something that was clearly only happening in his mind. Falcon, I don't think you understand. I'm an actual federal agent, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about the death of Pamela Clover. His eyebrows knitted together.
This Pamela woman is dead? Look, lady, I don't know what kind of kink you're into, but I draw the line at corpses.
I heaved a weary sigh. The only thing I'm into right now is solving a murder. I couldn't get overly annoyed by his mistake. After all, I'd made a similar one when I first met Chief Fox. In my defense, though, I was very drunk, which tends to result in me saying stupid things. Falcon, well, let's just say he wasn't drunk.
I don't know anyone called Pamela Clover. I only moved to town a few weeks ago.
Can you tell me more about that? Where did you move from?
Dover, Delaware.
Why'd you relocate? He flinched.
Does it matter?
I'm taking time to ask the question, so yes. He glanced around to see whether anyone was listening, but we were alone in the room.
My girlfriend broke up with me and kicked me out of the apartment. I'd already been laid off from my job, so I decided to start fresh.
You cheated on her, I said, more of a statement than a question. He had cheater written all over his biceps. His nostrils flared.
It wasn't just that I cheated. The two girls I was with that night.
Two? He allowed himself a self-satisfied smirk.
You saw these guns, right? The ladies can't resist.
And neither could he, it seemed.
Anyway, one of the girls recorded us and plastered it all over social media.
He lowered his head.
That's how Tara found out. I came home the next day and found all my belongings on the front lawn of the complex.
And you decided to move here?
I figured I wouldn't know anybody here. I got a new job, and I've been checking out the women here at the gym and down the promenade, trying to decide which one gets a crack at old Falcon here.
He rubbed his hands together.
I might wait until the weather warms up to choose a winner. Can't wait to see all those bikini bods on display.
Inwardly, I groaned. Tara dodged a horny bullet as far as I was concerned. Why not date around instead of settling on one woman? It sounds like that's not really your style anyway.
You know how women are. They find men more appealing when they know they're taken.
It took all my strength not to kick him in the crotch. That's not a female trait I'm familiar with.
See? You're not interested. But I bet you'd be singing a different song if I told you I was engaged.
I folded my arms. I can assure you that it wouldn't make the least bit of difference. I'm in a happy relationship and not remotely interested in pursuing other men. He peered at me curiously.
Your eyes are beautiful. Anyone ever tell you that?
Give it up, Falcon. Your so-called charm isn't working. He broke into an amused grin.
It's always worth another angle. Sometimes you gotta hit a bunch of points until you find the sweet spot.
I blew an exasperated breath. Was the Tara story true?
Oh, yeah. But I wasn't exactly heartbroken. Girl was psycho.
Whistling, he used his index finger to make a circle around his ear. I pulled up a photo of Pamela on my phone that I'd snapped from the file and showed it to him. Does this woman look familiar? He squinted at the screen.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. She's not exactly memorable.
Have you bought anything that you shouldn't have since you've been here? Maybe picked up a small package from a stranger?
I can assure you, pretty lady, there is nothing small about my package.
Okay, I think we're done here. I was fairly convinced Falcon wasn't our criminal mastermind. He seemed human to the core, no spell required.
Are you sure you don't want a piece of this? We're alone, and there's plenty of room on the bench over there.
He motioned to the nearby weight bench. I gaped at him. I have to ask, does this routine really work for you?
I can show you the video if you like.
I sealed my lips and shook my head. I had enough unpleasant memories seared into my brain. No need to add Falcon's threesome to the list.
Here, let me move this out of the way so you don't trip.
His attempt at being chivalrous was a thinly disguised attempt to show off his strength. Before he could reach the set of barbells, I cut him off and grabbed the weights with one hand, deftly moving them aside. I got it, but thanks. I flashed a smile and noted his slack jaw with satisfaction.
How? What?
I showed off my badge again. FBI, remember? They train us pretty hard. Falcon seemed to shrink before my eyes.
I guess so,
he murmured. Thanks for the help. Good luck with settling in. I turned and waltzed out of the room, adding a little sway to my hips. It wasn't often that I felt the desire to show anyone up, but Falcon was begging to be trolled by a woman.
Did you find him?
Turtle asked on my way out. I did, but you might need to send someone to the weights room to pick his jaw up off the floor. I wore a shocked expression. I don't know what happened, but I don't think he can lift it. I tossed a toy across the room for Princess Buttercup to fetch as the chief and I updated each other on the phone.
Rosalie swears it isn't her,
he said. Do you believe her?
I do.
Well, Falcon isn't our guy either. He's a twat waffle, but he isn't a demon in disguise. I stopped talking at the sound of the front door opening. Princess Buttercup didn't bark, which meant it was someone she liked. Honey, I'm home and I brought a friend. Sassy sashayed into the kitchen with Agent Quinn Redmond behind her. She rolled a small suitcase alongside her. I guess you're here for a few days, I said to Sassy. You know it. She surveyed the kitchen. How do you manage to mess this place up so quickly? You don't even cook. I smiled at Agent Redmond. Hey, Quinn.
That's good, right?
The chief said.
Maybe he'll have intel for you.
Let's hope. I'll talk to you later. I hung up the phone and shook Agent Redmond's hand. Good to see you again.
Happy to be back.
He insisted on coming over here with me on top secret business.
Sassy rolled her eyes.
Poor Clara barely got a kiss in before he ran off to work.
Why don't you go upstairs and inspect your bedroom? I suggested. Let me know if anything fails to meet with your approval.
That sounds smart. I don't want to find out at bedtime that you put those scratchy sheets on the bed again.
She shivered.
Ugh, that was so uncomfortable.
She turned and hurried upstairs, leaving me alone with Agent Redmond.
I'll be quick,
he said, sliding into the chair opposite me at the table.
I have confirmation that Pamela Clover was working as an informant for the Dark Division.
Wait, they have a special name? I thought they were just Black Ops or super secret department.
They're called the Dark Division, but anyone you ask will deny knowledge of it. As far as the FBM is concerned, it doesn't exist.
How did you find out? I thought they blocked your request for information. Agent Redmond gave a nonchalant shrug.
Turns out I have a friend on the inside. I don't like to ask for favors, but I figured this time it was warranted.
Inwardly, I was fuming. Even though I'd already suspected this was the case, it angered me to know it was true. My own employer was running a secret operation under my nose and saw fit not to notify me. I wasn't a mere field agent. I was in charge of this jurisdiction. Any word on what they think happened? I asked. There was no reason to take my anger out on Agent Redmond. He wasn't to blame.
The unofficial word is that she blew her cover and the mark killed her.
That's my working theory, too. What do we know about the mark?
Not a lot. He's a demon from Otherworld and is a relative of some bigwig there, which is why the Dark Division is involved. Officially, the FBM wants to keep their hands clean.
I frowned. So by not telling me, they were protecting me? He offered me a sympathetic look.
That's my take.
I still didn't like it. I was a fury. I didn't need protection. And what about Elsena? Did they send her in to continue Pamela's work? Uncertainty flickered in his eyes. What is it? I prompted. You know something else.
He averted his gaze. I got the impression that they've sent her in as a cleaner.
Is that why she took all the equipment and files from Pamela's apartment? To hide all traces of their sting operation? He turned back and looked me directly in the eye.
I don't just mean a cleaner of files.
It took me a minute, but I got there in the end. They sent her to clean up the mess, I said quietly.
No loose ends that could be traced back to the FBM.
I blew out a breath. Okay, so what does that mean?
I think it means she's here to do more than simply capture a fugitive.
I shook my head in disbelief. But she thinks she's on the right side of the law, that she's good and I'm evil. It seemed that Elsena had a warped view of right and wrong after all.
Based on my intel, I don't think she has any intention of bringing the killer to justice. I think her orders are to find the target and eliminate him. That way he's no longer a threat, but the FBM can deny their involvement to the bigwig in Otherworld.
I inhaled deeply. Then it looks like I'd better find him first. Chapter 17. I awoke in the middle of the night to see 2 red dots glowing in the darkness. I pulled myself onto my elbows and regarded the hellhound. "What's up, Buttercup?" The hellhound sniffed and started toward the bedroom door. It was clear she'd picked up a scent and wanted me to follow. I knew there was little chance of a prowler ripping up my non-existent garden. Aunt Thora's lemon trees wouldn't entice him either. "Is it Sassy?" I whispered. Her bedroom door was ajar, and I peered inside to see her sleeping soundly. I followed the hellhound downstairs and opened the front door. Princess Buttercup disappeared into the night like a 4-legged ninja. I folded my arms and leaned against the door jamb. "What are you doing here, Elsena?" The Eumenides stepped out from behind one of the wide oak trees.
"Watching."
"That's creepy. You know that, right?"
"It's my job."
"To be creepy? Whatever they're paying you, it isn't enough." I motioned to the interior of the barn. "It's cold out tonight. Want to come in? I have booze."
"I don't drink alcohol. It impairs my thoughts."
Wow, she really was my polar opposite. "Okay then, I have hot cocoa." She lingered by the tree.
"Do you also have the tiny marshmallows?"
"I think I might be able to scrounge up a bag."
"Then I accept your invitation."
Elsena swaggered toward me, and I moved inside to let her pass. I'd leave Princess Buttercup to run amok for a bit. It was a clear night, and I knew she liked to stargaze because it wasn't something she'd been able to do in the underworld. I retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and filled 2 mugs. Elsena frowned.
"Do you have any dairy-free milk?"
"Does this look like a restaurant to you?" I placed the mugs in the microwave and hit the buttons. I smiled, reminded of Sassy's culinary accusations. I guess she wasn't wrong. "You can sit," I told her.
"I'd prefer to stand."
"In case you need to make a quick exit?" The microwave beeped.
"Habit,"
she said. I removed the mugs from the microwave and scooped the cocoa into each one. I topped them off with fluffy marshmallows. I gestured to the mugs. "Any preference?"
"That one."
Elsena pointed to the one with the unicorn design that read, "I don't believe in humans." "Big unicorn fan, huh?"
"No. It has 3 more marshmallows than the other one."
It seemed she also had better mental math skills than I did. Elsena brought the mug straight to her lips and sucked down a couple marshmallows. She wasn't kidding about being a fan. "Why don't you tell me about the Dark Division?" Her expression gave nothing away. Watching me over the rim of her mug, she sipped her hot cocoa. "I know Pamela was working undercover for a special branch of the FBM called the Dark Division, and I know that's why you're here now. Why don't you tell me what you know and we can compare notes? The sooner we wrap up this case, the safer the community will feel." Residents were on edge. There was no denying it. Elsena's brown eyes tracked me as I set down the mug to open the door for Princess Buttercup. I warned the hellhound to leave our guest alone, and she immediately sat on her haunches outside the kitchen like a gargoyle statue. If Elsena decided to whip out those knives again, she'd have more than a fury to contend with. I sipped my hot cocoa. Maybe the best way to get her to talk was to share what I knew. I didn't know how to find him yet, so I wasn't risking too much by telling her. You know who the killer is. It's some demon from Otherworld with ties to someone important there. You know he's in shipping Cheddar, but you don't know how to identify him because he's using magic to disguise himself as a human. Her fingers tightened around the mug.
We're looking for a vis vitalis demon. They suck the life essence from other living creatures. It's how they survive.
A memory flashed in my mind. Is that why Pamela's lips were blue when she was discovered? Elsena nodded.
A telltale sign, but often overlooked by humans because it's a common sight on their corpses.
What about the hole in her chest?
I suspect he was trying to suck her essence and he sucked out a section of her chest in the scuffle.
That's some powerful suction. I tried not to imagine how that must have felt. He had to know you'd realize it was him. Why not just strangle her or something more human? Was he that desperate? Elsena snorted inelegantly.
He's also arrogant. He's eluded capture for months and grown cocky.
She rolled her eyes.
What am I saying? He's always been those things, only more so now.
A lot of demons are drawn here because of the dormant portal, but the FBM leaves them for me to deal with. Is the Otherworld connection the only reason they didn't involve me? She exhaled, resigned to share.
It isn't personal, Agent Fury. If it's any consolation, they told me to steer clear of the agent here so as not to entangle you. Of course, I didn't realize their boots on the ground here belonged to a Fury.
I swallowed a mouthful of cocoa and ignored the residue above my lip. You didn't seek me out because I'm FBM?
No, I told you that. I sensed your presence. When you are two sides of the same coin, there is a heightened awareness.
Her brow creased.
Don't you feel it?
There was no harm in admitting it. I do, but whatever you think you know about me, you're wrong.
Am I?
She set the empty mug on the counter.
If you're truly the law-enforcing Fury you claim to be, then why is your family living freely among the residents of this town?
My pulse sped up, but I kept a neutral expression. What do you know about my family? Her upper lip curled slightly.
Your mother, grandmother, and great-aunt are witches who embrace black magic.
I drank more cocoa in an effort to hide my reaction.
Your father and brother are practicing vengeance demons, she continued. If, as you say, this town is your domain and your priority is its protection, then why haven't you done something about them? Why are they free to do as they please?
She cast an arm in the direction of the backyard.
I sense powerful dark magic all over these grounds.
I declined to tell her about the revolving graves. It would only reinforce her beliefs about my family. My family has lived here for many years. Naturally, you'd sense their magic here. This conversation was taking an unfortunate turn, and if I wasn't careful, I'd be sending myself off a cliff. My family has nothing to do with Pamela Clover's death, and nothing to do with your demon fugitive. Maybe if you kept your eyes on the prize and stopped getting distracted by me and my family, you'd have done your job by now. Her hands shot to her hips.
I have been tracking the demon the same as you. I'm aware of the stolen Buckeye and the break-in at Roots.
You know he needs lots of salt and water too, right? And magic to cement the spell?
He will not remain in this town, Agent Fury. I promise you that.
She pushed up the cuffs of her sleeves.
I have a perfect record in my division, and I intend to keep it that way.
Finally, she was speaking my language. Don't you ever get tired of being the only one of your kind? I asked.
I don't think I am. And neither are you. We're rare, but we're not alone.
There isn't exactly a Facebook group for Furies or Eumenides. I knew this for a fact because I'd checked.
I don't mind being a solitary creature, Elsena said. It helps with the job.
Right, because it's super secret. Another woman with walls. That much I understood. So what does a Eumenides look like in full form? She frowned.
You want to see my supernatural state?
Yeah, I've never met one of you. I'm interested in seeing your traits firsthand. I stepped out from behind the island. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Elsena gave me a curious look.
You are a strange one, Agent Fury.
Wouldn't be the first time I've been told that.
Fine. I accept your challenge.
Elsena closed her eyes and tucked in her chin. Black bat wings sprouted under her arms, connecting to her waist.
Yep, saw those already, and my wings definitely win that competition, I said. A smile played upon her lips. Oh, this is a competition. And here I thought we were just sharing.
She ran her hands over her face, and her hair and skin morphed into... what on earth? Her human head had been replaced by a dog's head, and strands of hair became snakes, like mine. When she finally raised her head to meet my gaze, I noticed her eyes were bloodshot.
I have eternal flames in my eyes, I said. I guess that's another point in my favor. Her dog mouth quirked in amusement. This is a beauty contest now, is it?
I just have competition on the brain lately.
Now your turn, Elsena said. I've never seen a fury in her full form. I'm very curious. I don't think this is my full form, I said. I collect more traits the more I use my powers. I hesitated. Is that not how it works for you? The dog head shook its snake hair. I had all these traits from the time of my birth. Did your parents completely freak? My father was an angel and my mother was a nymph. They felt blessed to bring a Eumenides into the world, that somehow they'd been chosen. You said was, as in past tense. Yes, they died, she said, murdered by a demon. It's one of the reasons I embarked on this path. I became obsessed with justice. The FBM recruited me for their Black Ops division right out of school. I was mildly miffed that they hadn't sought me out for a special job like hers. Then again, I'd snubbed the FBM in favor of the human division. I was only here now because I'd screwed up by accidentally siphoning a vampire's power and biting my partner. I'm sorry about your parents. I felt a pang of sympathy. Elsena had 2 loving parents and lost them both. Life could be cruel and unfair. Thank you. It was a long time ago. I've made peace with it. She flicked a finger at me. Your turn. Okay. Prepare to be both dazzled and amazed. I unfurled my Medusa hair and my flaming eyeballs. Then I spread my massive black wings. That's impressive, she said. You're right. Your wings are much better than mine. These tiny bat wings seem to defy the laws of physics. I'm much too big for them. She flapped her arms to demonstrate their ineptitude. What powers do you have? I asked. I can fly and turn invisible. Did I dare share all my secrets with her? Part of me felt nervous about saying too much. The more I revealed, the more she could identify my weaknesses and learn how to defeat me. On the other hand, I didn't get the sense that Elsena was interested in hurting me anymore. We seemed to have arrived at an understanding. I have an all-access pass to the underworlds. All of them? I asked. As far as I know. I haven't tested it. No bureaucracy? That was surprising. Supernaturals loved their bureaucracy as much as humans did. No. I can walk in and out without anyone saying a word to me. Is that because your species traditionally led souls to the realm of the dead? Her dog mouth smiled. You have been studying up on me. Well done, Agent Fury. I feel like if we're sharing our true selves, you should call me Eden. Eden, she repeated. Your parents chose well. According to my mother, she named me Eden because my father lost a bet. He wanted to name me Elvira. I have to be honest, I'm glad my mom won that bet. I smiled, remembering my father's irrational anger whenever my mother told the story. You have super strength and speed. I know that much, Elsena said. I nodded. Same as you. Can you siphon? She tilted her dog head in a way that reminded me of Princess Buttercup when I spoke to the hellhound in my "who's a good girl" voice. Siphon what? Elsena asked. The power of others. She took a step backward so that she was out of my reach. You can do that? I don't keep them or anything. It's only temporary,
but it's been helpful when I need to disarm a powerful supernatural."
Her eyes narrowed. "And you what? Use their power against them?"
"It depends. Sometimes I siphon it just to prevent them from using it against me or someone else." Elsena returned to her normal state, and I followed suit.
"That's an incredible ability,"
she said, after a long, thoughtful pause.
"A power like that could do a lot of damage in the wrong hands."
"Not in these." I held up my hands and wiggled them jazz hand style. Although I'm sure my family would rejoice if I decided to unleash the full extent of my fury powers. She examined me closely.
"Why do you hold back? Why not use the full extent of your abilities?"
"Because the more I use, the more I get. I have more than my share as it is, thanks." She still seemed baffled.
"Why not want more? I would welcome more power if it meant I could do my job more effectively, but I don't have that luxury."
"It's not like I know what's next on the checklist. They suddenly appear and I have no voice in the matter. I worry about what I'll become if the gifts keep on coming." It wasn't as though I could return them to sender or request an exchange. Gee, gods, as much as I appreciate the eternal flames in my eyes, I could really do with a new coffee maker instead.
"Why does it bother you so much?"
Elsena asked.
"This is who we are. Special. More powerful than most. You should embrace the glory of it."
"It doesn't feel very glorious to have snakes slithering all over your head." She popped a hand on her hip.
"You did see my head transforms to a canine, yes?"
"Yeah, but dogs are adorable."
"I don't think when men refer to a woman as a dog that they intend it as a compliment. Besides, you like snakes. You have the Burmese python."
I blinked. "How did you know that?"
"I've been checking up on you. That means gathering information about you and your family."
I mulled it over. "Learn anything interesting?"
"Your father needs to get his cholesterol under control."
I snorted. Yeah, Sally's all over that one.
"He's been sneaking fatty foods when he's out of the house. His latest lab results show a spike in his triglycerides."
"Really? I'm surprised Verity didn't tell us."
"Because he didn't see your sister-in-law. He went to his own doctor."
I gave her an appraising look. "Wow, you really have been checking up on them." That explained my father's foul mood the other day. The doctor must have warned him to cut back on his favorite foods. He might be able to fool his wife into believing he was eating healthy foods, but he couldn't fool the tests. Elsena shrugged.
"I'll be honest, it wasn't the most exciting information. I thought the test might be for something less mundane."
I smiled. Less human?
"Your father is still a danger, Agent Fury. Just because he indulges in bad habits like most humans and drives 3 miles out of his way to save a penny a gallon on gasoline doesn't negate the fact that he's a practicing vengeance demon."
I pointed at her. "He does drive out of his way for cheaper gas. Isn't that absurd? Yet he gives me a hard time and acts like I'm being extravagant because I stop for gas where it's convenient."
"Parents, right?"
Elsena's smile dissipated as she seemed to remember her official position regarding me and my family.
"Like I said, he's still a danger. All of you are."
"What about Olivia and Ryan? They're little kids." And I was trying to make sure they traveled the path of love and light, assuming I was on it myself, which Elsena seemed to call into question.
Elsena pursed her lips. "They're children. Still innocent."
She paused, as though remembering something.
"The other day, Ryan was barking like a dog in answer to all your brother's questions, and it was kind of hilarious. Your brother was getting so frustrated."
Her brow creased.
"I thought your brother would lash out, and I waited. But he hugged the little boy and congratulated him on his Oscar-winning performance."
At least she seemed more conflicted about us than she did when we first met. "Anton is a good dad," I said. "He's definitely making an effort to—" I wanted to say, not repeat the mistakes of our parents, but I didn't want to give credence to Elsena's ideas about them. "He's making an effort to be even-tempered and supportive. Verity's a great influence on him."
"I've encountered other vengeance demons in my role.
They're different.
Listen, Elsena. You and I want the same thing. We both want to stop this demon from hurting anyone else. Why don't we work together? We're a Fury and a Eumenides. With our combined forces, what criminal has a chance? Elsena pressed her lips together.
I can't do that.
She shook her head, affirming her decision.
I can't trust you, no matter how reasonable you may sound. For all I know, it's part of your act.
I don't have an act. I gestured to the empty mugs. Do you think I keep hot cocoa on hand in case I have to convince someone I'm not evil? I use my powers for good. Surely you can see that.
Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Right now, the only thing I see is someone trying to convince me she's not who I think she is. Words are wind, as my father used to say.
And here I thought we'd reached an understanding. Elsena didn't respond. Instead, she turned and fled the barn. I chased after her, careful not to yell her name and wake up Sassy. By the time I caught up to her, she leaped over the fence and took to the skies, disappearing from view. I stood in the moonlight, staring at the night sky. It felt strange to find myself in a position of defending my family. For so long, I'd viewed them in black and white as Elsena did, as Elsena viewed me.
That fact made me deeply uncomfortable.
I knew where I stood on the scales of justice, yet Elsena wanted to place me somewhere different, somewhere I didn't deserve. In my mind, I replayed the things I said to Elsena in defense of my family. They were all true. Granted, Elsena was right about certain facts. My father and Anton were still practicing vengeance demons, but I'd learned that even vengeance demons weren't without mercy, and sometimes what appeared as vengeance turned out to be an act of kindness. And the witches in my family were far more likely to hurt each other than a stranger. While that certainly made for a toxic dynamic in the house, it didn't pose a threat to others. Unless they made the mistake of cutting in front of Grandma in line at the grocery store, in which case they deserved her wrath. In trying to persuade Elsena to see my family differently, to acknowledge shades of gray, I was beginning to see them differently myself. Chapter 18. I trudged across the yard to the main house the next morning. Sassy was up and out of the house before I even opened my eyes. She'd even left one of her notes with a smiley face on the kitchen counter. She was as perky as ever, whereas I was exhausted from lack of sleep thanks to my midnight visit from Elsena. Alice hovered at the back of the kitchen, watching the scene in the family room. Grandma and Aunt Thora were parading across the floor and my mother was shouting criticisms. I realized that this was, in fact, her dream job.
I find beauty pageants very strange, Alice said. In my day, if your father's farm was prosperous enough, you could have your choice of husbands. She paused. On second thought, I guess that isn't much better.
Alice Wentworth lived on this land long before my family moved here, and the ghost still clung to what had once been the family farm. As I was the only one in the house who could see her, she and I became bosom buddies from the time I was old enough to talk. My mother scrutinized Grandma's posture as the older witch stopped at the end of the carpet to turn.
Lift the chin a bit more, my mother advised. Pretend that book is still on your head. Nobody needs to see your turkey waddle.
Grandma touched the skin under her chin.
I do not have a turkey waddle.
I was going to say I'm glad to be a woman in this century, I said to Alice, but watching this is making me reconsider.
Won't they take osteoporosis into account?
Aunt Thora asked.
None of us can stand completely straight at our age.
One spell, Grandma pleaded. That's all I need.
I stepped forward. No magic, I reminded her. You've got to win fair and square.
How is it fair that some women have better genes than we do? Grandma grumbled. I have magic, and Genevieve Patton has enormous boobs.
Which, to be fair, is its own brand of magic. my mother added. Grandma chewed her lip. What if we carefully removed our main competitors prior to the competition? The competition is tonight, my mother said. If you're going to make a move, you're running out of time. It's still cheating, I said. Yeah, but no one will know it's connected, Grandma said. That way we'll get away with it. You'd get away with it anyway, my mother said. It isn't like people know we're witches, and you two are the only supernaturals in the competition. Good thing that Adele LaRue isn't a member, Grandma scoffed. She'd probably put some kind of spell on the senior center ahead of time to make sure no one could practice magic during the competition. That's not a bad idea, I said. Have a little faith, Eden, Aunt Thora said. No one is planning to eliminate contestants ahead of the competition. How about just one? Grandma pleaded. Vivian Hollister is competing for a new printer. I mean, who really cares about that? They can go to Staples if they're that desperate for a paper copy. I don't care how badly you want that jacuzzi, I said. There will be no smiting of the competition. Will you be there to keep them in check? Aunt Thora asked. My mother splayed a hand against her chest. Don't lump me in with this one. I have no intention of using magic to help anybody win. For once, I agree with Eden's warped sense of duty. I'll be there, but a little late, I said. I have the Supernatural Council meeting tonight and I can't miss it. Not when we were in the midst of a murder investigation and a visit from a secret FBM operative. Have you finally decided on dresses? Last time I checked in, there was a heated debate over hem length, Alice said. Your grandma felt strongly about showing her calves. She feels they're one of her better features. She looked wistfully at my family. We never had the choice. If it didn't cover the ankles, it was an absolute scandal. Well, ankles are very sexy. My mother faced me with her hands on her hips. Is Alice watching us again? Ask if she has any advice. I glanced at Alice. Here's your chance to get involved. Alice lit up. Oh, how marvelous. I rarely get to offer input. Tell Aunt Thora to definitely wear the black and white dress because it shows off her shoulders, and have your grandmother wear the coral-colored one. It's a great color for her skin tone. I repeated her suggestions for all to hear. Grandma seemed to take the advice on board. Maybe I'll wear the coral dress for the interview section of the competition, she said. Francis said he's wearing his powder blue suit to host, so I'd like to wear my pale blue dress for the introductions. Who owns a powder blue suit in this day and age? My mother asked. What's old is new again, Grandma said to her. Like your face. My mother groaned. Why do you need to wear a color that complements Francis? Is this a winning strategy? It's a winning Francis strategy, Grandma said. If I make him look good, that makes me look even better in his view. I thought you didn't like Francis, my mother said. I said I didn't like him at first, Grandma replied. He's grown on me over time. Like a fungus, my mother added. Grandma scowled. You should talk. Based on some of those disgusting bozos you go out with, you might as well use antibiotics in place of soap. You just like that Francis isn't intimidated by you, Aunt Thora said. You're too used to men cowering in your presence. Grandma wore a tiny smile. There is that. Oh, Francis isn't interested in you, my mother said, waving a dismissive hand. I saw him hanging all over that trollop Genevieve Patton. Mom, don't be mean, I said. You don't know what his feelings are. Maybe he's just a really nice man and he was humoring Genevieve. Still, if Grandma genuinely liked this Francis, I felt sorry for her, and that wasn't a frequent occurrence. I'd read enough Jane Austen novels to know that unrequited feelings were the pits. He was only talking to Genevieve because she's representing the thing on the wish list he wants to win, Grandma said. Oh, please, his feelings for Genevieve are the same as any man's, my mother said. Face it, Mother, you might win the title of mature woman, but a competition with Genevieve is one you'll definitely lose. Grandma bristled. You're just jealous that Francis isn't paying you any attention. You keep showing up to our competition practices to make sure you're the center of attention." Worry began to gnaw at me as I felt the energy in the room shift. My mother swished her hips. "I'm going to the senior center as a show of support. Do you think I care about the state of the swimming pool or the washing machine?" "No, I think all you care about is having the old men admire you and tell you how young you look." My mother fluffed her hair. "Like a younger Rita Hayworth. That's what Mr. Leroy said." "Of course he said a younger Rita Hayworth," Grandma said. "The current Rita Hayworth is a corpse." My mother rolled up her sleeves and anger sparked in her eyes. "You take that back, or I'll—" "You'll what?" Grandma interrupted. She crossed the room so that she was nose to nose with my mother. As the level of tension ratcheted up, dread flowed through my body.
"Ladies, we don't need to argue about Francis or Rita Hayworth or anything else," Aunt Thora said. "Let's focus on our practice for the competition."
"Who cares about your stupid competition?" my mother said. "Neither one of you is going to win. I saw the panel of judges. There's only one woman, and I think even she will vote for Genevieve." "What are you saying?" Grandma demanded. "That we're not attractive enough to garner any votes?" My mother folded her arms and glowered at Grandma. "I don't need to say it. It's obvious to anyone with working eyesight."
"That rules out Claude Howell," Aunt Thora murmured. "One of his is glass. Apparently his brother shot it with a BB gun when they were kids."
I stopped focusing on the brewing fight and looked at Aunt Thora. Wait, that really happened? Someone actually shot their eye out with a BB gun? And here I thought it was only a catchy warning in a Christmas movie. Aunt Thora shrugged.
"That's what Claude said."
"Take back those awful things you said about me," my mother demanded. Grandma snorted. "You'll have to wrench the words from my cold, dead mouth." My mother's eyes glinted with malicious intent. "That can be arranged." "You can't kill Grandma now," I said. "The competition is tonight. She won't be resurrected in time." "She should have thought of that before she got on my bad side," my mother whined. "What other side is there?" Grandma shot back. My mother raised a hand and prepared to strike. I jumped between them. "Mom, I know you're mad at Grandma, but please try to think of the greater good. The competition is a community effort. Grandma is actually participating in something that will benefit others." "Why would I care about that?" my mother asked. "Because someday you'll be hanging around the senior center and wanting to show off your svelte figure all year round. A jacuzzi would help with that." "For once, you make a good point." Slowly, her arm lowered. "But someday is still a long way away. I'm nowhere near ready for the senior center." She ran her hands along her hips. "By the time I'm old enough to join, they'll be on their 7th jacuzzi." "Maybe," I said, "but you can't get to 7 jacuzzis without starting with 1. My mother shot a guilty look in Grandma's direction. "I'm sorry I said the competition is stupid. It isn't at all. In fact, I'm very proud that the two of you are participating and representing our family." I was so gobsmacked by my mother's kind words that I started to cough. I only managed to stop when Grandma whacked me between the shoulder blades. "Thank you," Grandma said. "I hope you'll still consider coming to support us. It will be nice to have someone in the audience rooting for us." "Oh, well, I was planning to cheer for Janine Fetterman because she's just as cute as a button, but I suppose I'll throw my weight in your direction." "Why not? There's enough of it for both of us," Grandma quipped. I groaned. "Okay," I said. "Let's quit now while we're all in a good place." To my relief, the rest of the day ran smoothly. I tried to hang around the house as much as I could to keep tempers from flaring and ensure Grandma and Aunt Thora competed as planned. They tried to skip meals so they looked as trim as possible, but I managed to persuade them to eat small portions. "We don't want anyone fainting on stage and breaking a hip," my mother said in support of my pleas for sustenance, as entertaining as that might be.
"Are you driving over with us tonight, Eden?"
Aunt Thora asked. "I can't. I have the Supernatural Council meeting at 7. I'll try to rush through the agenda so that I only miss the introductions.
We'll move slowly through the program anyway, Grandma said. Nobody has a sense of urgency at the senior center. You would think they would, given how close to death they all are.
I closed my eyes. Grandma, please don't say anything like that during the competition.
Fine, but you can't stop me from thinking it. I know my rights.
I was grateful when 6 o'clock rolled around and I could race to the barn to change for the Supernatural Council meeting. Having nibbled on every item of food I'd shoved in front of Grandma and Aunt Thora, I wasn't very hungry for dinner. Then again, the meeting was at my cousin's restaurant, Chop House. The Warlock was the best chef in town, so if a plate of crab cakes happened to be within arm's reach, I had no doubt I'd find a bit more room in my stomach. I was flexible like that. I arrived at Chop House for the Supernatural Council meeting brimming with energy and a renewed sense of purpose. The Dark Division's involvement had to be the biggest deal since the death of the former bureau chief brought me back to chipping cheddar, unless you counted the time the fog blanketed the town and influenced people's decisions, or the time we were invaded by body-snatching demons. Oh, or the time the chief turned into a fox. Anyway, the intel on the demon was major news to be shared with the other members of the council. Some of them were older and wiser, and it was possible they'd have insight to offer. Adele observed me with a keen eye as I entered the private room at the back of the restaurant that served as our weekly meeting space. Eden, you're practically gliding into the room.
Must be a new fella,
Osborne said, smiling at me as though we shared a secret, which we definitely didn't. There was no way the wizard knew about the chief and I.
It's about time, too. I haven't seen you in a relationship since that boy from high school with the massive ego.
Do you have any boyfriends in San Francisco?
Aggie asked.
You never mention anyone special.
The only special one was Fergus, and that's only because he was my partner. He was also older and not remotely my type, but I adored him as a mentor and a colleague.
Tell us about this fella, Eden,
Osborne said.
I want to know all the details.
The door to the room swung open and Chief Fox sauntered in.
Are we talking about a suspect in our case?
The wizard turned to look at him.
No, we're trying to get Eden to tell us about her new boyfriend.
My chest suddenly felt like an entire heavy metal band had taken up residence. There's no boyfriend, I insisted. I'm here to talk about the investigation. Chief Fox planted himself in the chair directly across from mine.
Oh, come on, Agent Fury. You can tell us the truth. We're all friends here.
His mouth split into a grin, and it took all my self-control not to blurt out the truth just to teach him not to mess with me. There were more important things at stake than my ego, though. As much as I would love to gossip, I'm in a hurry tonight. Grandma and Aunt Thora are competing in the Chipping Cheddar Mature Woman competition over at the Senior Center as we speak, and I need to get over there. Aggie thumped her delicate fist on the table.
By all means, let's get started. We don't want to deprive you of a spectacle like that.
Before I leave, everybody needs to buy a ticket. I don't care if you actually attend, but a ticket must be purchased from me before you step out of this room or there will be hell to pay later. Adele pressed a jeweled hand to her chest.
That's rather aggressive for you, Eden.
Oh, I don't mean you. I mean me. My family is inflicting child labor upon me. The door opened again, and Raphael entered the room with a tray of fairy dust. The drink was based on an old recipe that Aggie gave to Raphael, and was allegedly the closest we'd ever get to real nectar of the gods. It wasn't on the menu, of course, but the Warlock served it during our meetings.
What's the latest on the murder investigation?
My cousin asked, his gaze darting from me to the chief.
I heard she was a witch, and that the recent crime spree in town is somehow connected.
What's with everyone calling it a spree? I asked. There's no spree.
Crime is actually down overall this month,
Chief Fox confirmed.
I think more people are on edge because of Pamela's murder. Can you blame us?
The Warlock asked.
I'm here late at night. I've been using a protective spell to get to my car.
Given that Elsena seemed to be targeting my relatives for observation, I didn't suggest the spell was overkill. Raphael tapped into dark powers as frequently as my mother and grandma did. It was only that he harnessed that power to create amazing meals, whereas my mother and grandma chose less useful objectives.
Did you know, Pamela? Chief Fox asked.
No, but I heard witches, wizards, and warlocks were being targeted by the killer,
Raphael said. Husborn's eyebrows shot up.
That's news to me.
We have no evidence to suggest that's the case, I said. One witch does not a witch hunt make. Easy for you to say, Adele said. You're a fury. I gave her a sharp look. Do you seriously think I'd be less concerned because the killer wasn't after furies? Even if it weren't my job to care, there are witches in my family. I waved a hand at the warlock. Raphael is my cousin. Chief Fox craned his neck for a glimpse of Adele at the other end of the table.
Did you know, Pamela?
The witch played with the base of her glass. Can't say that I did. I understand she was relatively new in town.
She didn't have a license to be selling charms or enchantments, I can tell you that much,
Husborn added. We try to stay abreast of new witches entering Chipping Cheddar, Adele said, but the community's gotten bigger over the years, and it's harder to keep track.
Especially if they fail to register, Aggie said. Just out of curiosity, did she sell anything good?
I looked at the older Grace sister. She had repeat customers, so they seemed to think so. Rosalie heard she sold forbidden items like snakes from the head of a gorgon, Adele said. I don't know that I believe it myself, of course.
We didn't see any evidence of that, the chief said.
Once again, the rumor mill was alive and thriving in Chipping Cheddar. The door opened, and Hugh Phelps swaggered into the room.
Are we talking about the dead witch? I heard she sold werewolf testicles.
I glanced pointedly at his trousers. That explains a lot.
Oh, Eden, such a charmer.
Hugh slapped me on the back in an aggressive way that made Chief Fox sit up straight. In his usual fashion, the werewolf cracked his knuckles and immediately tried to take control of the discussion.
Husborn, what's the latest news from the town council?
The mayor mentioned her decision to run for re-election. It looks like Jason Swift is going to challenge her.
I cut a quick glance at Hugh. I knew he and the mayor had been meeting in secret to discuss fundraising and campaign strategies, and wondered whether he would come clean. Eden's in a hurry, Hugh, Adele admonished him. You'd know that if you'd arrived on time. We need to get through the important matter first so she can leave.
Right, there's a killer on the loose,
Hugh said, sounding bored. I placed my palms flat on the table. Yes, we're looking for a demon disguised as a human. I omitted any mention of the Dark Division.
What kind of demon?
Aggie asked. It's called a vis fatalis demon, I said. A dangerous fugitive from Otherworld. I kept the part about the connection to the bigwig to myself. If I wasn't told for my own protection, then I wouldn't put the council at risk either. Aggie grimaced.
Oh, I know all about those soul suckers. Had a nasty encounter with one a century ago. It attacked me in a barn, of all places.
How did you escape? Adele asked.
Sheer luck, the old woman said. They're sensitive to allergens in this realm, which is one of the reasons we don't get very many of them coming from Otherworld. It interferes with their whole sucking system. There was so much animal dander in the barn that the demon could scarcely breathe, let alone suck my life force.
Hugh barked a laugh.
If only they knew about inhalers. They could have launched an invasion by now.
I went rigid in my chair. The chief noticed my shift in posture.
Agent Fury?
I need to go. I nearly fell out of my chair in my effort to leave quickly. The council members exchanged baffled glances.
Where?
Husborn asked. To the senior center. That's where the demon is. He's attending the beauty contest? Adele asked. I raced for the door, sparing a final glance over my shoulder. Even worse, I said. He's the host. Chapter 19. An old man leaned on a cane in front of the side entrance to the senior center. His shoulders were slightly stooped, and his face was covered in liver spots. He seemed to be acting as a bouncer. I need to get backstage immediately, I said.
Sorry, sweetheart. Contestants and their handlers only.
Their handlers? What are they, circus elephants? His lip curled in annoyance. Apparently, his sense of humor didn't jive with mine. I have ID if that helps. I took out my badge and pinned it to my top. The old man took one look and whacked me in the side with his cane. Hey! I objected. What was that for? Thanks to my fury powers, I was more surprised than hurt, but I made a show of rubbing my side so he didn't think I was made of metal. The old man pointed at my chest.
Your badge says feral agent. I don't want any rabies.
I glanced at my badge. It says federal. He gave his cane a hard tap on the ground and glowered at me.
Well, I thought it said feral, and I acted accordingly.
What feral creature would wear a badge announcing itself? I demanded. Ugh, what was the point? Forget it. Can you just get me backstage, please? It's urgent. He eyed me closely.
What can possibly be so urgent at a senior citizen event? Unless it's incontinence, of course. Then I completely relate.
I was getting nowhere. I had to try a different tack before it was too late. Which contestant do you favor? The old man's lower lip jutted out as he considered the question.
I'd like Gina Moretti to win because she's a hot little number, but Gina's competing for a new table for the games room, and I really want the jacuzzi. I want to find out if a hot tub time machine is a real thing.
It figured. I leaned closer and whispered, The jacuzzi contestant happens to be my grandmother, and if I don't get back there right now, she's definitely going to lose. His deep-set eyes widened, and he brandished his cane with a flourish.
What are you waiting for? Get back there!
I zipped past him and went in search of Grandma. I threaded my way through the line of contestants until I reached Grandma at the front.
What are you doing back here? She hissed. I know you think you're special, but you should be in the audience with everyone else.
You can't go out there, I insisted. Behind me, Genevieve Patton said, She's up next, honey. She has to go unless she wants to forfeit.
Like hell I will, Grandma said. Now be quiet so we can hear what's being said.
It didn't occur to me that I'd have functioning ears within range. I had to choose my words carefully. Grandma, I don't think you should go out there. I have a bad feeling.
Then you shouldn't have eaten the leftover beans,
she snapped. Not that kind of bad feeling, an ominous one. I struggled to explain in a way that Grandma might pick up on without saying too much in front of the other women. Like something might happen to you if you go out there. Grandma eyed me closely.
Since when do you care if something bad happens to me?
Grandma, don't say that.
Relax, Eden. I can take care of myself.
Somewhere above us, I heard the sound of scampering. It seemed that, despite my advice, no one had addressed the hole in the wall. Can you? I pointed to the rafters. You couldn't even take care of a raccoon.
I gave that job to you. If you didn't do it right, that's not my fault.
I peered through the gap in the curtains. Aunt Thora stood at the podium in her black and white dress and the wide-brimmed hat. Francis beamed at her, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. In fact, he looked haggard. Much worse than when I first met him. It seemed the spell wasn't as strong without Pamela's involvement. A muscle in his face twitched, and I realized he was having trouble retaining his human form. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. If the demon was about to unravel in the middle of the competition, everybody here was at risk.
Final question for you, Thora,
Francis said.
Good, because it's past my bedtime,
she said. The audience laughed. His face contorted. The enchantment was wearing off. No wonder he'd been so desperate to recreate Pamela's lucky charm. Aunt Thora, get off the stage, I yelled.
What are you doing? Grandma hissed. If I don't win, she's the next best thing.
I pulled Grandma aside so that we were out of earshot of the other contestants. If she doesn't get off that stage, she's going to be too dead to win anything. And it wouldn't be the kind of dead that could be revived. Grandma tensed.
What haven't you been telling us?
What haven't you been telling me? You've been doing magic for Francis, haven't you? Grandma looked taken aback.
How do you know about that?
Because I'm a federal agent, Grandma. It's my job to figure things out.
He suffers from bad asthma and asked me to infuse his herbal remedy with a bit of magic. No big deal.
I fixed her with a hard stare. And you didn't find it suspicious that he knew about magic and that you were a witch? Grandma jutted out her chin.
Does it matter?
Yes, it does. The magic wasn't for Asma. It's for his human disguise. Francis is a demon wanted by the FBM, and he killed Pamela Clover. She glanced over her shoulder at the other contestants.
What'll we do? There are a lot of innocent people here.
I shot her a quizzical look. Since when was Grandma concerned with innocent lives? It seemed we both had more to learn about each other. Pull the fire alarm, I ordered. I had to clear the room before I attempted to take down Francis. There was no way he'd make it another 5 minutes without transforming.
What are you going to do?
Grandma asked. What do you think? I'm going to take care of the demon. I had to get to him quickly and make sure he wasn't part of the mass exodus once the fire alarm sounded. Grandma shuffled out of sight, and, a minute later, the sound of the alarm echoed throughout the building. People screamed in panic, and I watched from backstage as the audience charged out of the building. I caught sight of my mother, Moyer, and Tomas in the crowd. To his credit, Francis helped Aunt Thora down the steps of the stage. Only when she was out of his reach did I make my presence known. Not so fast, I said. As Francis turned to look at me, his skin began to dissolve, revealing a swath of green underneath. Aunt Thora stopped at the door and looked back at the stage. Go! I shouted, and barricade the doors behind you. Don't let the fire department in. I trusted Grandma to find a way to handle that part.
You figured it out, I suppose,
Francis said. His speech was slightly garbled thanks to his changing form. There's only one loser here tonight, I said, drawing closer to him. The demon's human form liquefied and melted away, leaving a giant worm-like demon in its place. Wholly hideous. And I thought my true form was ugly. That explained the flattened grass at Bernice Watson's house. The demon was in his natural state when he slithered across the grass to reach the garden. It also explained why no one saw him. They would have been looking for an upright person on the run rather than a worm-like creature at ground level. No wonder Bernice's dog had gone berserk. Princess Buttercup would have been flinging her acidic saliva in all directions. Now I understand why you wanted the saltwater pool, I said. This whole event was your idea.
It's a nice town, he said. I thought I'd settle down here, at least until the feds stopped searching for me.
I laughed. Did you seriously think that would happen? You're at the top of their list, Francis, or whatever your real name is.
I'm not going back, he seethed.
It's not up to you, I'm afraid. His worm mouth reminded me of a Muppet's.
You'll die trying,
he said. I pushed up my sleeves. Only one way to find out. I charged. The texture of the demon's body was more sponge-like than I expected, and I bounced backward. He took advantage of my momentary shock and toppled me. Pinning me to the floor, the demon fought for dominance. Considering the sponge-like texture, his body was surprisingly dense and heavy. I blocked my face as the demon opened his mouth wide and attempted to inhale deeply. Instead, he began to sputter and cough. Slowly, I lowered my arms. Performance issues? Don't feel bad. From what I've read, it happens to a lot of men your age. Rage changed the demon's green face to purple.
I will survive,
he ground out. That's probably the theme song for this place, I said. I considered siphoning his power, but I wasn't sure how this soul-sucking demon would affect me, and I wasn't keen to find out. I ran through any potential weaknesses. I could unleash my snake hair, but reptiles were hypoallergenic. My feathers. I extended my feathers wide and flapped them on the floor, prompting the demon to cough. It was enough of a distraction to allow me to slide out of his grip and turn invisible. The demon dragged the upper half of his body to an upright position. I tried to headbutt him, but my head simply rebounded with no impact on the demon. He curved the upper half of his body and wrapped around me like a boa constrictor. Another move I wasn't anticipating. If I got out of here alive, I was going to have words with Neville over this. Nowhere did it say the demon was bendy. We definitely needed to add this guy to the wizard's demon identification app. I tried to flutter the feathers of my wings and trigger his breathing issues, but his grip on me was too tight. His Muppet mouth opened again as he attempted to suck my life force. I zipped my lips closed, like when I was young and refusing to eat my broccoli. Dust particles drifted from above, and I glanced up just as a raccoon fell from the rafters and landed on the demon's twisted torso. The demon screeched and fought to throw him off, but the frightened raccoon dug his claws into the spongy skin. Turning visible, I freed myself and scampered out of reach. The demon managed to fling the raccoon aside and started toward me again. As he slithered across the stage, foul-smelling liquid seeped from his body, and his head collapsed at my feet. His sponge-like skin started to flatten and wheeze. He wasn't dead, but he was definitely incapacitated.
Uh-oh, looks like someone's dehydrated, a familiar voice said.
I turned around to see my mother, Grandma, and Aunt Thora backstage, holding hands. They must have slipped in the side entrance. "What did you do?" I asked. "You might be able to siphon magic," my mother said, "but our magic can siphon water." Grandma released their hands and dusted off hers. "It seems my work here is done." "Thanks for the assist," I said.
"I figured I owed you, since I was the one who helped him maintain his disguise."
She sighed at the flattened demon.
"I really wanted that jacuzzi."
I cut a glance to my mother. "Well, there was a fight to the near death. Does this qualify as a contest in your book?" My mother's gaze swept the empty room. "Well, nobody held a beating heart in their hand, but I suppose this will have to do." "Do me a favor," I said. "Since no one's around, can you three use your magic to help that raccoon? He's somewhere backstage, and I'm sure he's terrified." My mother rolled her eyes. "Oh, sure. Our magic is perfectly fine when it suits your needs, but when I want to use a spell to vanquish my enemies at the salon, it's considered," she paused to use air quotes, "against the rules." Grandma looked at her sideways.
"Who has enemies at the salon?"
"Go on," I urged. "I need to take care of this guy before the fire department busts their way in." "Oh, you don't have to worry about that," my mother said. "They're currently surrounded by eager women from the senior center." The witches disappeared behind the curtain, and I crouched down to examine the demon's body. I was about to text Neville with a request for help when a familiar set of black boots landed in my line of sight. My gaze traveled up the catsuit to see Elsena.
"You found him,"
she said, her face registering surprise. "I would have called you, but you haven't exactly been forthcoming with your contact information." Elsena loomed over the demon.
"You didn't kill him."
I decided not to mention my family's involvement. Hopefully, the witches were already outside, helping the raccoon to safety. "I only used lethal force as a last resort to defend myself." I cocked my head. "Does that surprise you?" As she contemplated the demon's still figure, her face rippled with a mixture of emotions.
"I'm supposed to. My assignment is
to clean up the mess. To kill him. I know." We stared at each other for a long moment. "You don't have to, you know," I said. "You can bring him to justice. Go through the proper channels."
"It's not that simple," she said. "There are complex relationships at work."
"Oh, I know all about those." I smiled. "I guess things aren't as black and white as you'd like to believe." Her mouth formed a straight line.
"I can't kill him in this condition. It would be unjust."
"I only want him somewhere that he isn't a threat to innocent lives." Elsena shifted her focus from the demon to me.
"You could have died, yet you got everyone out of harm's way and went after him alone."
"Of course. It's what I do."
"It's not just what you do," she said. "It's who you are."
She produced a set of FBM-issued handcuffs that were designed to cut off a supernatural's powers. "I don't think you need those. Not that they'd work on him anyway." I held up my hands. No wrists. Elsena tucked away the handcuffs.
"Why don't you call it in? I'll tell them what happened, that you got to him first and I couldn't carry out the mission. Maybe next time they'll decide to give you clearance."
I glanced at the demon and imagined all the damage he could have done if I hadn't stopped him. Undoubtedly, more lives would have been lost in his quest to remain hidden among humans. I hope there's never a next time. This one was too close for comfort. Chapter 20. I'm sorry about Francis, I told Grandma over breakfast. I'd been thrilled when Aunt Thora texted me first thing in the morning with the lure of a frittata.
No big deal, Grandma said. Wouldn't be the first time I got duped by a demon. The smart ones can be slick.
I was relieved she didn't seem too broken up about it. What about the competition? Will you reschedule? She lifted her chin, wearing a vague smile.
You know what they say. The show must go on.
What do you plan to tell everyone about Francis? I asked. The others will notice when he doesn't return to the senior center. Aunt Thora offered a rueful smile.
Sadly, we're accustomed to losing members. Nobody will suspect a thing.
I knew there was something cagey about him from the moment I saw him, my mother said, settling into the chair at the head of the table. He was shifty-eyed.
He was shifty, all right, but it involved way more than his eyes, I said.
My phone vibrated with a text from Chief Fox, and I was relieved I'd turned off the ringer. I made a mental note to change the ringtone. I couldn't risk my family putting two and two together.
At the barn, he said. Brought lattes from Magic Beans.
My hero. Go inside. Be there in a sec. I gobbled down the rest of my frittata and thanked my family for the delicious meal. Where are you off to in such a hurry? My mother asked. Where do you think? Work. I need to write up a report. My mother groaned. There's nothing I hate more than pushing paperwork. Red tape is for suckers. It occurred to me that if Pamela Clover had given in to bureaucracy, she might never have been recruited as an informant and still be alive today. Bureaucracy saves lives didn't exactly have a ring to it, though. Let me know if you need help with the rescheduling, I said, pushing back my chair to escape.
You know who would make an excellent host to replace Francis? Grandma said. Your friend Chief Fox. Next time you see him, ask him if he's interested in the gig.
Ooh, yes, my mother said. I think you'd sell a few more tickets. Tell him to wear his uniform, even if he's off duty. I resisted the urge to smile. I'll be sure to pass along the message. I exited the main house via the back door. As I crossed the yard, I sensed a familiar presence. I turned to see Elsena lurking by the lemon trees. Still here? I asked. I expected you to be long gone by now. Any chance you're planning to stick around? It might be nice to have someone at my level in town.
My work here is done. I only came to say goodbye.
As odd as it seemed, I was disappointed. Elsena was the closest I'd ever gotten to a comparable supernatural. She could understand me in a way that few others could.
I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot, she continued. Thank you for being patient with me.
No problem. Patience is a virtue, right? Her brow wrinkled.
I thought my relationship with the FBM was complicated. I'm beginning to think it's more than that.
What do you mean?
I mean, who am I? If you're not who I thought you were, then maybe I'm not who I think I am.
I whistled. I haven't even had my latte yet, Elsena. Far too early to be getting deeply philosophical. Although, truth be told, I understood her identity crisis more than I was willing to admit. After all, if my family wasn't the evil bunch I'd always believed, if maybe there were shades of gray I could no longer ignore, then who was I? Where did I fit in?
I'm glad to have met you, she said, and I hope our paths cross again under better circumstances.
James Bond, I blurted. You should familiarize yourself with all those movies. The next time somebody makes a Q reference, you want to get it. She rubbed her opposite biceps and smiled.
I will add it to my list.
I wagged a finger. Don't dive into the online arguments about the best Bond, though. That's a rabbit hole best avoided. She nodded.
I trust your judgment.
I broke into a wide smile. Wow. I bet you didn't expect to utter that sentence when you first came to town.
Your family. She shook her head. I don't understand. You're all evil. Your father is a vengeance demon. The others use black magic.
Those are labels, Elsena, but they don't define us. Our actions do. I warmed inside, remembering how my family pulled together to defeat the demon. They're not perfect, and I can't promise they won't continue to do things they shouldn't, but I feel like they're walking a path they didn't even realize they were on. And neither did I, until now. Elsena examined me closely.
It's difficult to set aside everything I've been taught.
I raised a hand, preaching to the choir. I used to get so angry that they refused to consider my way of looking at the world. But I've come to realize that I'm not much better. I needed to work on my compassion and empathy. Good thing I happened to have a best friend who is an expert in both.
For what it's worth, I think you have compassion in abundance. If you didn't, you wouldn't have been interested in saving those people.
There was a time I would have agreed with you, but I'm wondering how much of that is motivated by guilt. Maybe I feel responsible for righting the wrongs my family has caused over the years. Elsena considered the statement.
Does it matter why, as long as the outcome is good?
I glanced at the barn where Chief Fox awaited me. I'll have to get back to you on that one, Elsena. The thing is, I'm still finding my way. And so, apparently, was my family. Next up, when Grandma loses control of a spell used on the Little Critters game, chaos descends on Chipping Cheddar. Don't miss Fun and Fury, the 11th book in the Federal Bureau of Magic series.